gotta backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. Ask me though how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give me something you could talk about.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing on this fine Monday, August 11th, 2025? I am doing Pat's Rhapsody. Stop. She said she clicked too fast. Shout out to Jasmine. Hello, hello, hello. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Less than 100 people in here right now. It's the VIP section. Okay, the VIP. This is the pregame, I guess. Hello. Okay, 86. Let's go. Yeah, do me a favor real quick too. Make sure you didn't get unsubscribed. You know, sometimes that can happen. Just double check for me. Shout out to Abby and Mina. Yeah, what chapter are we on today, T with Tia? Great question. I'm glad you should ask. What an opportune moment. Here we are. This is okay. So we're just gonna start here for now, I guess. And then if like anything pressing or whatever happens, I'll kind of like update it. Shout out to Miss Lee. Hello. Hello, Ogzon. Hello, Reese. Hello, Jessica. Oh, let me check my mic. Is this a good volume? I hate when it's like too loud and you can hear like all my mouth noises. It's like I'm not trying to be ASMR over here. Okay. It's like, do we need to get our bells ready? I got mine. Always on handy. Jasmine said, you are the only person I've seen even talking about the upcoming hearing. Interesting. Oh, really? Well, like on YouTube, maybe. I just feel like I guess maybe I'm just kind of mind warped because like every time I get on Twitter, aka X or whatever, it's like my feed is full of Tory Lanez. No, I'm not trying to do the ASMR. Tasha K is talking about it too. Hello, morning masterpiece. Yes, I got my bell. Shout out to Luis. Hello, Pauline. Where are the mods in the chat? I don't think there's any in here yet. Are there? Shout out to the mods in the chat if I missed you. Sorry. Okay, so I feel like I go through this like every single time, so I'm not gonna do the full version. Okay, but I have officially started a Tory Lanez playlist. Okay, officially started the Tory Lanez playlist. I think this might be the first episode in it, technically, but I really have only done one prior to this. I will, if I remember, I'll go back and add that to the playlist. But I started the playlist today, and you know, basically, long story short, when I started looking into this case. Like literally like research days, like 5 research days ago, maybe, I realized, you know, it was just so sprawling already. There's a little bit of a, that's putting it mildly. There's somewhat of a learning curve whenever you get into this case, especially because it's been going on for like 5 years now. So I am taking my time to get caught up. Shout out to Christopher Jones. Hello, Simply Fee. Hello, Lake Monstrous. That's a funny name. And shout out to the cousins in the chat. Yes, yes, yes. So I do, I get so distracted, you know. So I had one episode before this. I've probably made several Tory Lanez videos at this point, maybe 6, maybe 7. But this trial happened back in 2022. The incident itself happened all the way back in 2020. And a lot of calamity has ensued. There's like a spinoff lawsuit with the Milagro Cooper situation that's ongoing as well. Lots of things going on. And there's like Megan Thee Stallion. She has her own lawsuit separate going on. She just got sued for some other unrelated stuff, but it's just been like kind of hard to keep it all together. Okay. So I was like, okay, you know what? Stop. Okay. This is how I do things. I normally just start from the beginning chronologically and try to build it up. In this case, we have a court record. So I wanted to start there. The last episode I did in this little series, again, I haven't put it on the playlist. This is live. Maybe I'll go put it on there if I can remember. But it was just reading the opening statement. So I read the opening statements from the live court transcript, or not the, you know, the court transcript that was taken in court. It so is Janae. It feels like the multiverse in here. Shout out to Mbambo. Shout out to Lindsay. Hello, James. And the rest of the cousins. Shout out to the cousins. I wear my They Lied shirt all the time, and people are always asking questions. I love it. I've sent many people to your channel just because of the conversations from the t-shirt. That is so awesome. We do still have some They Lied merch at thatsurprisewitness.com. We have some more They Lied merch coming soon. Actually, there's a lot of merch coming soon and something extra special that's not a clothing item that was recommended to me by someone who I actually met at the Diddy trial, and it was a great idea. So coming soon, coming soon. It's actually, like, really hard for me to, like, plug, like, merch and stuff, like, I hate doing that stuff, but this stuff's gonna be so cute too. I mean, so all my merch is cute, obviously. That's why I don't have a lot of merch because I put thought into it, but, yeah, anyway, so that's coming. Anyway, okay, so where we finished this is about how far I got. Where we finished on the last video was this was in there, hold on, and I went too fast, hold on. Here, okay. We went through about 56 pages of transcript. It was the first day of trial. It was the prosecutor came up, did their opening statement. The opening statement started with dance B word, but he didn't say B word, you know, like use your imagination what that means. And told their theory of the case, which was that Tory Lanez, aka Daystar Peterson, is shot Megan Thee Stallion, a famous, you know, the lady who went in was talking about whatever was happening. She's a baddie, bougie, ratchet, classy, whatever at the Kamala Harris rally, and she was wearing like a polyester Party City clown suit, like a shrunken clown suit. Yes, her, that's what we're talking about. However, just because she acted like a clown at the Kamala Harris thing doesn't mean she deserved to be shot at by anybody. Okay. So listen, I've been on the case about 5 days. We're about to start getting to the point where it's just, you know, like I'm going to have to start saying a week. But I haven't fully made my mind up yet. What I will tell you is there was some stuff that I found to be suspicious in the evidence, and I found some stuff to be suspicious in the investigation. I'm not going to enumerate those things right now, but I'm kind of leaning toward like something is looking a little strange about this, and Tory Lanez might actually be granted a mistrial. It's kind of looking like that could happen, or at least a retrial. Again, I haven't made my mind fully up. Okay, I'm just getting here. If this is going to be, and have little disclaimers down there. Look at the disclaimer right there. I just started researching this case, and I am not an expert. FYI. So if that's going to be a problem, y'all can go. Y'all can go. Shout out to Zoe. Hello, Doree. You got a free Tory shirt. Shout out to that. Not the sisters, Polly and Esther. Yeah. Yes, there's a lot of thought that goes into things that I do. I know. I was just thinking I needed to redo my backdrop a little bit. Like I'm getting ready for a refresh back there. Maybe some new stuff on the shelf. Eyewitness accounts have differed a lot. Yes. I said I was not going to get into all the reasons right now, but yeah, eyewitness accounts is one. The fingerprints. Y'all know for me, the biggest thing is the fingerprints. I think that could have been a whole entire it's really kind of like an anti-smoking gun. It's like the antidote to a smoking gun is that his fingerprints aren't on it. Like that's for me is the biggest thing. And then they apparently didn't give him that evidence until middle of trial, which was like a violation of the evidentiary, you know, rules that were set up. Zoe, how crazy are those? Now, I will say, I mean, a lot of people have been asking me for a Woe Vicky update. I don't have a Woe Vicky update. Only thing I can update is now she has done come out and she has said she's fine, leave her alone. So that's all I can do. I said what I thought. And you know, I do think some people have taken it extreme, and I always tell people don't do that. I would never ever encourage anything like that. And I don't do that. But some people do take it a little extreme. But however, that being said, I don't think reporting something to the authorities is extreme. That is what the authorities are there for. So just reporting something isn't what I'm talking about. But that being said, I mean, she keeps coming out here acting like she's fine. So at some point, you know, all I can do is have raised the awareness of the few videos I made and just hope for the best. Yeah, it's really weird. It is very strange. If y'all haven't seen my videos, I have another channel. It's called BJ Investigates, and on there, I have two Woe Vicky videos, and yeah, that's the update. She's come out and said she's fine. She didn't directly address my video, but like there were other people making videos before me, and then people have still continued making videos. So That's what I can tell you about that. Anyway, okay, so yes, the last video I made on this, it was the opening statements. So now we're here for the first witness, okay? And the first witness, this is day 1 of the trial. This was December, okay, what are we on? 56. This was December 12th. Oh, hold on. December 12th, 2022. Which is about 2.5, 3 years ago. Let me get back to page 56. I have not read this. I have read the first maybe 2 pages of this witness, maybe 3. You'll see where my little highlight marks are, but this entire transcript from the day 1 is 152 pages long. We are on page 57 right now. Okay. So, excuse me, we're on page 56. So where we left off here, and I will read you the final paragraph plus mini paragraph of where we left off, what the last thing the jury would have heard in this case. This was Tory Lanez lawyer, and he said, "I am confident that once you hear Megan testify and you hear her story and why she lied, that she really lied because she thought she was going to get unalived. But then when she was in the ambulance and when she was in cuffs sitting on the curb, that's why she lied." And what were they arguing about? Okay, so sitting on the curb thing is crazy because that's some of that evidence that the judge didn't want to let in. He said it was hearsay. What Tory Lanez said on the curb about, "I was just trying to help my shorty." I don't know if he said shorty or shawty. Okay, I don't know. I don't know which pronunciation was used, which does delineate a little bit of the context. But that okay, so this is Tory Lanez's lawyer. And now and what they were arguing about if she really didn't know. And why she asked to get out of the car and why she's been lying about my client's sexual relationship all these years. Okay, so what this lawyer was getting at. Okay. What this lawyer was getting at was basically Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez maybe was having a little, relationship, if you will, going on, physical. And what we kind of learned by piecing together the 2 theories of the case in the opening statements, which you simply must go back and watch, because we learned all kinds of the Corey Gamble got mentioned in the opening statement. Corey Gamble got mentioned. Corey Handler Gamble. And I did brush on quite a few things that his little fingers have been sticking in. Not only that, we talked about Kylie Jenner. There might have been a little bit of a love quadrangle going on. This all happened apparently, allegedly, according to y'all in the chat, around the time of the WAP music video. I feel like we live in the post-WAP generation. I feel like we're in the post-WAP era now. Like there was like pre-WAP and post-WAP. And I feel like it just keeps getting more and more degenerate as it goes. There's like these set point songs that are just so nasty. And of course, yes, they had them in the 90s. They had them in the 30s. But it's like a little by little, it just gets more nastier. Okay, like I feel like that was like a cultural set point, that nasty, disgusting video. And Kylie Jenner's in it. Swaying to and fro down the hall in her leopard cheetah kitten outfit. Okay, it's thinking about it as nasty. However, I must say, whoever shot the video, cinematography, beautifully done. But just, ugh. Ugh. Anyway, over it. Totally over it. 100% over it. Okay, so all of that's going on. So what Tory Lanez's lawyer, I think, is getting at here is that Megan Thee Stallion has been lying about her relationship, alleged by this, what I think, based on putting together these little theories of the case. Listen, I don't know. I couldn't tell you if somebody had a sexual relationship with somebody else because I certainly wasn't there. And if I was there, I would have jumped out the car at my own hazard. Okay. So don't take nothing I'm saying as if I know somebody had an affair or had a relation or I don't know. But just the physical, but just the comparisons of the two perspectives of the case, I'm kind of piecing together that there was definitely some jealousy involved. The first word of the prosecutor's opening statement was dance B. The first phrase, dance B. The first word of the defense opening statement, this is Tory Lanez lawyer, was jealousy. So this is a love quadrangle. Okay. There was a party at Kylie Jenner's house, a pool party. And Tory Lanez was in the pool with Kylie. And Megan had been there all day. She was apparently drunk. She was there with Kelsey Harris. And it was, I guess time for her to go home. Her stylist came in and said, girl, you need to go. You're a mess. Your wig's a mess. We need to go. But Megan did not want to go without Tory. And Tory wanted to stay with Kylie. Now, why is that? I don't know. But, calamity ensues. You know the rest. They find out in the car, allegedly, according to, some tellings of this story, that Tory had been in a relationship, a physical one, with not only Kelsey, which I guess people did know, but also with Megan. And he wasn't supposed to tell that information. So Kelsey's like, he did this before. Not he. She's done this before. Megan Thee Stallion, supposedly her best friend. Kelsey's like, she's done this to me before with this person and that person, the baby, somebody else. So then they get in a fight. Well, Tory Lanez's version of the story is, that's whenever Kelsey pewed Megan. But everybody else is saying it was Tory. Well, not everybody, but anyway. So this is what they're talking about here. This is what his lawyer is talking about. That's why she lied. She didn't want it to come out because she did an interview with Gayle King. And she told Gayle King and the world and everybody else, she did not have an sexual relationship with him. So then she gets on the stand in this trial and she said, well, yes, we did. Actually, we did. That's from what I understand. We're going to read through the transcripts. Her testimony's tomorrow. She was on day 2. So on the next transcript that we're going to get, I believe it's her. So we'll read through her. We'll hear it from her. I'll hear it from her. I'll read it from her. And that's why she's been lying about my client's sexual relationship all these years. I'm confident, his lawyer said, once you hear all of the evidence, you're going to find my client not guilty of all counts. Thank you very much. Okay, the court said, okay, thank you. Let's call our first witness. At this time, the people call Officer Diaz. Okay, so they didn't take a lunch break. They didn't take a bathroom break. They said, okay, yes, ma'am. Moving right along. Here come Officer Diaz up to the stand. The clerk says, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Da-da-da. We don't have to so help me God anymore. We don't have to promise in front of God, I guess. That's nice. Oh, thank God. Yes, they do. It was on the next line. Thank God we kept God in the courts, y'all. But they still be lying out here. I don't know if this man did. I never even heard his name till today. He swore so help him God. Okay, haven't been called as a witness. Here you go. Please state and spell your name. His name is Rogelio Diaz, Officer Diaz. Okay, so this is a government witness. So the prosecutor's going to come forward. They're going to ask their questions first. The government's called their witness. It's him. Direct examination. That's what this is. Here we go. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What is your occupation? He said he is a police officer. What is your current assignment? Police officer for LA. Been doing that about 3 years. I want to go back to the date. Okay, so first question, like substantive. I want to go back to the date of July 12th, 2020 at approximately 4:35 in the morning. Did you respond to this address road in the city and county of Los Angeles? Okay, so July 12th, 2020. Yes, I did. When you responded to that location, were you alone or were you with a partner? He said, I was with a partner. Who was that partner? Officer Oliva. Oliva? Oh, Oliva. Why did you respond to that location at 4:35 in the morning? The officer said a shooting call came out over the radio. The prosecutor says, Your Honor, I have in my hands a map that appears to depict the area where the pew-pew incident happened. May this map be please marked as People's Exhibit 1 for identification? The court said, yeah, sure, go ahead and mark it. All right, so the map was marked for identification. Okay, next question. Okay, so he shows it to the defense. Officer, Do you recognize the area depicted here in this map? Yes, I do. And am I pointing here to the road where this incident occurred? Yes. Now, what's the first thing? Officer, what is the first thing that you did when you arrived to that location at 4:35 in the morning? He said, well, we canvassed the area for any victims down or any possible suspects. So the first thing they did was canvassed. That means I think like they went and asked questions to neighbors and maybe people who called the cops. Okay, and this was a pew pew call, right? Correct. So you were looking for victims and potentially for suspects. The officer said correct. And did you find any suspected victims at the location? No, we did not. Did you find any potential suspects at the location? No, we did not. Okay, so, officer, after you looked for victims and suspects, what did you do next? He said, we cleared the building adjacent to the street. There was nobody in there, and we recovered some evidence. What was the evidence? What kind of evidence were you looking for specifically? He said, spent shell casings. How many casings do you recall recovering? The officer said 4, which we heard in the opening statements. Your Honor, I have in my hand 4 photographs. Each photograph appears to depict a casing. I'm stapling these together. May this exhibit be collectively marked as People's 2 for identification. We'll make that 2A through D. Yes, so marked. Thank you. Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? The court says, yes. I'm handing the witness what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2 for identification. So this is just pictures of shell casings, 4 of them. 4 pictures. Officer, this is still the prosecutor. This is the direct examination. Could you look through each of those photographs and tell me when you're done? So he looks through the 4 photographs. Okay, done. Do you recognize what's depicted in people 2A, B, C, and D? I do. And what is depicted? He said, well, that would be the 4 casings that I recovered at the scene. Okay, so now I'm going to publish this to the jury. Is this the casing that I'm pointing to here? Yes. Okay, so I'm showing 2B, the second picture of a casing. Another casing? The officer, correct. People's 2C, a third casing, correct. And then finally, People's 2D, the 4th casing, correct. Now, officer, could you explain to the folks in the jury what a casing is and why you were looking for that at the crime scene? The officer said, yeah, it's a shell that's ejected from the ejector port of the firearm when a round is fired. Now, besides the casings, did you find any other items of potential evidentiary value? He said, yes. The prosecutor said, cool, okay, tell me about that. What did you find? He said, a yellow metal chain. A yellow metal pendant with clear stones with the logo Nicole. I don't know what that is. Let me stop you right there. Your Honor, I have in my hand a photograph. It appears to depict a pendant that says Nicole. May this be marked as People's 3 for identification, showing the witness. Okay, officer, do you recognize what's depicted here? Yep, that's the pendant I recovered at the scene. And where was this found? He said it was on the street. Okay, the pendant was on the street. Okay, so you recovered the 4 casings and a yellow chain. Did that appear to go with that pendant? He said it appeared so. Yep. Did you find anything else besides the chain and the casings? Yep. Oh, a nail. An acrylic nail. Oh my God. I have, Your Honor, in my hand a photograph that appears to depict an acrylic nail. May this be marked People's 4 for identification. Do you recognize what's depicted here in People's Exhibit 4? Yes, the officer says. And what is it? He said that is the acrylic nail that was at the scene. And this acrylic nail is important to y'all because it goes to the defense's theory of the entire case that Kelsey and Megan Thee Stallion got into a fight, which is why they were all, scratched up, banged up, and then Tory Lanez trying to say that it was Kelsey that fired that gun, not him. Wasn't him. They said the chain was Kelsey's because Nicole is her middle name. A nail and a snatch chain, and they act like the girls didn't fight. And then what about those claw marks on one of them's leg? Whose leg was all clawed up like that? And did they test the DNA on the chain? I mean, excuse me, on the nail. That's what I want to know. Do you recall where the nail was found? Also, it was in the middle of the street. Okay, so in the middle of the street, they had an acrylic nail popped off, y'all. Please, come on. My God, what obviously happened here? Please, this was a girl fight. This was a girl fight. There was a chain, a pendant, and a nail in the street. Okay, got it. Now, did you ever observe any suspected blood at the location? Yes, I did. And was that photographed? Yes. I want to show you one such photograph. It appears to depict a stain in the street, probably from that popped off nail. This may be marked as People's 5. Do you recognize what's depicted here in People's 5? Yes. And what is that? That is the stain, the picture of the stain that I took in the street at the scene. Okay, next question. I want to ask you about where the casings were recovered. Your Honor, I have in my hand a photograph that appears to depict white evidence placards where I believe the suspected casings were recovered. May this be marked as People 6 for identification? What are these white placards? Those are marks so we know where the casings were. Okay, so the little white tents that they put up. Who placed these placards? The officers I don't know. I didn't. One of the other officers must have done it. Okay, so you did it along with some other officers at the scene? He said, well, yeah. Okay, so this is like a very coached answer, right? Like, who placed those placards? He says, I didn't. One of the other officers did it. And then the prosecutor's like, so you did it along with some other officers at the scene? Yes. And then the guy's like, yes. That's a little bit coachy based on my reading of the transcript alone. I mean, I wasn't in the room. Okay, so then the next question is, okay, now to get an idea of where the metal chain, it was like a gold, I'm going to call it gold chain probably. It's like, they're calling it yellow metal. The metal chain and necklace were located, the chain and pendant. Your Honor, in my hand, I have a photograph that appears to depict a placard next to the metal chain or necklace that we saw. May this be marked as People's Exhibit 7 for identification? So they've already put in like 8 photos. But they're on the first set of photos was just 4 of the casings, and then they are showing the different little photos they took of the scene. Do you recognize what is depicted here on this placard? Yes, that is the metal. That is the gold chain and the yellow pendant. Okay, so this is a photograph directly in front of the house where the call came from, correct? Yes. And what appears to be depicted here in the driveway? That is a stain. Okay, and just so we have it, I do want to show you a picture of the chain we talked about. Your Honor, I have in my hand a photograph that appears to depict the chain that the officer testified he believes goes with the pendant. May this be marked as People's Exhibit 8 for identification. So they put in a picture of the pendant, they put in a picture of the chain, they put in pictures of the casings, they put in pictures of a blood stain in the driveway. Officer, do you recognize what's depicted here? Yes. And what is that? Well, that is the yellow metal chain I recovered at the scene. Okay, and you testified that this was found in the street near the pendant? Correct. And now the evidence that you collected, the casings, the necklace, the things that I showed you. What did you do with those items after they were collected? He said, they were given to, this is establishing the chain of custody. He said they were given to the primary unit officer, Officer Lind and Officer Cabral. Okay, that's interesting. And did you make that handoff? Yes. Okay, so in other words, did you give them that evidence? Yes. And how did you package the evidence to prepare it to hand it over to the primary unit? He said, "Well, I put on gloves and I put them in a manila folder to prevent them from being contaminated." Okay, next question. Where did you give that evidence to the primaries? Again, they're establishing chain of custody. Was that back at the station? The officer said yes. And that's the Hollywood station. This right here is red flag number one. I mean, seriously, like how in bed with Scientology this is alone. Anyway, and did you, as a part of your investigation, meet with and speak with residents at the location who may have been witnesses to what happened? So, did you interview people who live there at where the shooting was? Yes, he says. Okay. Now, officer, were you wearing body camera that night or, like a camera on your body? He said, yes, I was. And it was activated. What led you to turn on the body cam? Describe for the jury the procedures in place for when you would turn that on. He said, well, when responding to a code 3 call, we're required to turn the body cam when we're responding to a code 3 call. And code 3 means what? Lights and sirens. Okay, and so as soon as you go code 3, is that when you activate the body cam? He said, correct. Okay, I want to show you some body cam from that night. And then I want to ask you some questions about it. Is that okay? The officer said, yeah. And Your Honor, before I do that, let me hand out the transcripts for the jury. There's not a lot of audio, but I do want to do that. Let me mark the CD, Your Honor, containing the body cam. May this be marked as People's Exhibit 9 for identification. Okay, so we're getting into the body cam. This is going to be People's Exhibit 9. Okay, you can make the transcript 9A. Okay, so the body cam is Exhibit 9, and then the transcript is Exhibit 9A. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to play a clip that has audio. There's a transcript to assist you in trying to follow along. It's not usually a verbatim transcript. The evidence of what happened is on the disc itself. This is just an aid for you to follow along and wait until it's played before you start reading. So gives the judge a copy of the transcript. What I'm going to do is take one and pass them along. There may be some extras. All right. So we'll make the transcript 9B. How's that? 9B. That's great. All right. Disc is 9. Transcript is 9A. Okay. All right. Okay. They're just getting the. Okay. Wow. This is crazy. Okay. Wow. Okay. This is crazy too. So what the hell? So the prosecutors are passing out transcripts for this body camera footage they're about to watch. They're about to watch the body camera footage. And so just to help them understand what's being said, someone has gone ahead and typed out what is being said. And the prosecutors are like, look, this isn't supposed to be verbatim. This is just supposed to be an aid. Okay. So they're passing out all these transcripts. They're passing them out. Oh, there might be extras. And they're passing it out and they're giving it to the judge. Tory Lanez's lawyer, the defendant doesn't have this transcript. Again, feels like Brady material. Again, feels like exculpatory evidence. The lawyer says, it's Tory Lanez's lawyer, Your Honor, I know this is the first witness, and I hate to ask to approach, but could I ask for the transcript to be turned over to me so I could look at it so I don't have to object in front of the jury? I believe there may be hearsay stuff in here. The judge said, this is why I thought y'all discussed this already. He said, this is the first time I have been told about this, Your Honor. Wow. This is the first time I have even been told about the first video they're playing at trial. Whatever they asked for, I met and reviewed and I stipulated to, but they're bringing a transcript in front of the jury and a CD saying that they want to play it without me even knowing what they're about to play. There's other officers talking. There's hearsay issues in here, Your Honor. The judge goes, didn't y'all discuss this last week? Tory Lanez's lawyer said, no, We did not. This is like, again, like he has already said, this is the first time he was ever hearing about it. What? The body cam, the prosecutor said, this is not new evidence. Okay, yeah, but what about the transcript? Like, thinking about, like, everything from, like, the Diddy lawyer perspective, like, imagine they were trying to sneak in a transcript that Diddy's lawyers didn't know anything about. Yeah, freaking right. Mark Agnifilo would never let that fly. Never. And I know this, like, lawyer that is representing Tory Lanez right now, the one who we're reading off the transcript, this Magnesian guy, he apparently had, like, 2 weeks to get ready for this trial, so I can't even imagine the pressure, the stress. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt just on that alone, but, you know, he's definitely I couldn't do it, I'll say. I'll admit I couldn't do it at all, so good for him. I'm not even, like, trying to throw him under the bus in any way, but, like, Mark Agnifilo would not be putting up with this. The body cam, this is not new evidence. There's no okay, so this is the prosecutor. They're like, "This isn't new evidence, Your Honor. There's no hearsay of anything. You have contemporaneous statements under 1241, but they're all very benign. It's just them describing it as they're seeing it. It explains their actions, which is the heart of 1241." The court said, "Mr. Magdesian, what are you specifically concerned about?" Meaning, like, to Tory Lanez's lawyer, what are you worried about? What you so worried about? He said, "I don't even know who's talking, Your Honor. I don't know who these officers are that are speaking." He said, "There's a male officer. I don't even know what they're talking about. I was given this just right now, Your Honor. I'm assuming there's more of these. So my big concern is that this should be turned over. This is what's in their case in chief. And I should know. I should know this. Yes, I think this is Brady. I should know this and not be given this in front of the jury where I can't even object. I can't even look at that. And I don't have a chance to look at what's being said if there's hearsay issues." He may think this isn't a hearsay issue, but I think there are hearsay issues, and I need to see them beforehand. I completely agree. I completely agree with this guy's arguments. The court, seemingly recently lobotomized by how stupid this idiot judge is. "So what are you asking me to do right now? So what do you want me to do?" He said, "I'm objecting." Tory Lanez's lawyer said, "I'm objecting to this coming in under hearsay." The prosecutor, you know, the state, the one trying to get him in jail, he said, "First of all, we put this in our trial brief that we will be using the body cam." Yeah, but we talking about a transcript. Transcript and body cams are not the same thing, and this Mr. Bott knows it. He said, "Counsel," the lawyer, Tory's lawyer, "had the body cam since discovery was turned over in this case over a year ago." Yeah, but this guy didn't come on a year ago. He just came on weeks ago, right? So the prosecutor's like, "So this really shouldn't come as a surprise. The body cam is listed as an exhibit in the trial brief. The transcripts are not evidence. They're just an aid for the jury as required by local rule of court." And they did change this rule in the federal courts in 2024 for exactly this reason, because the prosecutors were kind of sneaking little like arguments in on these aids, these visual aids and these comprehension aids and these, you know, different things. Yeah, it seems like it. He was very lackadaisical. I don't think he was neutral, frankly. Oh, thank you so much, James. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate it. BJ works hard. Thanks for all you do. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for that. I could really use it at the moment. They're out here, y'all. They're out here trying to get me. The body cam is listed as an exhibit in the trial brief. The transcripts are not evidence, the prosecutor said. Yeah, but like when you put it in front of the jury, like it still has to pass the rules of evidence to some extent. It can't be like unjust. It can't be hearsay. They're like, these are just aids. It's just an aid, Your Honor, for the jury. And it's required by the local rule of court. There's nothing objectionable in here. I think the court would agree. The court said, "I just looked at it. I don't see anything objectionable." Okay. The court does at least throw one half of a tiny bone to the Tory Lanez argument, you know, to his camp. He says, "But any other transcripts you have, you can provide them by the end of the day." So any other transcripts you need to pass over to Tory Lanez and his lawyer by the end of the day. Now, remember, this is the first day of trial. He should have had all these transcripts, period. A criminal defendant has the right to know what evidence is going to be used against him, even if it's not evidence. It's yes, it freaking is. Okay, let's not play glib. Let's not play stupid. Okay. It's not evidence, maybe not by the rules of evidence, but please, he has a right to know what transcripts are going to be used. And the judge even freaking agrees. Look, any other transcripts, you have to give them to Tory Lanez and his lawyers or his lawyers by the end of the day. Okay, next question. Okay, so the prosecutor goes back to questioning. Okay, officer, I'm going to play the body camera for you and ask some questions about it. So he plays the video in open court. Now, what I do want to do after this, after we read this, there is a video of I forget her name right now. Somebody who went to the court and was like a law and crime correspondent and talked about the first day in court too. So we'll kind of like do it like I'm, covering it in real time and like as if I were, and this is what I would be doing and looking at the different little interviews and things. Okay. Okay, officer, do you recognize the crime scene depicted here? Okay, so remember what they just did was they played the video in open court. So why is it saying open court? Well, because I think it always says that, but also like all this stuff right here was a sidebar. Because remember whenever Tory Lanez's lawyer was like, can I approach? I don't want to have to do all this objecting in front of the jury. And the judge is like, okay, well, I just looked at it. It all looks good. But the rest of the transcripts, you need to give them over there to him. So like, I don't know, did they give him a copy of this transcript or not? So just next question without an actual ruling on the objection. I think that he did rule. I think the ruling was sustained. I mean, I guess, does he have to say the word sustained? I guess you should say sustained. I don't know like the specific rules of like courts. And then this is California, right? Yeah. Second district. Okay, officer, do you recognize okay, wait, hold on. I'm going to play the body cam for you and ask some questions. So he plays the body cam. Okay, officer, do you recognize the crime scene depicted here in People's Exhibit 9, the body worn video? He said, I do. Does it accurately depict the crime scene as you observed it around 4:30 in the morning, July 12th, 2020? He said, yeah, it accurately depicts. Who's the male voice that we heard at the end? Whose voice was that? He said, that was my partner, the police partner. And you said that's Officer Oliva? Correct. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we saw the officers locating the casings, right? He said, correct. And the metal pendant, correct. And then they noted the blood trail, correct. All right. Thank you so much, officer. I have no further questions. That was the end of the direct examination. So now, Tory Lanez's lawyer gets to come and ask his questions. It's called the cross-examination. Okay. Cross-examination of the first witness. Good afternoon, sir. This is Tory Lanez's lawyer, Magnesian, to the officer, Rogelio Diaz. Sir, when you got to the location, how long did it take from the time you received the call to the time you got to the location? He said approximately 10 or 15 minutes. And when you got to the location, do you recall some of the neighbors were already outside? Neighbors already outside, okay. Interesting. I don't recall, the officer said. Did you interview some of these neighbors? Yes, I did. And was one of the neighbors you interviewed named Sean Kelly? Now remember, this is the flip-flopper. He's the one, we're going to read his testimony too. We're going to read what I can get a hold of. I only have like 2 or 3 transcripts. So I'm going to have to reach out to my sources and see if they'll send me more transcripts. But if not, I'll just read the ones that I have and we'll just try to piece it together. I have like 2 or 3 more. Or 1 to 3 more. I don't exactly know. Did you interview some of these neighbors? I did. And was one of the neighbors you interviewed named Sean Kelly? Yes. And another one of the neighbors you interviewed lives across the street from Mr. Kelly's residence? Yes. I believe you interviewed 2 people there? Yeah. 2 other witnesses besides Mr. Kelly, right? I believe so. And those 2 other witnesses told you they didn't see everything? Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. And of course, unsurprisingly, the objection gets sustained meaning the judge agrees with the prosecutors, doesn't allow Tory Lanez's lawyer to actually ask the question, but he should rephrase it. I will say, those two witnesses told you they didn't see everything. He should have asked, what did they tell you? Did they tell you what they saw? This is like kind of like not a good sentence structure. But then it is cross-examination, actually. So I think he is allowed to ask this like this. Again, I'm not fully up to speed on exactly what you're allowed to ask or whatever, but in any event, the judge did not allow the question to go forward. The guy, Tory Lanez's lawyer, he's trying to argue in his own defense. He's like, wait, hold on. I'm not asking what they said. I'm just asking. And the judge cuts him off. Like, no, shut up. Like, sustained. So Tory Lanez's lawyer goes to the next question. Sir, did you interview them as to what they observed? He said, I did. And Mr. Kelly, let's talk about Mr. Kelly, Sean Kelly, the residents that he saw in that video where there was those white placards. Was that Mr. Kelly's backyard? I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? This Nichols Canyon Road, right? Correct. The house that we saw, Mr. Kelly's house, is this house? Yes. So he's pointing to a house on a picture. And the pew pew casings that were located where there was those white placards, do you see these cars parked here? There's a white car and this car here. Okay, yeah, I see that. Okay. Is that where you found the pew pew casings? He said that is where the casings were found. So he changes it from active voice to passive voice. See, the lawyer says that where you found the bullet casings. But the cop said, well, that's where they were found. So he kind of shirks the responsibility of like having actually found them, but maybe he did, maybe he didn't, because he does say yes. And you yourself found these cases? No, he said, my partner found them. And you observed them? Yes, I did observe them. Yes. Okay. Now, when you got there 10 minutes or so later, you spoke to these neighbors there, correct? And you're not telling us what you talked to them about, but you interviewed these people. You were present, right? Yes. Did anybody tell you that they heard dance, B word? Your Honor, objection. Calls for hearsay. And again, the judge agrees and doesn't allow the question to be answered. Sir, when you got to that location, is this the first time you've done an investigation at a crime scene, or have you done that in the past, officer? He said, no, I had done a few in the past. And are the placards usually white or yellow? You know, the little tents they put down on the ground to like show where the different pew-pews are or whatever. He said, well, we use FI cards at that time, so those are usually yellow. Okay, so I know counsel said you use placards, but those white papers or whatever, were those placards or white documents or pieces of paper? Okay, so they were white pieces of papers. They weren't placards, correct? Correct. And placards, correct? They're numbered. The officer said, yeah, they're supposed to be numbered. And you're supposed to, with a number, there's like a property receipt, and you need to know which number is located where and which placard corresponds to each casing. Correct. And in this case, do we have any placards which document the the trail? Y'all can read here. He said, no, we did not have a placard at the time. So no. Okay. So how many officers were there that day, sir? Maybe about 8. Maybe about 8 officers were there that day. And of the 8 officers that were there, nobody had a placard. Okay. This is interesting. Theory of the case here. Trying to call into question the legitimacy of the evidence and the evidence chain and the investigation as well. Probably other things I'm missing. So now, of all these 8 officers, nobody had a placard they could have put down? No. Okay. So now counsel showed you an exhibit. I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been marked as People's 5. Do you see this exhibit? Yes, I do. And do you know where this is on the street? He said, yeah, it's in the middle of the street. Okay. In the middle of the street. On the left of Nichols Canyon, on the north side of traffic or the south? Or east or west? He said, it's on the west side of traffic. Okay, the west side. Yeah, sure. You sure? Well, it's on the southbound lane from what I recall. Okay, let me ask you this. Blood trails more than one drop, correct? Correct. And blood trail usually helps you figure out the direction in which somebody could have been traveling, correct? The officer said, correct. And do you know what blood spatter is? Yes, I do. It tells you the direction they're going, the blood. You agree with me? The cop nods up and down. Diaz nods. Is that a yes? Yes. Okay, next question. And in this case, sir, do we have any placards or anything that documents the blood trail, which direct the blood trail? So if she started bleeding at some point, the direction she traveled, where it continued, do we have any documentation of that in this case? No. Okay, sir, do we have any documentation as to which direction she was going from the spatter? She was going from the car back to the car. Do we know? No. So how are we supposed to know where she started bleeding and where the blood traveled? No response. Which direction she traveled? He said, I'm sorry, is that a question or Tory Lanez's lawyer said, well, I'm asking you, sir, as part of the investigation and why you do a crime scene is so people like me or the prosecutor, we could get the reports and know exactly what was found and what it may show, correct? He said, yeah, correct. That's why we do it. Okay. So in this case, for example, I want to know where the victim was shot, where she started bleeding, which direction she traveled, where she ended up. Would we be able to know that, officer, from the photos and or the reports you wrote? Would we be able to know that from what you have, the photos and the reports? Would we be able to know where she started bleeding, which direction she traveled, where she ended? He said no. Would we be able to know where she got shot? He said no. Would we be able to know which way she traveled in an easterly direction, northerly direction, southerly direction? Would we be able to know she traveled, which way she traveled? For there to be blood for us to know which direction she traveled? No, the officer said, dang. Because the reason he's asking, I mean, it is a big part of the case, is like which way where was Megan Thee Stallion? Where was Kelsey? Was she being brought by somebody to the back? Was she in the back? Was she in the front? This all goes down to the main question of whether she was shot at all, which I do believe she was. But by who is the secondary question. Secondary question. How was that objection sustained? I mean, I don't know, but apparently it was. I mean, we were all sitting here and we heard it. It's okay. Tiwatia said there was no blood trail. There was a drop of blood from them fighting. Okay, well, so, but you should still be able to tell that, right? Like the officer should have at least said that, like there was a drop. But he said there was spatter and he said there was a trail. So I don't know. I don't know. Let's go on. Would that help us? This is not a good answer for the prosecution. He said, "Would that help us, sir? To determine the crime scene if we don't have that information, like would it help us?" He said, "Sure, yeah." And was it done? No. Okay, so now as far as these pew pew casings, sir, how many casings were recovered? Again, he says 4. And do you know how many pew pews were fired that day? I don't recall. Okay, and as part of your investigation, are you aware that one of the casings was located by a neighbor's house? He said, well, I know there was 5 shots fired. 4 casings were recovered at the time. Do you know who recovered the 5th one, sir? He said, no, I do not. Okay, next question. So, as far as the chain that was located, remember the gold chain? Do we know where the chain was exactly located? I know you said the center of the street, but do we know on the northbound traffic lane, the southbound traffic lane? He said it was on the southbound traffic lane, I believe. Southbound. Uh-huh. So, it would be in a westerly direction. Yeah. And do you know what the reason that necklace and pendant broke? Do you know the reason? The officer said no. How about the acrylic nail? Do we know where the acrylic nail was found? Yes. Where, sir? Well, wait, let me ask you this first. Have you looked at the report in this case? Yes. Have you looked at the property? I have. And you agree with me, the property sheet is from page 6 to page 11. And the officer said, I can't recall the page numbers. Okay, well, would it help refresh your memory if I showed you the report? The cop said, yeah. Okay, so asks the judge, can I approach? Brings it up. Okay, so take a look at these pages. Were you able to take a look at that, sir? Yes. And do you agree with me that from page 6 to 11, that's the property receipt, or 6 to 10? Yeah, 6 to 10. Yes. Okay. So, next question. Now I want you to look at the one that has the pendant, for example. Look at that. Look at the page that has the pendant. See it? Yep, I do. Can you tell us off the property shoot? Can you tell us where the pendant is located? Objection. Calls for hearsay. This is freaking crazy. This is crazy. Can you look at the property sheet and tell me where the pendant was located? Can you look at the property sheet? Can you look at the police record and read out to the jury what it says? The prosecutor objects and says that's hearsay, and the judge says, okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, can't read from that now. Sir, Tory Lane's lawyer said, sir, in the report, is this your report? He said, no, this is not my report. Well, where's your report, sir? He says, this isn't my report. Where is your report? Do you have a report with you? He said, no, I do not. Okay, well, have you looked at the property receipt? I have. In any of these property reports, sir, does it indicate where, for example, an acrylic nail was found? What the hell? The judge won't even let him ask this question? This is freaking crazy. Is this judge on the Epstein tapes or something? This is crazy, y'all. Hey, officer who they sent from the LAPD, can you tell me in these police records? Hold on. These police records, what it actually says. Do you see anything about an acrylic nail? Objection, hearsay. That's freaking crazy. That is freaking crazy. Wow. Do you know where it was found, sir? Objection, asked and answered. The judge finally overrules one, sides with Tory's lawyer. Where was the nail found? It was near the yellow chain and the yellow pendant. And where was that found? In the middle of the street? The officer says, yes, correct. In front of what house? It was in front of the house we cleared on Laurel Canyon. Laurel Canyon? Nichols Canyon. Nichols Canyon. Okay, so which? The pendant and the acrylic nail and the chain? Where was this found? In front of which house? What was the actual address? So he gives an address. The car was parked in front of this address. The spent casings were found there too, right? Yeah, okay. He asked him to repeat it. So he's kind of like starting over. Right, stop. I'm showing you People's Exhibit 1 again. These are the spent shell casings. He said, I can't recall. I can't recall the correct address. Is that where the acrylic nail was also found, the same place where the casings were found? No. Do you know where it was found, the acrylic nail? He said, it was found in the middle of the street. The yellow pendant and the yellow chain. I understand that, sir, but in front of which house? The cop said, I don't recall the address where the yellow pendant and the yellow chain was found. And this is where he should be told to refresh his recollection by looking at the report. And if it doesn't refresh his recollection, then it should be able to be read in. Based on your experience and training, sir, is that usually put on the property report with the placard number, like the address where something is found? Yes. And was that done in this case? No. Wow. So usually they would put the address where the acrylic nail was found. But in this case, it was not done. So yet another irregularity in the investigation. They are really stacking up here. Okay, next question. Now, as far as the body camera, prosecutors asked you about a body camera. When you go code 3, you said yes. And your police procedures are that you have to have the body camera on, correct? Correct. And that's why in this case, the body cam was on, correct? Yes. And when you got to the scene, you and your partner, officer, you started looking at the crime scene, investigating the crime scene, correct? Correct. And that was captured on your body camera, wasn't it? Yes. And we played earlier, that was your partner and you talking about the start, looking at the area, trying to find certain items, right? Yes. Okay, Your Honor, I have no further questions. Any redirect? Briefly. Okay, thank you. Okay, so now the prosecutors are going to ask this final round of last questions, and then this witness will be done. So there's the prosecutors again. They're back up. They're on the redirect. Officer, I know there's a courtroom full of people today. Are you a little nervous today? Objection, Your Honor, Tory Lanez's lawyer said. Relevance. What the hell does him being nervous today have to do with anything? Of course, the judge does not side with Tory Lanez's lawyer. I would actually like to know how many objections were made in this case by each side and how the judge ruled on each one. I bet you there would be some telling numbers there if anybody has that data. Not really, no. You seem a little hesitant at times, and I just want to make sure that objection, Your Honor, relevance. What the hell? And then the judge finally actually agrees with Tory Lanez's side. So this is 2 in Tory's side on day 1 so far. Objection, relevance, Your Honor. The court's like, just move on from the whole nervous thing. Stop asking. The prosecutors are like, are you nervous? Are you nervous on the stand today? Shut up. Okay, next question. Again, this is the prosecutor to the attorney, to the investigator officer, one of the investigator officers from the crime scene. The defense attorney asked you about the location of the metal chain. What house was it in front of? Let me just show you. No, that wasn't actually no. What we're really asking was what house was the acrylic nail in front of? Because he remembered the metal chain being in front of 1841. What he didn't remember was the acrylic nail. And in this case, they did not document which house the acrylic nail was in front of, which is unusual, according to this testimony I'm reading. I mean, I don't know. I don't know their policies and procedures. The defense attorney asked you about the location of the metal chain, what house it was in front of. Let me show you People's Exhibit 7. Now, you testified that this is the metal chain, correct? Correct. Let's just settle this once and for all. What's the address where it was found? 1807. And is one of the reasons that officers take photographs to memorialize where certain things are found? Yes. Now, counsel also asked a bunch of questions about blood spatter. Do you recall that? Yes. Are you a blood spatter expert? The cop said, no, I am not. Do you even know what he's suggesting to you is feasible? No. So that's something that you have no knowledge of, and you don't know if that's what he's suggesting is possible? Correct. Okay. Next question. The blood trail that we discussed, was that depicted in the body worn that I showed you by your partner, Officer Oliva? Yes. He lights it up with his flashlight and actually shows where it starts, leading to the driveway of 1807. Is that correct? Correct. And the acrylic nail, was that also found in front of 1807? The officer now all of a sudden remembers exactly where it was found and says, correct. Thank you, officer. That's all I have. Any recross from Tory Lanez's lawyer? And of course, he's like, yeah, hell yeah, I got to recross. I got to get back to, this lady just trying to make me look stupid. So I got to say something back. Sure, sir, I'm showing you People's Exhibit 7. I know you said that. Yep, this is what it is. I know you said where the chain and the necklace were. Can you tell us where the acrylic nail is? No audible response. So this is something very interesting. Because when the prosecutors are up here, he knows where the acrylic nail was found. It was 1807. But both times that Tory Lanez's lawyer comes up here, he don't know where the acrylic nail was found. Again, look, I'm showing you People's 7. I know you said where the chain and necklace were, but can you tell us where the acrylic nail is? No audible response. Again, these are FI cards that you put in as placards. Is that what you're saying? The officer said, right. And can you explain to the jury what an FI card is? He said, yeah. An FI card is a field interview card that we use to take people's information. Field interview card. It's something they use to take people's information. These are not placards. These are not placards. So it's really not a placard, right? Counsel was referring to it as a placard. But it's not a placard, is it? He said, no, it's not a placard. It's like info cards, bio info cards. Write your name and your address, and so we can call you and do our investigation or whatever. Can you tell me where the acrylic nail is here on this picture, sir? He said, yeah, it's underneath one of the two FI cards. The two FI cards, you said. One was a necklace, one was a pendant. Correct? Correct. So where is the acrylic nail? Okay, this lawyer is actually doing a pretty good job considering he just got here 2 weeks ago or whatever. He's like, because the prosecutors got up and were like, isn't it true? Isn't it true that the acrylic nail was found at 1807? And he's like, yeah. Yeah. And then the judge is like, okay, we're all done now. Okay, so any redirect, any recross? And Tory Lanez lawyer's like, yeah, actually, because this woman is just saying stuff and this man is agreeing to it. No. Look at this picture. You see the two cards? There's two little white pieces of paper. Underneath one of them, they don't have their placards. They put their little placards, little tents. You know, little tents, they have a little number on them. You see them on crime scene, CSI, whatever. Little numbers will be like 1 through, 19, like 40 set, whatever. Well, that's what they take a picture of the crimes. You can't keep it there forever, right? So you put the little placards up so you know where stuff is. Exhibit A right here is why you use these placards, because there's two pieces of paper. One's for the chain, one's for the pendant. But there should be a third one. There should be a third one. They should be placards, and it should be a third one for the acrylic nail. So we have Tory Lanez' lawyer. I'm showing you this exhibit. I know you said where the chain and the necklace were, but can you tell us where the nail is? He doesn't say anything. Again, these are FI cards that you put in as placards. That's what you're saying. Can you explain what an FI card is? Yeah, it's a field interview card. We use it to take people's information. These are not placards. So it's not really a placard, right? Counsel was referring to a placard, but it's not a placard. No, it's not a placard. Can you tell me where the acrylic nail is in this picture, sir? He said, oh, yeah. Underneath one of those FI cards. Okay, this is where it gets masterful. He says, wait, hold on. There's two FI cards. You said one was a necklace, one was a pendant, right? Yeah. So where's the acrylic nail? If one is a necklace, there's two FI cards. The two FI cards, one of them is a necklace, one of them is a pendant. Where is the acrylic nail? Oh, now he don't recall. So is it possible that the acrylic nail wasn't located here? It was maybe located somewhere else where there would be another FI card? He said, well, if they're right next to each other, one FI card could be used to locate both items. It's not going to pass for me. That's not going to pass for me. I don't believe it. I don't believe that. I think each piece of evidence has its own placard. But, if you're going to use FI cards, I think each one would have its own. So what was the purpose of an FI card? Was that to replace a placard? He said, yeah, we didn't have placards at the time, so we used FI cards to replace a placard, correct? Yeah, correct. And the placards are used for each item a placard is used. You don't use one placard for two items, do you? No. So each placard is used for one single piece of evidence, correct? Yes. So basically exactly what I just said. So in this case, there was two items, so you should have had two FI cards. Isn't that correct? He said, well, if they're right next to each other, you can use one FI card. Okay, but you would document the FI card as to what the item is on the property report, correct? He said, yeah, sure. Okay, so was that done in this case? He said no. So there's two different ways that this acrylic nail wasn't really taken into account. It's like almost got thrown in there at the last second somehow, or that it was found somewhere else, which would indicate that they were driving in a different direction. Okay, next question. Let me ask you this, counsel. Counsel said, do you know I suggested the blood trail. Do you know what a blood trail is? Yes, I do. And people take pictures, like officers take pictures of these trails, correct? We take pictures, yes. And they take pictures of each blood drop that shows in the trail, correct? Yes. And that blood, those pictures are given to the lawyers so we can get an expert to testify to the blood splatter, correct? Objection, calls for speculation. Tory's lawyer said, okay, well, can he answer it if he knows the answer? The court says, do you know the answer? And the officer says, yeah, photographs are taken at the scene. Yes. Okay, sir, let me ask you this. This is Tory's lawyer on Reed Cross again. After the photographs are taken, are you aware that there is experts for like blood splatter? Yeah, I do. You know? Yes, sir. So those photos that are given to us, we give to our expert so they can look and tell us the pattern and the trail, correct? Yes, correct. And in this case, do we have pictures of the blood trail? No, just pictures of the stains. Okay, so just one picture of the blood stain in the driveway, correct? Yes. Okay, but I'm talking about the blood trail, sir. So we can determine the pattern, the direction somebody was going, and whether they were going or coming. The blood spatter would tell us, right? So he's nodding. Yes. Is that a yes? Yes. So I'm asking you, do we have pictures of the blood trail, sir? No. So now, so you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. So I wasn't suggesting something that's not even possible, is it? As counsel told you a minute ago. Objection, calls for speculation. The court says argumentative, sustained. So the court just literally just made up its own argument. The court just interjected its own argument as to why that question can't be in. I need to see the ins and the outs of this bank account for this judge around 2022. May the witness be excused? Yes, you're excused. Thank you. Call your next witness. Okay, so that was the end of the first witness. I'm going to just keep going through to the next one. But before they do that, the prosecutor says, Your Honor, at this time, we're going to enter some stipulations and then followed by some evidence associated with those stipulations. Okay. The court says, okay, just let me explain first. When the parties stipulate to something, that means they're agreeing to that particular fact. So if they stipulate to something, he's talking to the jury, are to accept that as conclusively proven. It's not in dispute in this case. So I think he's going to read several things that both sides have agreed to. They are not issues in this case. Everyone agrees. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bott. Okay, counsel, do you stipulate that on July 12th, 2020, 4:23 a.m. and 30 seconds, a resident of that address, Los Angeles, made a 911 call depicted in People's Exhibit 10? Tory Lanez lawyer says stipulated. Yes. All right. The court. All right. The stipulation is accepted. Counsel, do you stipulate that on July 12th, 4:26 a.m. and 1 second, a resident of a different avenue in that neighborhood made the 911 call depicted as Exhibit 11? So stipulated. People join. Stipulation accepted. Do you stipulate that on July 12th? So that's the first two put in. So this is the third one. 4:22 a.m., a security camera from the resident of this block of Nickel Canyon Road captured the audio depicted. Oh, so some audio in People's Exhibit 12. They stipulate to that. Okay. So these are three things that were stipulated in the record. It was 2 911 calls and some security footage. So I will make those purple just so that these are stipulated to stipulation 4:26 a.m. and 1 second. This is the 911 call in Exhibit 11. Drop some emoji in the chat if this is useful, if it's helping you to refresh, or if this is your first time. Okay. So stipulate people to join. Okay. So the judge says to the jury, so again, all of those are facts in this case. Facts. They're not in dispute, and you are to accept them as conclusively proven. The prosecutor says, Your Honor, the transcript that corresponds with People's 10, may this be marked as People's 10A? All right. So marked. And People's 10 is what for the record? Oh, yes, this is the 911 call made at 4:23 a.m. Okay. Okay, so marked. I'm going to pass out the transcripts. So again, you're going to hear another audio. Okay, again, they're passing out transcripts. I don't know if what's his name's lawyer got this one or not. So again, you're going to hear another audio recording. And you're going to have a transcript as an aid to assist you in understanding what is on the audio. Everybody has their copy? Yes. Okay. So I'll go ahead and play the call. So they play the 911 call. Your Honor, this is the prosecutor. Now I have the second 911 call that is depicted in People's Exhibit 11. And this call was made July 12th, 2020 at 4:26 in the morning. And in 1 second, at the residence of 18 Courtney Avenue, I've marked the disc and I've stated in the stipulation as People's 11. The corresponding transcript can be 11A. May I approach? Yes, going to play the exhibit. Mr. Bott, Your Honor, I have a CD that I've marked as People's Exhibit 12. According to the stipulation, this is security camera. So this was the security camera footage that captured the audio from July 12th at 4:22 in the morning. It does not require a transcript. Okay, so there's probably not any, I don't know why I would require or not require a transcript. Okay, and then now People's Exhibit 12 contains 2 files. The audio itself and then the image from the security camera, which contains the date and timestamp. I will first play the images from the security camera. Okay, so security camera footage from the neighborhood. Okay, so they played it. Now I will play the audio, which then they played as well for the jury. And Your Honor, the people are ready to call our next witness. Okay, so they're finally gonna take a break. Shoo, Judge Subramanian would have gave 3 breaks by now. Why don't we take our break before we do that? And I'll take a 15-minute break. Remember my admonition. He tells the jurors, don't talk to each other. Okay, do you have your next witness? Your Honor, go ahead. Oh, the people call Officer Cabral. Let's wait for the jurors. And then the prosecutor's like, oh yeah, small detail. Jurors enter the courtroom. The judge says, let me remind everyone in the audience, no cell phones, no texting, none of that during the proceedings. Okay, so no texting and no cell phones. So somebody must have been live tweeting, if I had to guess. We're back on the record. All the parties are present. All of the 12 jurors, the 4 alternates are also present. Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people call Officer Cabral. Okay, so there's the second witness. Raise your right hand. She gets sworn in. So there's a lady, Sandra Cabral. Please state and spell your name. Sandra Cabral. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. What is your occupation? I'm currently working for the city of Los Angeles as a police officer at the Hollywood division. Chances she's a Scientologist, very high. How long have you been a sworn peace officer? Approximately 4 years. Okay. Now I want to go back to the date of July 12, 2020 at approximately 4:40 in the morning. Were you on patrol that day? She said, I was. Were you alone or were you with another partner? She said, I had a partner. Who was your partner? She said, Officer Lind. Okay. And did you respond to a call regarding a shooting in the area of this Nichols Canyon Road in the city and county of Los Angeles? She says, yes. Now, did you make it out to that location? She said, we never made it to the location. No. She said, well, we stopped a vehicle that matched the description. Okay. So this is one of the officers who actually stopped the vehicle that matched the description. She wasn't on the scene. She said she never made it out there because she's stopped the Escalade with Megan in it and Tory and Kelsey and Jaquan. Your Honor, the prosecutor said, in my hand, I have a map that depicts the road down to Hollywood Boulevard and over to La Brea. May this map be marked as People's Exhibit 13. So we're up to Exhibit 13 in the case. This is still day 1. I'm showing the witness what has been marked as People's Exhibit 13. This is a map. So you said you were en route to 1841. Is that correct? That's correct. And you said you never made it there because you encountered, did you say a suspect vehicle? She said, yeah, we encountered a vehicle that matched the description that was given as a suspect vehicle. Yes. And what description was that? She said, I believe it was that it was a black SUV that was given. Okay. And where were you when you first observed that vehicle? She said, my partner and I were traveling westbound on Hollywood Boulevard towards Nichols Canyon, but we had just passed La Brea. So you were with basically right where my pen is. So he puts his pen on the map. The officer said, correct. And we saw the suspect vehicle, the black SUV, traveling eastbound on Hollywood Boulevard. So the vehicle was traveling this way, eastbound? Correct. And you and your partner were traveling westbound on Hollywood Boulevard? Yes. What did you do, officer, when you observed that black Escalade that matched the description or whatever? She said, well, my partner and I conducted a U-turn to get behind the suspect vehicle. And we conducted what we call a felony, a high risk felony stop. And why did you conduct a high risk stop as opposed to an ordinary stop? She said, due to the comments of the call, it was a shooting investigation. So we had reasonable belief that there was a firearm inside of the vehicle. And so that's why we conducted a high risk stop. Okay, and what does that entail exactly when you conduct a high risk stop? What do you do differently than any other stop? The officer said, well, for starters, we either request an additional unit or we have another unit with us. So a minimum of 4 officers, and everybody inside the vehicle is asked to step out of the vehicle. That's the high risk stop. Okay, was that done in this case? She said, yes, it was. Do you recall how many occupants were in that vehicle? Yes. How many? 4. Do you see any of the occupants here in court today? Yes, I do. Could you please point to that person and describe what he or she is wearing? Yes. He's sitting over there. He's wearing a light green suit. The witness has identified Mr. Peterson for the record. Officer, do you recall from which seat inside the vehicle defendant Tory Lanez exited? Which seat? Do you recall which seat he got out of? Yes. Which seat was that? He was in the front passenger seat, the officer said. Do you recall observing an individual in the vehicle that was suffering from any apparent injuries? Yes, I do. And how many people appeared injured to you? 1 person. Where was that individual seated? She was sitting directly behind, and so in the right rear passenger. Now, did you ever confront that victim or get close enough to observe the nature of the injuries? She said, I saw her from a distance. I saw that she was bleeding. I apologize. I don't remember which foot, but she was bleeding from her foot, and that's as close as I got to her. So you could see that from your vantage point? Yes. Now, was the victim, did you observe, was she transported to a hospital? Yes, she was. And was that by ambulance? Yes. Okay. Now, after you had ordered the occupants out of the vehicle, after the victim got out of the back, after the defendant in the front passenger seat, what did you do next? She said, well, everyone who was inside the vehicle, minus the female who was transported to the hospital, they were taken into custody. We took their basic information and they were transported to the Hollywood station for further questioning. Okay, they were questioned at the Hollywood station. And you're getting a little bit ahead of me, officer. Did you ever search the vehicle? Yeah, yes, we did. Did you find any potential evidence relating to the shooting call that you received? Yes, we did. So tell me what you found and where. Officer Sandra Cabral says, well, at the floorboard of the front passenger seat, we found an olive green hand pew pew. Olive green hand pew pew. Okay. First question that officer should ask, who's this belong to? Is it registered? Let's check for the serial numbers, this, that, the other. Was this pew pew photographed? It was. Your Honor, I have in my hand 2 photographs that appear to depict a handgun in the front passenger seat. In the front passenger seat. I thought it was in the floorboard. In the front passenger seat is not what I thought. I thought it was under the seat. This may be marked collectively as People's 14 for identification A and B, so marked, showing the witness 14A for identification. Do you recognize, officer, what is depicted here? Yes. And what is this item that I am pointing to with my pen? The firearm that was recovered from the vehicle. Okay, next question. It looks like it's covered by some objects like a piece of paper, a crumpled up napkin. Is that accurate? A piece of paper and a crumpled up napkin. Was there a McDonald's French fry too? I mean, what is this? Is this the condition of the firearm before you or others touched it or moved it in any way? Yes. Now I'm showing you People's 14B. What is depicted here? The firearm. Remove the trash that was surrounding it. It's in the slide locked position. The slide lock position? Yes. What does that mean? Well, it happens when all the rounds have been fired from the magazine, so it stays in that position. So that's consistent with every shot being fired in the gun. Yes. Did you ever feel this pew pew? Yes. Was there anything noticeable to you? She said, yeah, it was warm to the touch, which again is consistent with it just being recently fired, which is notable because it was about 4:30 in the morning, so it was cold outside or cool outside. Yeah. And you testified that based on your experience, the fact that the pew pew was warm is evidence of it recently being shot. Yeah. Now, did you give a cursory inspection of the gun? Yes. We removed the magazine and confirmed that there were no rounds left inside the magazine. Next question. Did the pew pew appear to you to be in good working order? Yes. Objection calls for speculation. The court said, from what you could tell, so he's doing a little coaching from the bench, which you're not supposed to do. Yes, sir. Okay. So the prosecutor goes on, now, did you book the gun and magazine into evidence? Yes. And was that under evidence number 200612515? He said, I believe so, yes. Now, did you search the back seat of the vehicle? The officer said yes. Did you find any items there that you thought were potentially evidence in your investigation? She said yes. We found bloody towels. Okay. I want to show you some photographs. The prosecutor says, Your Honor, I have 2 photographs that appear to depict a bloody towel from the back seat of the vehicle. May this be marked collectively as People's 15 for identification A and B. I'm showing the witness what's been marked as 15A. Do you recognize what's depicted here, officer? She says yes. And what is this item that I'm pointing to here? It's the bloody towel. And is this the area where you observed the victim exit the car? Yes, it is. And I'm showing you People's 15B. Is this the same item from a slightly different vantage point? Yes. Did you observe any other items in the back seat with blood on it? She said, I believe there was a suitcase. The prosecutor said, Your Honor, I have in my hand 2 photographs. They appear to depict a suitcase with blood on it. This may be marked as 16 for identification A and B. Do you recognize what's depicted here, officer? Yes. And what am I pointing to with my pen? The officer says that's the blood on the suitcase. All right, 16B, is this the same suitcase with the blood from a different vantage point? Yes. All right, I want to show you one final photo, officer. Your Honor, I have in my hands a photo that appears to depict blood in the center console of the vehicle. Oh, that's interesting. Like somebody who has maybe had blood on them dripped on there when they were putting something in the front seat or something. I don't know. May this be marked as People's Exhibit 17 for identification. Showing the witness People's Exhibit 17. This is the splatters on the console. Officer, do you recognize what's depicted? She says yes. And what does this appear to be here? She said blood on the center console. Okay, next question. Now, is it fair to say that you searched the front of the car, the back seat of the car, really the entire vehicle? She said, yeah. Did you notice any evidence of a pew pew being shot inside the vehicle? No. And could you explain how you reached that conclusion? She said, well, there were no bullet holes inside the vehicle that would have indicated rounds were fired inside. There was no spent casings inside the vehicle. And if a shooting had occurred inside a vehicle, it would have smelled of spent casings, gunpowder and the like. Yeah. But you didn't smell anything like that that you would associate with a shooting. You didn't see anything that you would associate with it. Correct. Now, you talked earlier about things that were happening back in the station, correct? Yes. And you testified the victim went to the hospital. Is it fair to say that the other 3 occupants were down at the station? Yes. And one of the things that I think you were getting into was gunshot residue kits were performed. Is that correct? Yes. Were you present for that? She said, I was present. Now, okay, fine. Could you explain to the folks here what a gunshot residue kit is? She said, yeah, a gunshot residue kit is a kit that contains, for lack of a better term, like a swab, and they're labeled. One, you swab the left hand, the other one, the right hand. It's packaged up and sent. And that is also sent with the swab where it's tested against the DNA on the firearm. Okay. And this is for particles for gunshot residue? Yes. Is it fair to say you're not a gunshot residue expert? I am not. Okay, so you just actually did the swab. Then you packaged everything up and it gets submitted for testing. Is that correct? Correct. So do you recall who was swabbed exactly? She said all the passengers except Megan, who was at the hospital, all of them got swabbed. I want to show you, I just want to make sure that we have everybody. Your Honor, I have a photograph that appears to depict the defendant at the station. So it's Tory Lanez at the station. May this be marked as People's 18 for identification. Okay. And so Tory Lanez's lawyer says, no, objection. We want to approach. Okay. Counsel, so they get up to the sidebar. And Tory Lanez's lawyer is like, the prosecutor is asking about gunshot residue and showing a picture of my client. There's no relevance to this picture, and it is only going to sway the jury because my client looks like he's got tattoos. I don't see the relevance of having a picture of him in lockup. The court said she would have to ID the gunshot residue of who she took. Yeah, Tory Lanez's lawyer said she identified my client already. She said that was him. I don't know if she took the GSR of him or all three just by showing that picture. The court said she did. Yeah, but you know what else she also said? That was him already. So why do you need a picture of it? But how is this showing she took gunshot residue of my client in lockup? Oh my God, this judge is bought and paid for, I think. I really do think so. I hate to say it. At least biased. The judge is biased, at least in my opinion. It's to show, the court says it's to show who the people are that she took the swab from. I don't see anything wrong with putting his mugshot up there. He has no shirt on. He has tattoos. Other than that, what's wrong with the picture? This is so prejudiced. This is fucked up. But what does it show, Your Honor? How does it have anything to do with showing gunshot residue and identifying my client? She already said she took gunshot residue of my client. Showing that picture shows nothing. The court said, you're going to show the other two people from the same vantage point. And yeah, so basically saying to the defense attorney, and if the judge is right on this one, I would agree. Because if he's going to show Kelsey in her mugshot too, the thing is though, Kelsey is not on trial. Yeah, other than that, it shows he has tattoos. So what? Other than that, it's like whenever Judge Subramanian, who I think is more of a fair judge, except for the super secret stuff, he wouldn't let pictures come in of like Cassie with no shirt on or like scantily clad. He was like, no, that's prejudicial. And so in this case, I think it's only fair to go both ways. You're going to show the other. It's the same vantage point. Objection overruled. Oh, it makes me sick. By day one, I would know that it was. By day one, I would be preparing my client that this isn't going to be a fair trial. This is day one. Okay, so then the prosecutor goes, I have a photograph that appears to depict the defendant at the station. So it's his mugshot. This may be marked as People's Exhibit 18 for identification. Do you recognize this individual? Officer? Yes, I do. And is this the individual identified in court as the defendant? Yes. Did you utilize a pew pew residue kit on the defendant? Yes. Or I was present. But did you do it? No, sir. She said I was present. So your partner was doing it? Yes. All right. I have a photograph that appears to depict a female in swim attire. This is to be marked as People's Exhibit 19 for identification. Do you recognize this individual? Yes. That was another individual that was subjected to gunshot residue testing in your presence. Yes. So this is Kelsey. Finally, I have two pictures of a third individual who appears to be down at the LAPD station. May this be marked as People's 21. Who is this? He had gotten a gunshot residue test as well in her presence. And I think that must be Jaquan, who actually performed the residue tests? My partner, Officer Lind. And were the gunshot residue kits, were you there for the booking of those kits? I was not. Officer Lind booked that? Yes. Okay, we'll put him on for that. I do want to ask you a few final questions, officer. When you were out making that high risk stop that you explained, were you wearing a body camera that night? I was. And at what point was that activated? She said it was activated, I believe, right before or during when we were given commands for the passengers to step out of the vehicle. Okay, next question. I want to show you that video and I want to ask you some questions about it. But before I do that, let me first mark a CD. Your Honor, I have a CD in my hand. It contains a body-worn video of the high-risk stop on Hollywood Boulevard. May this be marked as People's 21? Okay, and then the corresponding transcript that may be marked. Okay, so they give this another one of these little transcripts. Can I approach? Yes, Your Honor. Everyone has their copies. I'm going to play the exhibit. Okay, so they play it in open court, the video of the body camera of the stop. Okay, officer, were you able to see that entire body camera from where you were seated? He said, I was. Okay, now, or she. Okay, now fair to say that was a collection of body camera from multiple officers that night? The officer said, yes, correct. And were you able to see all the events depicted in that body cam? Yes. And did this exhibit that I showed you actively depict the events as you perceived them? She said, yes. Okay, next question. I just want to ask you a few final questions. We can hear what it sounds like a helicopter overhead. Do you hear that? Yeah, I hear it. Was there a helicopter there on that night? Um, we can hear what sounds like a helicopter. Was there a helicopter there that night? There was. And what is the significance of that, if any? She said, well, as part of the felony high risk stop, we request a backup, which is what I described as the additional units, an airship, an helicopter, and a supervisor, which was already at scene. And from the video, we can see that it looks like you and most, if not all of the other officers have their pew-pews drawn. Did you see that? Okay, so they had pew-pews drawn. Why was that the case here? The officer said again, as I explained earlier, due to the comments of the radio call, we believed that there was a firearm inside of the vehicle and we were pulling over suspects who were involved in a shooting. So that is the reason our pew-pews were drawn. Okay, next question. Just a little bit of housekeeping. I asked about items being booked under a DR number, the gun in the magazine, and you agreed with the number. I just want to, so the jury knows, what is a DR number? A DR number is a number that is assigned to, I guess you could say, a case. So it's attached to the report number and any evidence that is booked to it, including photographs, firearms. It's just a number where everything can be found. The record can be found. Okay, does each case have its own DR number? Okay, does each case, and I think this is how it came out with the Alex Baldwin Rust thing. Does each case have its own DR number? Yes, it does. And so it's a unique number. Yes. So now, just so we're all totally on the same page, we saw all four occupants being ordered out of the car, right? Yes. And you testified the defendant depicted here in People's 18 was ordered out of the front passenger seat? Yes. And this individual depicted in People's 20, did you see where he was ordered out? Yeah, this is Jaquan. He was ordered out of the driver's seat. And you already testified the victim was ordered out of the back seat behind where the back passenger seat, right? Yes. And then lastly, the female depicted in People's 19, this is Kelsey. Where did she get out from? Behind the driver's seat or the left rear passenger seat. Okay, and in terms of the order in which they came out, it was Tory Lanez. Oh, first it was Jaquan. Yes. And then second was Tory Lanez. Third was Megan. And then finally fourth, with plenty of time to move something from the back seat to the front seat for sure, Kelsey. Thanks so much, officer. I have no further questions. Now, just because somebody had time to do something don't mean they did it, okay? I'm not saying she did do it. I'm just saying there was plenty of time, so, who knows? I wasn't in there. I have no idea. Okay, now it's time for the cross-examination of the second witness. So this is now Tory Lanez lawyer's turn to come up here and say his piece. Good afternoon. Officer Cabral, you said you've been an officer for 4 years. Approximately, yes. At the time of this incident, it was approximately less than 2 years. In July 2020, yeah, approximately 2 years, yeah. Okay, let me ask you this. I know you described where each person was seated at the time of the stop, but you don't know who was seated where immediately prior to shots being fired, right? She said, no, I do not. And you don't know what happened at the time the shots were fired and what took place and how each person got out of the seat, correct? Correct. And you don't know how the pew pew got to the floorboard of the front right passenger, do you? I do not. Next question. So, like, for example, the female who was exiting the vehicle last, her name is Kelsey, correct? Correct, yeah. She exited that vehicle last, didn't she? She did. So, do you know what she did from the time the other people exited the vehicle and what she was doing inside the car? The officer said, no, I do not. I have no idea what she was doing in there. Okay, so do you know what she did after the shooting? How she got into that seat? Do you know? No. Okay, so now in the body camera, we look at, I see you're the one of the ones who removes the gun, right? Yes. And it seems like it was in the front passenger floorboard with some shoes and some other stuff down there, right? She said, yeah. And you had gloves on, didn't you, officer? She said, yep. Why did you have gloves on? She said, one, to touch blood that does not belong to me. Also, when we search any vehicle, it is customary to put on gloves and avoid touching evidence. Touching evidence, correct? Yeah. So the gun, it's very important when you're touching a gun not to put your DNA on the gun, right? She said, yeah. And you don't want that because that is going to be evaluated for like physical fingerprints. Again, he doesn't have those fingerprints at the time he's asking these questions, apparently. Like, this is crazy. This is why I keep saying fingerprints. I think it's going to get overturned on Brady on fingerprints or maybe even mistrial. I really do. I really do. Maybe. If it gets overturned, I think that'll be one of the reasons. I'll say that. That's what I mean by that. It might not get overturned, but if it gets overturned, I think it'll be for this, like, in part based on this fingerprint stuff. Because look, the lawyer is like dancing all around that question, but he didn't know about the fingerprints. He says. Now, hopefully they're not lying, but that's what they say. And you don't want to, because that pew pew is going to be evaluated for physical fingerprints or DNA or whatever, right? She said, correct. And you don't want your DNA or fingerprints on that gun or magazine and the like, correct? She said, yep. And again, y'all, this is Tory Lanez's lawyer. This is the cross-examination. So that's why you had your gloves on. So when you're touching evidence, your DNA doesn't get on there, right? She said, yeah. Are you aware in this case that DNA was tested for Miss Kelsey, if you know? Wow. Are you freaking serious? The one main question that made me start looking into this, why wasn't her DNA run? Are you aware in this case that DNA was tested for Kelsey? Objection, foundation. The judge is like, overruled. Oh no, just kidding. He had gotten so used to the pattern of overruling on Tory Lanez's lawyers, he accidentally said overruled. And then he's like, oh shit, I forgot. Somebody paid me. Sustained. Just kidding. I don't know if somebody paid him. That was hyperbole and a joke, which is still allowed in the United States of America last time I checked. This freaking crazy. Are you aware in this case that DNA was tested? Do you know? Do you know if DNA was tested for Kelsey? The judge won't ask that question. It's like the main defense of the case is that she shot instead of Tory. This is crazy. This is truly preposterous. It would calls for hearsay and is objection and sustained. Oh my God. Sustained. Overruled. Oh, because he made the right decision first. And he's like, oh shit, I forgot. I forgot my daddy or whoever my overlords. Oh shit. Sustained. Sorry, sustained. Okay. If she knows. So what's the question again? Was DNA collected for Kelsey? The judge won't even let the freaking question be asked. That day you were involved with the gunshot residue being done. She said, I was present while it was being done. Yes. Were you present when they were taking DNA? DNA or gunshot residue? The lawyer said DNA. No. But you were there when they took the gunshot residue, but you weren't there when they took the DNA from these 3 individuals? She said, correct. Do you know who took the DNA? No. Okay. So I still got the question. Still an outstanding question. Did they ever take Kelsey's DNA? Now, in the vehicle, it seems like there was a luggage and there was some bags. Yeah, remember whenever she was like, get my luggage and bags and load them in there because I'm going to bring them to Tory house or whatever. One was a Louis Vuitton bag, an LV bag. Do you see that? She said, I don't recall. Okay, let me show you what's been marked collectively as People's Exhibit 16. Do you see the suitcase? Yes. Do you see a Louis Vuitton bag? Yes. And this is from a different angle. Do you see it better here? Yes. Do you know if that Louis Vuitton bag was open? I don't recall. Okay, let me ask you this. The Louis Vuitton bag and luggage, do you know who it belongs to? No, I don't recall. Did you ever remove those items from the vehicle? No, but they were removed from the vehicle. Do you know whose personal belongings were in the bags or in the luggage? I do not. You were the one who was looking, you're the one documenting the evidence and putting it in the DR, right? She said, no, my partner booked the evidence. Okay, but you were involved in that also. You were looking inside the purse. You were the one touching the gun. You were the one who showed us the luggage, correct? She said, I don't know what you're asking. Okay. Well, I'm asking you whose personal property was in the Louis Vuitton bag. Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered the court. I think she said she doesn't know. So not she said she doesn't know, just I think. So based on what the judge thinks, not even sure. Sustained, so you can't ask that question again. Okay. So it would be your partner who looked into the bag? What do you mean looked into the bag? I don't recall who looked into the bag. Okay. Tory Lanez lawyer's like, let me ask you this. As part of your job as a police officer, you take all the evidence, all the items out of the car, right? Yes. And you just document it as property, right? In the property report, correct? Yes. Okay. And in this case, was that done? She said it was. Okay. And you and your partner are the 2 lead officers who took the lead at the crime scene, right? She said, yeah. And you said earlier that you were not the one that did that. Your partner is the one who looked at items in the bag. Is that correct? She said, no, I don't know who looked inside the bags. Okay. Have you looked at your report prior to testifying today? She said, I did. And in your report, does it state who looked into that Louis Vuitton bag? She said, I don't recall. You don't recall if that was in your report? She said, well, if I could look at a copy of the report. Sure. Do you have your report with you? She said, I do not. Do you? No, it's your first witness. No, it's your first witness. I'm cross-examining. Ha! This is funny. So he looks over. So it's like, did you bring your report to court with you today? She said no. So then Tory Lanez's lawyer looks over to the prosecutor and goes, do you have it? Do you have the report? And he's like, no, this is your first witness. The prosecutor says, no, it's your first witness. And Tory Lanez's lawyer is like, no, it's your witness. I'm cross-examining. What the hell? No, it's your first witness. He's like, no, it's your witness. And it's not the first witness, the second witness. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. Here you go. Thank you. If you can just look at it, and when you're done, look up. So Tory Lanez's lawyer did have a copy of it for the witness. Okay. Have you had a chance to look at it? Yes, I did. Did it help refresh your recollection? It did. And who looked inside the luggage? My partner looked inside the luggage. He booked the evidence. And that would be Officer Lind, correct. Now, you were shown some pictures of my client. That's Tory Lanez, Kelsey Harris and Jaquan Smith. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. And Kelsey Harris, she was showing you what's been marked. She was showing you 19. Kelsey Harris is on People's 19, People's Exhibit 19. Is this how she looked? Yes. Does her top have two straps? Did it have two straps? I don't remember. Do you remember if one of the straps was ripped? Was it ripped? She said, I don't recall. So one of Kelsey's swimsuit straps was ripped. Did they trying to say? Did it look like she had been in a fight? The officer said, I don't know. Okay. Well, I'm going to show you, Your Honor, this is Defense Exhibit A. The court said, what is it? He said, it's the same picture of Kelsey Harris turned around. Okay, all right. The defendant A so marked. May I approach the witness? Yes. I want you to look at this photo of Kelsey Harris. And I want you to see if there's two straps. And if you could tell us, once you look at it, if you see one of the straps is ripped off. Did you have an opportunity to look at it? I did. And did it look like one of the straps, the left shoulder strap, was ripped off? Yes. Oh my God, y'all. One of the straps is ripped off. This is evidence. One of the straps was undone. Do you know why it was undone? No, I don't. Question. Okay, maybe it's not very clear. It's clear when you see it up close. Let me ask you this. Did Miss Harris have any injuries? I don't recall. Do you remember if she had any injuries on her legs? Is this where she was all scraped up and scratched up like she had been clawed by a puma? I don't remember. Would it help refresh your memory if I showed you a picture? Yes, yes. Okay, this is Miss Harris at the police station, isn't it? Yes. And I'm showing you People's Exhibit 19. I apologize. Did you see that? Yes. Did it look like she had scratches? The officer says, well, she has blood on her right leg. Yes. And it looks like scratches. Is it like cut? Do you see that? Your Honor, I'm going to object. Speculation. For once, the court sides with Tory's lawyer. It's like, no, that's fine. Can ask that. Can you tell what the scratches are? What does it look like to you? And remember, y'all, there is an acrylic nail in the street somewhere. Okay. There was an acrylic nail in the street. I can't tell in the picture, but I do see that there's blood on her right leg. Okay. Now, at any point, did you see any other injuries on her? Not that I remember. So the strap that was ripped, was it documented in any of your reports? I don't recall. Did you try to find out why her strap was ripped? Yeah, I mean, we asked her what happened. No, that's not what I'm asking. I am asking specifically about the strap being ripped. No, the officer says. I did not ask her about the strap. Okay, next question. Do you know if there was any questioning specifically about why she had blood on her right leg? Okay, was there any questioning? Any questioning about the blood, the scratched up? I got to show y'all this. It's on this website, 36 hours later. I got to show y'all. I know this is just a website like that's put together. I don't know exactly for sure, if this take with a grain of salt. I'm new to this investigation, so I mean, I'm just kind of like looking at different things. But like, do you see the scratches on the leg? Do you see 1, 2, 3, 4, exactly 5? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 exact. Okay, how many fingers does the average person have? I'm just saying. Here's I guess that's supposed to be a bathing suit. And then she got woo-woo knot right there. Okay, I guess this is the picture maybe they showed, and they didn't want to show this like mugshot type injury type picture. This is the Nicole Megan song lyrics from Shots Fired. Who a snitch? I ain't never went to the police with no names. Well, yeah, I ain't never went with no names. That's why they tell y'all to learn what double negatives mean, because once you put that all together, she's kind of telling on herself. I thought a bee that got her chain snatched caught a loss and had something to say. Oh, okay. Anyway, so I think those are the scratches. I think those may be the scratches that are being referred to. Okay, so do you recall if she had any injuries? And this cop going, "Oh, yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, oh, no, now that you refresh my recollection, oh, yeah, she was bleeding on her leg, that little leg thing." It's like, the trial is beyond trifling. I mean, she got one in the back of the foot too. No, I don't think people knot up like that because of Botox. No, Botox is like very, very, very small amounts. That, I mean, I guess it could be filler, but I don't be getting filler on my forehead and my face, so I don't know. Foot was also gashed open as well as her finger, they saying. You know if there was any questioning specifically about what she had blood on her right leg? Nobody even asked her, "What's the deal with the scratches all over your leg?" Nobody asked. And I mean, like y'all saw, that was like pretty prominent scratches. They took pictures of them. Okay. No further questions. Any redirect? No. Okay. So they get rid of this one. Cabral, thank you for your testimony. Next witness. Okay. Whoa. Okay. So let's just keep on going because they have 2 witnesses they're going to do by the end of the day. So we'll just do the whole full day 1. Do you have any witnesses we can do before the end of the day? The judge is saying. The prosecutor said, "Are we breaking at 4:30?" Judge said, "We can." Yeah, I have 2 I can get done before 4:30. All right, let's see how far we can go. Call your next witness. Okay, now they're going to call Officer Lind. This is the partner of the one that just went. So this person was also on the scene of like pulling them over. At this time, the people call Officer Lind. Raise your right hand. He swears in. Currently a police officer for Chino Police Department in the county of San Bernardino. How long have you been sworn peace officer? About 5 years. So back in July 2020, were you working with a different agency? Yes, the LAPD. So you still got assigned as an officer with LAPD on July 12th, 2020. Or were you still assigned as an officer with LAPD July 12th, 2020 at approximately 4:40 in the morning in the area of Hollywood Boulevard and Formosa Avenue in the city and county of Los Angeles? Yes, I was. And why were you at that location, officer? He said, "I got a radio call of shots fired." Were you alone or were you with a partner? I was with a partner, Officer Cabral, the one we just heard from. That was the female officer who just testified? Yes. Now, she walked us through the stop already, but so I think you have the easy job between the 2 of you. I'm just going to ask you about the booking of the evidence. Okay. Now, was that one of your roles in this investigation to collect and book all of the evidence? Yes, it was. And did that include evidence from Hollywood and Formosa area as well as evidence from a separate scene? Correct. And what was the separate scene? The separate scene was on Nichols Canyon with regard to there was 4 spent casings that I recovered from an officer. Okay, so let's start with the Hollywood and Formosa scene. Officer Cabral testified about recovering a pew pew in a magazine. Did you book those items into evidence? Yes, I did. And was she with you when that happened? Yes. So this is a little impeachment because she says she wasn't. Were those booked under the DR number 200612515? He said, "I don't recall the DR off the top of my head." Okay, I'll stipulate. Well, I can do it this way. So remember, this is the prosecutor asking these questions now. Okay, wait. Well, we can do it this way, he says. If I show you your property report, would that refresh your recollection of the number? Yeah. Okay, so I'm showing you the property report, directing your attention to the upper right. Is your memory refreshed? Yes. So was it DR number 200612515? Yes. Okay. Next question. Back at the station, were you present for the administration of gunshot residue kits? He said, yes, I was. Did you perform this swabbing yourself? Yes. He says he performed the swabbing on all 3 suspects. So he did the gunshot kits. And do you see one of those subjects here in court today? Yes. And he points over there to Tory Lanez. Did you also take a sample from passenger Kelsey Harris? Yes. And the driver, Jaquan Smith, yes. And could you just, Officer Cabral touched on this briefly, but could you explain what you did when you were performing these swabs? Yeah, basically a swab sample of a defendant's fingers or, I'm sorry, hands or clothing, and then that gets submitted to be tested for potential gunshot residue. So the defendant, that's Tory Lanez, and you said also other occupants of the vehicle, Kelsey and Jaquan, yes. Now, did you tell me how you packaged up those swabs after you finished taking the sample? He says multiple seals. We put it in a sealed envelope. Then I put it into another package and book it in evidence. Was that under the same DR number? Yes, it was. Is all evidence booked under that DR number on any given case? Yes. Now, you said you recovered evidence or you received evidence from officers who responded to the Nichols Canyon scene. Isn't that right? Yeah. Okay, and I want to specifically ask you, you mentioned cartridge cases, 4 of them? Did you book those cartridge cases into evidence under the DR number you already said? Yes, I did. And how were those packaged? They were put together in a manila envelope under evidence, and then that's booked into evidence property at the Hollywood station. Okay, did you also book additional items from Nichols Canyon, such as an acrylic nail? Yes, and I also believe it was also a necklace. Metal necklace? Yes. What about a pendant that says Nicole? Yep. So, officer, let me know. I'm asking, some very nitty gritty stuff. Do you recall what item number the GSR kits were booked under? No. If I showed you the property report, might that refresh your recollection? Yeah. Okay, and for the defendant, Daystar Peterson, what item number was that? 34. And for the passenger, Kelsey Harris, what item number was that? 35. And for the driver, Jaquan Smith, what item number? 36. Now, the 4 casings that you booked, do you recall their item number? No, I do not. Can show you the report to see if it refreshes your memory. Yeah. Is your memory refreshed? Yes. Item number 31. Okay. Then finally, the yellow metal pendant with Nicole logo. What item was that booked under, if you recall? Item number 32. And lastly, the pink acrylic nail was item number 33. I shouldn't have said lastly because I actually have 2 more. The handgun. Do you recall what item number? Yeah, that was item number 2. And the magazine, item number 3. Thank you, officer. Nothing further. Okay, now it's time for Tory Lanez, a lawyer, to come up and do the cross-examination of the 3rd witness of the day. This is yet another officer. This is the partner of the one we just heard from. This one's Officer Lind. Okay, so here's Tory Lanez, lawyer. Sir, we just spoke to your previous partner, Officer Cabral. Did you see her? Yeah, I did. On that day, were you and her the primary investigators? Yes. Primary on the scene? Yes. And can you tell the jury what primary means? Well, yeah, it's basically 2 officers that just the primary unit, which is if we get a call for service in that specific area, that's your area, that will be designated to the primary officer. Okay, and the other officers, they were from the same area you were, right? Is that correct? Officers on the scene were from the same area, yeah. But you're the primary because you were the one who was in charge of this investigation on that day, correct? Yes. Now, have you been in charge on other investigations? Yes, I have. Have you done property receipts or reports before? Yes. And have you done any cases where there's blood? He said, no, I have not. Okay, well, that's interesting. First case with blood. You've never done an investigation where there was blood? He said, no, not that I recall. Wow. Okay, so now the items that counsel referred to, for example, some of these items were talking about spent casings, acrylic nail, stuff like that. That was located at Nichols Canyon. Do you have any description? Would you be able to tell us where it was located? He said no, due to us not being there. Uh-oh. What about when you were given the reports or documents? Was that documented for you to put in the property report? Yes. And in your report, now, can you tell us if you look at where these items were found on Nichols Canyon? No. Why? Because I wasn't there. Sir, I know you weren't there. We just established a minute ago that the other officers did their investigation. And you, being in charge, they gave you the investigation they did, correct? Yeah. And then you file the property report? Yes. So can you tell us by looking at the property report where these items were located? Again, we cannot get a straight answer from any damn body. This is the fourth cop we hearing from, or third or whatever. We cannot get a straight answer from anybody where the acrylic nail was. It's all over the place. And now again, yet again, we're trying to get to the bottom of it, and the judge is not letting the question be asked. Can you tell us by looking at the report where these items were located? Objection hearsay. The judge says sustained. Sir, just for clarification, your report is here, sir. Right? The court said, this is crazy. This judge needs to be kicked off the bench. He's retired now, right? If you were asking him where these items were found, they were given to him, the court says. Someone else told you where they found them. No, that's not true. No one actually said where they found them. The one guy they had up there said he didn't find the acrylic nail, and he couldn't point in the picture where the acrylic nail was because he said, oh, it's probably under one of them papers, but I don't remember which one. So no one actually has said, and I've been reading line for line. No one's ever said where they found that acrylic nail yet. Never. No one's given a straight answer. The one guy said, yeah, whenever the prosecutor asked if it was 1807, but then on the recross, he said, oh, yeah, no, I don't remember. I don't recall. Empaths, and I thought that this is kind of like what y'all would think too. Like, I know that a lot of y'all have been following this for like 5 years. So a lot of times when you go back and you like actually just sit through word for word, line for line, comma for comma, exactly what was said, again, it refreshes your recollection, pun intended. And it's just like, what the hell? This happens to me on the Britney case, the Bam case. It is jaw dropping indeed, to say the least. This is crazy because like two major theories of the case, which is like Kelsey shot the gun and the investigation is shoddy, isn't being allowed to be explored, which in my opinion means it's not a fair trial. It's not been a fair trial. In my opinion. Your job is to document that, correct? As the primary officer? He said, I didn't document it. Okay, sir. Let me ask you this. Were you at the Hollywood and Formosa location, correct? Yes. Let me ask you this. Were you in charge of the investigation of the property there? Yes, I was. So now you agree with me. There was a suitcase there? Yes. You agree with me. Besides the suitcase, there was a Louis Vuitton bag, or there was Louis Vuitton bags? Yes. Plural. Yes. And you agree with me that there was other types of bags, small bags, plastic casings, stuff like that, correct? Well, I don't recall a small plastic bag. Would it help refresh your memory if I showed it to you? Yeah. So he shows a picture. Just look at it. Did it help refresh your recollection, sir? Yes. So there's multiple bags, right? Yes. Plastic ones too? Yep. And there was Louis Vuitton bags. Yes. Sir, do you know whose items these were? No, I do not. Well, aren't you supposed to document the items that you found for us to know whose items these were? Yeah, he said. Yep, correct. So whose items were in the Louis Vuitton bag, sir? Well, I wasn't able to identify who owned them. Okay, well, let me ask you this. Was it a female's personal belongings or a male's personal belongings? I believe it was unisex. It was unisex, meaning it could have been a boy or a girl. Okay, so the luggage and the Louis Vuitton bags were unisex. It could have been a boy or a girl. Yeah, could have been. Okay, what was in there that made you believe it was unisex, sir? Yellow shirt, yellow metal jewelry. Okay, so in the luggage you found jewelry? I believe so, and cash. Oh, cash was in the luggage. Okay. How much cash? What else? What about clothing? Was it male or female articles of clothing? In the Louis Vuitton bag or the suitcase? Both. The Louis Vuitton bag, I believe it was too small to fit clothing in. However, the suitcase, I don't remember the clothing description inside the suitcase. Okay, next question. So the Louis Vuitton bag. We're talking about this bag right here. Points to picture. We're talking about this bag showing you People's Exhibit 16. This bag right here. Too small to put clothes in? Is that what you're saying? The guy doesn't say any audible response. Would it help if I brought the photo to you, sir? Yes. All right, I want you to look at this Louis Vuitton bag. It's a duffel bag, right? I'm not sure because of the lighting. Can you tell us, sir, based on your property report, can you give us a description of what the bag is? Just a black bag. So it's a duffel bag? I can't recall, he said. All right. Was the zipper open on the bag? He said, I can't recall. Okay. What was in the duffel bag? I believe there was jewelry, male or female jewelry. Like I said previously, I believe it could have been a boy or a girl. Okay. What other bags were there? How about the other bag? Did it also appear to be unisex, the luggage? The other bag, the clear plastic? He said, well, I believe there was a bag of cash. What about the luggage? The suitcase, male or female? I don't recall. And you don't recall if any of those bags were open, correct? No, I do not. Okay. I have no further questions for this witness. No further redirect, and he's done for the day. Call your next witness. Okay, so they're going to get through another witness. And this is going to be Detective Aosta. Raise your right hand, swear him in. William Aosta. He is a detective with the LAPD working Hollywood division. How long have you been a sworn peace officer? A little over 15 years. So he's a detective. So he's not one of these road cops, all right? He's a little bit higher up the food chain, all right? The hierarchy, as it were. And you can see it through the years worked as well. As one of your duties as a detective, do you listen to phone calls made by inmates at the jail? Okay, here we go. The phone calls inside the jail, everybody. Ooh, okay, wow. Honestly, I wish I had the second day. I would just keep going because now I finally got on a roll. I don't know. Maybe I do have the second day. I'll check my email. Shout out to Kaylee who sent me this. I think I saw her in the chat earlier. Shout out to her. As one of your duties as a detective, so this is the direct examination. One of your duties as a detective, do you listen to phone calls made by inmates at the jail? I do. Can you help describe that process for the jury, for example? Are those calls recorded? Yes, they are. And can you access the jail phone calls? Yes, I can. How do you access them? He said through a website called Intellimate. Okay, so collecting intelligence on inmates. See how they do that with that name? I'm sorry, what? The court stenographer, poor thing. So what? Okay, then I spelled it. You're welcome. Okay, cool. And were you asked to pull a jail call in this case? People versus Daystar Peterson, DR number 2006125515. Yes, I was. And were you able to attribute that call to a particular person? Yes. And could you describe that process? How do you know which call is made by which inmate? When a person is arrested in our jails, taken to our jails and booked, the jails get a PIN number that they can assign to a particular person. That PIN number is unique to that person. It could be attached to the book number and to the individual that's been arrested. Okay, and did you review the booking information for Daystar Peterson? Yes, I did, he said. And did that contain this PIN number he would use to make the phone calls? Yes. What is it, that PIN number? Do you have it with you? I'm going to have to read from the paper if that's okay. Yes, his PIN number. They read it out. Now, so each inmate gets a unique PIN number. That's correct. Okay, next question. If you want to find jail calls made by Daystar Peterson, knowing the PIN number, what do? He said, well, using the PIN number and a date range, you plug those into the website and it will show you what calls were made. And did you pull a call from July 12th, 2020 at 9:05 a.m.? Yes, I did. And that call was made using the PIN number assigned to Daystar Peterson? Yep, that's correct. And did you listen to that call? Yes, I did. If I played that call for you, would you be able to recognize it? Yes, I would. So the prosecutor goes, Your Honor, I have in my hands a CD that contains the jail call I described by the detective. May this be marked as People's 22 for identification. So marked. And I have the corresponding transcript. Again, all these transcripts, I don't know if Tory Lanez lawyer even got any of these so-called transcripts. Detective, were you able to hear the call depicted in People's 22? I was. So they played the call. They played the jail call between Tory and we're going to find out who. And is that the same call that you pulled associated with the PIN number for Daystar Peterson? The detective said, yes, it was. Okay, next question. And just so we're absolutely clear on the time, that was made July 12th, 2020 at 9:05 in the morning. That's correct. Thank you, detective. Nothing further. Okay, now it's time for the cross-examination. I think this is about the fourth or fifth witness on just day one. I mean, this is the same day as opening statements. Opening statements happened earlier on the same transcript. I mean, they have really crammed a lot into this. But it might also be because Tory Lanez's lawyer isn't doing all these objections and sidebars like what Diddy's lawyers were doing. Okay, so here comes Tory Lanez's lawyer. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Sir, when did you listen to this record? When? Yeah. Couple of times over the last week. This last week? Mm-hmm. Okay, so you just started reviewing this in the last 2 weeks. Is that fair to say? The detective said no, last week. 1 week. Okay, last week. All right, cool. Next question. Now, let me ask you this. You've listened to the recordings. Anywhere in the recording does my client mention about shooting a gun? No, he did not, the detective says. And numerous times, he's apologizing to Kelsey. Isn't that right? The detective says yes. Do you know who he's speaking to? He said, no, I don't know the person. But the person he's speaking to, I'm sure you know. Her name is Kelsey? Yeah, he said. The detective said, yeah, Kelsey, yeah. And throughout this recording, he keeps apologizing to her. Do you hear her? Yes. And he apologizes to her at least 2 or 3 times. Is that correct? The detective says that's correct. He apologized to her and said, I'm deeply sorry to her. Is that correct? That's correct. Do you know if he did anything to Kelsey to apologize to her? He said, no, I have no idea. Do you know if he shot her? Objection, calls for speculation, sustained. Tory Lanez's lawyer says, okay, fine, whatever. But you don't know why he was apologizing to her, right? He said, I do not know why he was apologizing to her. And nowhere throughout this recording is there any other recordings you listened to, or is this the only recording to that pin? He said, that is the only recording that I listened to. The detective said that. Then Tory's lawyer goes on to say, do you know if there was any other call to that pin number? Yes, there were other calls. And you didn't listen to those? He said, there was nothing to listen to. What do you mean there was nothing to listen to? He said, I think there were about 6 calls. Don't quote me on that. But some were not answered or they didn't go through. Okay, next question. And again, besides this call and all the calls you listened to, is there any mention of my client talking about shooting or having a gun? Objection, asked and answered. No. And the judge is just, you can't even answer that. I mean, this is the most benign question. All the calls you listen to, any mention of client talking about shooting or having a gun? Can't answer that one. What? That's crazy. No redirect. May the witness be excluded. Yes. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Take our evening recess. Okay. So whereupon proceedings were concluded for that day. So these were the witnesses: Rogelio Diaz, Sandra Cabral. So this guy was one that did the scene at the house where the nail was, the actual shooting scene. And then these two, Sandra Cabral and Scott Lind, they were partners. They were the ones who went and pulled them over. Still never found out exactly where that acrylic nail was found. Still never got any so this is at the end of day one. I'm like, where was the acrylic nail found? And why wouldn't the judge just let somebody answer that question? Those are some of my questions. And wait, who said this? Can you send it to BJ and we can hope she'll read it? Which thing? My opinion, Deseret made paid to get Tory put in jail. That lady never popped in my opinion. Okay, I did get all of them. Okay, I do have all of them. Okay, so let me go to the next one. But yeah, from the ending of the day one, seems like a biased judge, seems like a stupid judge or a biased judge. I do wonder about the DNA, why they weren't asking like that. Like, we didn't really get to the bottom of like, did they take Kelsey's DNA or not? Maybe they will get to the bottom of that. Um, okay. Okay, transcripts. Is this the next one? No, that's 15th. I need December. Wait, let me see what day of the week December 13th was. December 12th. If it was a Friday. So I need the transcript for December 13th. Oh, there's also the Sean Kelly interview transcript. Oh, wow, slay. Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm just trying to find the right thing. Sorry, y'all. Megan's testimony. I think this is the day. Yes. Okay. Got it. So let me just save it in the right spot, and then we'll get right on to Megan's testimony. I'm just saving it, and then I'll pull it up. Okay. Got it. So this is the day that Megan testified, apparently. Thee Stallion. Yeah, they didn't even let him answer about it. They said the judge did not retire. He just extended Megan's restraining order this year. Okay, so let's just keep it moving. This is Megan's testimony, December 13th, 2022. Judge David Harry Ford. Okay, the court. People call your next witness. Thank you. We call Megan Pete. Okay, please have a seat. The witness stand. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record. Megan Pete. Okay, so here comes along the prosecutor. Yesterday they had Bot doing the questions. This is Miss Ta. Actually, I think she did do some of the questioning yesterday, the day before. This is back in 2022. But this is actually Megan Thee Stallion's testimony. We're about to read it. Now, this is another very long transcript. We'll see how far we get through it. Good morning, Miss Pete. Good morning. It's all right if you can call me Megan. She don't want to be called Miss Pete. She needs to be in the right altar. Okay. Megan is the one that they trained. Okay. You can't say Miss Pete. That's going to have her in the wrong altar. Okay. May I ask if you know someone by the name of Daystar Peterson? She said, yeah. At any point during my questioning, if you need a moment, please let me know. She nodded. All right. Do you see him here in the courtroom? Yes. Could you please point to where he is located in the courtroom? Describe something he's wearing, white shirt and tan jacket. Megan Pete has identified the defendant, Daystar Peterson. How do you know him? We used to be friends, she said. So you know him by any other name besides Daystar Peterson? She said, yeah, Tory Lanez. Okay. Now, you said you used to be friends with him. How long have you known him? How long had you known him before July 12th, 2020? She said, not that long. I'm pretty sure I just met him that year in 2020. It's an interesting year. Just met him that year, the WAP year. Your Honor, can I approach? Yes, I'll move the microphone a little closer. How would you describe your relationship during that time that you did know him? She said, I felt like we got close. We used to hang out all the time. We would drink together, go to parties together, just hang out. Did you bond in any way besides just like, partying and hanging out? She said, yeah. Honestly, when my mom died, I felt like I was just looking for like people to fill in the void of like a family that I was trying to create. And when I talked to him, I felt like he was somebody that I could trust. I felt like he was somebody that I wanted to be friends with, somebody that I could feel comfortable with. I felt like we had a lot in common. And did you guys talk about those things, Megan? She said, yes. Were you intimate with him? Now, previously, she had looked square face into the eyes and hearts and souls of America and said no. She previously said no to Gail and everybody. Were you exclusive? No. Exclusively intimate? No. So they was getting around. Okay. Okay, now do you know somebody by the name of Kelsey Harris? Yes, I do. How do you know Kelsey? She said, Kelsey was my best friend. Was. You say she was your best friend. Megan nods. Has that relationship changed? Yes. How long did you know Kelsey for? Oh, I knew her since my freshman year in college, 2013, 2014. Okay, and besides being your friend, did you also have another type of professional relationship with her? Yeah, I had hired her to be my assistant. So she was her assistant and best friend. That is never a good combo. How long was she your assistant for? Probably since the end of like 2019. Now, when she became your assistant, could you explain how that arrangement worked out? Well, she just came with me everywhere and helped me out. Did she ever stay with you or live with you? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes? Yes. And let me just quickly go into this. What do you do for a living? I'm a rapper. Yeah. Every time I think about her career, all I can imagine is that very small polyester Party City suit. It's like the only thing I can ever think of. And sometimes WAP, which is equally as embarrassing and depraved, truly. As part of your job, would you travel? She said a lot. Yes. And back in 2019, 2020, were you traveling and was Kelsey with you? Yes. And when you would travel with Kelsey, was she always staying with you? Yes. How would you describe your relationship with Kelsey before July 12th, 2020? She said, we were best friends. We did everything together. We were always together. Okay, the prosecutor says. Now I'm going to fast forward a little bit. July 12th of 2020. Do you remember that night? Yes. Tell us a little bit more about whether or not you did some things. You went somewhere. She said, I went to a party at Kylie Jenner's house. Okay, I can't wait till Corey Gamble comes up. My God. And about what time did you say you went there? I don't remember. It was early evening, late evening. She said, I think it was early evening. And did you go there with anyone else? Yeah, she said it was me, Kelsey, and our friend EJ. And who is EJ to you? He was one that was like, girl, your wig, we got to go. He was my stylist. How did you get to Kylie's house? EJ took us. Okay. And when you got there, what happened? She said, we started all hanging out. Everybody was drinking. I went in the kitchen for a little while. I was cooking while everybody was out drinking. And then I brought the food out. And then we just continued the party. Okay. So was this like a big gathering, a huge party, or just like, no, Megan says it was like a small group of people. Okay. So this is not a big party. Was this a big giant gathering? No, it was small, intimate. She went inside to cook. Okay, I'm going to have you do me one little favor. Allow me to finish asking you the question before you fully answer so we're not talking over each other. And that's for the court reporter, okay? She said, okay. Are you nervous today, Miss Pete? She said, I just don't feel good. You don't feel good about being here? Yeah, probably because why doesn't she feel good, I wonder? She said, no, I can't believe I have to come up here and do this. Okay. Yeah, that is true. Like, that is one thing I do wish people did know. I think that it is, It's really unfortunate, sad, because there's really are some people that are truly victims. And it maybe Megan is truly. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just reading through transcripts. But there are people who out here who are victimized, and it does suck, that they do have to go and face someone who maybe did something horrible to them, especially if it's a kid or, somebody vulnerable, et cetera, et cetera. But like, yeah, if you're the star witness, star victim, something happens, something, you definitely do have to get up there and say what happened. You want somebody to go away for up to 25, 35, however many years? Yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't come as a surprise. That's like a low IQ behavior. I can't believe I have to come up here and do this. I can't believe the entitlement is dripping out of her. I can't believe people aren't just taking my podunk word for it. I can't believe people ain't just believing Just Dance, bitch. I can't believe there's no bullet fragments to look at. There's no DNA on the gun conclusively from Tory Lanez. There's no fingerprints on the magazine. Come to find out, there's no fingerprints on the gun. And she can't believe some other evidence is necessary. Like, I don't know, her testimony. She can't believe it. She can't believe it. Poor thing. Somebody should have told her, bless her heart. I feel bad for her. I feel bad for her. When you make that's why I got to tell y'all straight up. When you make allegations about somebody and you want to go to court, you got to get put on the stand. That sucks. Hate to tell you, but that's part of it. You want somebody to lose their rights and freedoms inalienable given by God and God alone? Yeah. You best start believing. You got to sit up there and quote, do this. Yes, you do. Okay. Anyway, so when you got to the house, who else was there at Kylie's? I don't remember. Oh, Corey Gamble. Corey was there. Kylie was there. Kylie. And it was a few of Kylie's friends. And look, you hang out with Kylie Jenner one freaking time. When you say Corey, that's Corey Gamble. Is that a yes? Yes. And when you got to the house with Kelsey and EJ, you said you were hanging out. Is that right? Yeah. And you were hanging out and the night wore on. And at some point, do you know if the defendant arrived? Megan said, yeah, I told him to come. Okay, so you told him to come. How did you tell him to come to Kylie's party? I texted him. Do you know about what time it was that he came to the party? It was really late. I'm not sure exactly what time it was, but it was really late. And at this time, everybody was already gone. It was just me, Kylie, Tory, Kelsey. Okay. Me, so Megan Thee Stallion, Kylie Jenner, Tory, and Kelsey. Where was EJ? Okay, Kelsey. Now, Kelsey. When Tory Lanez arrived to the party, where was Kelsey at? Do you know? She said, I don't really remember where she was. She was there, but I don't remember exactly where she was. And somebody had said she was passed out. Okay, next question. Once the defendant arrived at the party, what happened? We all got in the pool. So once Tory Lanez got there, they all got in the pool. So Megan got in the pool. Tory got in the pool. Kylie got in the pool. She said Kelsey was still there, but she didn't know where she was. So I guess it was just 3 people in the pool. Then I felt like Kelsey maybe got in the pool and we got out of the pool. I hadn't realized that my hair had started to look crazy. My hair had started to come off, her wig. She said, and I was ready to go. Okay, when you say it was coming off, she said I was wearing a wig and it started slipping and I was ready to go. That's a good time to leave the party. When the wig starts slipping, it's a good time to go. Especially when it's like 4 something in the morning. It's probably time to go like 10. Don't stay at Kylie Jenner's house after 10 o'clock. That's probably advice everybody could use. Okay, anyway, so when you were ready to go, did you say to anyone you wanted to leave? She said, I told everybody I wanted to go. So now everybody got to stop what they're doing and do what she wants to do. Okay, next question. Do you know how Tory Lanez arrived at the party? He said, yep, his driver, Jaquan, dropped him off. Did Jaquan ever make it inside the party? No, he did not come inside. Okay, so once you wanted to leave, you let everyone know that you wanted to leave, and then what happened? Well, Tory wasn't ready to leave. Okay, so this is the jealousy angle that Tory Lanez's lawyers were trying to say. It was jealous that Megan Thee Stallion was jealous that Tory didn't want to leave. She's like, I look crazy and I'm ready to leave and I have my wig on. And Tory was like, okay, so go. Bye. She said, I told Jaquan to just take us home. And he said he wasn't leaving without Tory. Okay, next question. Now, you said you went and told Jaquan. Where was Jaquan at when you told him? He was outside the house. Okay, and so you went outside and told Jaquan that you wanted to leave? Yes. And what did Jaquan do? He said he wasn't leaving without Tory. And then what happened? Well, he said, Megan said, Jaquan said if we convinced Tory to leave, then he would take us home. Okay, and what happened next? Tory didn't want to leave. I kept going back and forth with Jaquan about leaving, and he kept saying, I'm not. So why she can't call Uber? She kept saying, I'm not taking, Jaquan kept saying, I'm not taking you if Tory isn't getting in this car. So we had to wait until finally when Tory was ready to go. He didn't want to leave. He had an attitude, and we finally all got in the car and left. Okay. He had an attitude because he didn't want to leave. Megan is forcing it with her pouting. She's even admitting this. She said, finally, we all got in the car and left. Okay. So when you say we all got in the car and left, who is that? She said, me, Tory Lanez, Kelsey Harris, and Jaquan. So what had happened to EJ? Oh, EJ left. Do you remember when it was that EJ left? She said, I do not remember exactly what time he left. No. Okay, so when you got into that car, what was Tory's mood like at that point? He had an attitude. And did he say why he had an attitude? Or could you figure out why that was? Megan said, yeah, he had an attitude because he wasn't ready to leave the party. Okay, do you know why he wasn't ready to leave the party? Objection, Your Honor. This is from Tory's lawyer. Calls for speculation. The judge says, yeah, actually, I agree. We don't, that's a speculation. Did Tory ever tell you why he didn't want to leave the party? No. And Kylie Jenner, does she stay at the house? Yes. So when you left the party, do you remember where everybody was seated? Yes. Jaquan was driving. Meg said, I was in the passenger. Kelsey and Tory were in the back seat. So do you remember where Kelsey was in the back seat? Passenger area? Was she behind you? Was she behind? Kelsey was behind me in the passenger. What about Tory? He was in the back seat behind the driver. Okay. And as you're leaving, do you remember what happens next? Meg Thee Stallion says, Tory says, you need to stop lying to your friend. Uh-oh. Oh, girl. Oh, girl. You need to stop lying to your friend. He was like, he had an attitude. And for whatever reason, he came out saying, you need to stop lying to your friend. And because I knew Kelsey had a crush on Tory, I never wanted to hurt her feelings. And I didn't want her to know that I had dealt with him in any kind of way, meaning slept with him. That's what she's talking about. So he knew I didn't want her to know that. Home wrecking girl. I didn't say, or I didn't want anybody to know that. Yeah, that's why she lied about it on Gayle King, I think. I mean, I need to go back and watch the whole Gayle King. Maybe that's not true, but that's what y'all told me. So when he came out saying you need to stop lying to your friend, now Kelsey got an attitude because he's implying now we're both hiding something from her. So this is how the argument starts in the car. Is that right? Yes. She said he already had an attitude, but I don't remember exactly what we were going back and forth about. But when he did say that, that made everybody start getting into an argument. Okay, next question. Now, when you say everybody started getting into an argument, you mentioned Kelsey was involved at some point. What was Kelsey's reaction to this argument? She was angry. She was like, what are you talking about? Who's lying about what? Okay, and when you say she's angry, was it directed at anyone or was it just the situation? Calls for speculation, objection sustained. Okay. And the court reporter said, could we slow down just a little bit, please, Your Honor? The court reporter's struggling. Go ahead, Miss. Okay, so you say Kelsey seems to be getting angry. What about Tory at this point during the argument? He's angry too. What else is he saying, if you remember? She said, I don't really remember exactly how it started to escalate, but now Tory is calling me and Kelsey out our name like we bitches and hoes. So now me and Kelsey are arguing with Tory. At some point, did you get out of the car? She said, yes, I asked to be let out of the car. And when I asked to get out of the car, did Jaquan pull over? Yes. Did you get out of the car? Yes. Do you know about where that was? She said the main street in LA. I feel like it's Sunset or Hollywood. I don't know what the name of the important street is. But I get out and I realize, oh my God, like I'm literally in the peak of being famous right now. And I have on a thong and I look crazy. Yeah, seriously. Peak of being famous right now. This is her peak. She was in her peak. And I have a thong on and I look crazy. Indeed. Indeed. And anybody can see me walking down the street looking like this is going to look bad for me. So I decide after they're telling me to get back in the car that I actually will get back in the car. Okay, so at this point, next question. When you first got out of the car, did you have your phone on you? She said, I don't think I had anything on me. I feel like my phone was dying or if it wasn't already dead. And do you remember anything about this particular stop that you made? Like any point of reference? Was there something there? Was it a bus stop? She said, yes. So you got back in the car. And what happens next? She said, the argument is still going on. Tory and Kelsey are really screaming to the top of their lungs at each other. That is crazy. What are they saying? Do you remember? She said, oh, I don't know exactly what they were saying. Okay, at this point, were you really involved with the argument between Tory and Kelsey? She said, no, I'm over it. I don't want to be in the argument anymore. Okay, what happens next? She said, I asked to be let out of the car again. When you got back in the car, did Jaquan drive you anywhere? Yes, he went down some side street. We were like maybe 5 minutes away from the house I was staying at. And at this point, I was like, maybe I could make it there. At least I'll be away from this argument. I'm close enough. I could walk. When I get out of the car, I start walking away from the car and I could hear Tory say, dance, B word. And I don't have to turn all the way. I don't have to use my feet to turn around. I could literally turn like this and I could see him with the pew pew. And when she said like this, she turned to her left. Thank you, Todd. Okay, so you were mentioning you were walking away from the car. And as you're walking away, you turned your head a little bit. Is that right? Yes. And what could you hear or see at the point you turned your head a little bit? She said, I saw Tory with the pew pew and he's saying dance B word. And I froze and I'm thinking if I move, objection, motion to strike. The judge says everything remains up to if I move. I'm thinking if I move. Next question. All right. After you're thinking to yourself, if I move, what else are you thinking? I'm in shock. I'm scared. I hear the pew pew going off. I can't believe he's shooting at me. Okay, next question. When you say you saw Tory with the pew pew, what exactly do you see him doing? Holding the pew pew, pointing it at me. Could you see in what direction? Was it pointing up? Was it pointing right at you? She said, as soon as I saw him with the pew pew and I heard the gun, I just froze. Okay, but could you see where he was standing? Yes. Where was he standing? On the passenger side of the car. Okay. Now, when you got out of actually, let's back up a little bit. You got out of the bus stop. You go back in the car. When you went back into the car, was everybody seated? Where? Where was everybody seated? Megan said the same place. So you're in the front passenger seat. Yep. And Tory is behind Jaquan in the back. Yep. Kelsey is behind you in the back. Yep. And it sounds like you got out of the car a second time after Jaquan drove some distance. Is that right? Yes. Are you familiar with that area at all? No. Okay, so I think you mentioned that you were close to home. What does home mean? She said, well, close to the house I was staying at. Okay, how long? She said, well, I recognize where I am. I would just need a GPS to get there. Okay, so how long have you been in and out of LA right before this happened? She said, I'd been there for a while. And you were staying with Kelsey at the time? She said, well, Kelsey was in Houston for a large portion of this time. Okay, next question. At some point before this night, had Kelsey come to stay with you? She said Kelsey had just came back to me maybe 2 days before this happened. And she was staying with you? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes? Yes. So going back to when you get out of the car, a second time you get out of the front passenger seat? Yes. And you mentioned you were walking away from the car. Were you walking? Where are you walking away exactly? Are you walking away in the direction of like heading toward the back of the vehicle, heading toward the front of the vehicle? She said, I was heading toward the front of the vehicle. Okay. And as you're walking away, you turn You said you see Tory shooting the gun, correct? Yes, after he said dance B word. Okay, so you mentioned he was standing on the passenger side. Do you recall if he was standing on toward closer rear passenger side, front passenger side? She said, I don't remember. Do you remember if he was standing on the ground? She said, I feel like he was standing on, cause for speculation. This witness doesn't know. This is, do you feel like he was standing? No. Did you see where he was standing? She said, I saw he was standing on the passenger side of the car. Could you tell if he was on the ground or he was standing on something? She said, I feel like he was standing on something. Your Honor, I'm going to object to what she feels. What she sees is the question. That's based on what you saw? Yes. Objection overruled. Oh my God, this judge sucks. And what makes you think he might have been standing on something? Because his arm was over the car window like he was higher than normal. Do you know how tall he is? She said maybe 5'3", 5'4". So as his hand is over the car window, do you remember which car window that was? Was that the front door, the rear door? Oh, I don't remember, she said. And then what happens after you see him firing those rounds? She said, I froze. I just felt shock. I felt hurt, but I wasn't really sure if this was actually happening. And I looked down at my feet and I see all the blood and I like dropped to the ground and now everybody is screaming and he just looks shocked and Kelsey looks shocked and Jaquan is shocked and I crawl into the driveway. Did you see where Kelsey was at the time? You saw Tory with the gun? She said, I didn't look at Kelsey. I just saw Tory. And when you fell to the ground, did you fall right there at the moment that you felt like you had been shot? Or did you move anywhere? She said, I stay right there. Okay, and then what happened? She said, I crawled to the driveway. Okay, so now the driveway you crawled to, was that across the street from where you were at? She said, I was in front of the truck. The house was to the left. I crawled into the driveway of the house that was to the left of the truck. Why did you go in that direction when you were crawling? She said, because if I would have went anywhere else, it was too dark. And where was I going to go? I was hurt. Okay. So when you crawled to the driveway, were you still bleeding that whole time? She said, yes. Could you feel any pain? Yes. Where did you feel that pain? In my feet, both of my feet. And then what happened? She said, it gets blurry from there. I bet it does. Like I see Kelsey walking towards me. I also see Tory walking towards me. What I remember is it looked like they bumped into each other and then Kelsey, Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. This is all speculative, Tory's lawyer says. What she's seeing, if it's clearly visible, if she's sort of leaning half out, you saw them appear to bump into each other? She said yes. Objection overruled. Answer remains. Next question. Do you remember anything else besides them bumping into each other as far as what happened between Tory and Kelsey? No. Do you remember if any words were exchanged? She said, at this point, I'm in shock. I can't even hear. Everything feels blurry. The answer is stricken. Okay, so the judge actually sided with Tory for once here and took that answer out. Do you recall hearing or seeing anything else between Tory and Kelsey at that point beside the bumping of each other? No, I wasn't looking at them no more. I'm looking at my feet. And how about Jaquan? You remember where Jaquan was during this time? No. All right. Going back to the car, right before you got out that second time, what were some of the last words exchanged between either you, Tory, Kelsey in that car? She said, Tory was just basically telling me how I was a SHIT. And I just told him, actually, you just not SHIT. And then this is where you at in your career. So he didn't want his career talked down on. And this is where you at with your music. And I felt like that really rubbed him the wrong way. Did he react in any way when you said this to him? She said he just kept yelling and cursing. Was that the last exchange that occurred before you got out of the car? She said, between me and him? Yes. Okay, in the last series of exchanges in that car during that argument, where would you say Kelsey was in that? Was Tory going after you and Kelsey? Yes, Megan said. He was attacking us. So after you were bleeding on the ground, you crawled into a driveway. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 7. Take a look at this on the screen and in front of you. Do you recognize this? Yes. What is this? She said, it's the driveway. Okay, I'm going to show you what looks to be like some red stains on there. Do you know what that is? She said, blood, my blood. Okay, and while you were walking all the way to this driveway, was there a trail of blood? She said, yes. But we remember, we don't have pictures of this trail. We do not have pictures of this trail. And usually the cops would take pictures of the trail, but they just didn't. So that's interesting. She says, yes, there's a trail of blood. So we got to take her word for it because there's no picture evidence. You were bleeding the whole time as you're crawling over. Yes. While you're on that driveway, what happened? She said, I was crying. Okay. And then what about Tory? What did Tory do, if anything? He started apologizing. How about Kelsey? Was she there? Oh, how about Kelsey? Was she there when he was apologizing? Megan said, yep. So what is Tory saying to you? She said, I don't remember anything he was saying to me in that moment. But when we got into the car and we heard the police sirens, and now he's saying, please don't say anything. I'll give y'all $1,000,000. Please don't say anything. I'll give y'all $1,000,000. I can't go to jail. I already got caught with a pew-pew before. Don't tell on me. Okay, but again, in opening statements, Tory Lanez's lawyer said this is not true. He's never been on probation. He's never been caught with a pew-pew. Now, when you're on the driveway, what is Kelsey doing? Kelsey's trying to help me. She's crying too. And did you go back in the car? Yes. Why? She said, well, because I felt like if they could just get me to my manager, like he would know what to do. Who is this manager? If they could just get me to my manager, he would know what to do. Isn't it interesting how all these puppets have to go ask their handler managers what to do in situations? It's very interesting to me. And you said something about you were wearing a bikini or a thong, right? Yes, a thong bikini. How about Kelsey and Tory? What was anyone else wearing? Kelsey was in a swimsuit too, but it wasn't a thong. When you got back in the car, where was everybody seated? She said, well, now I'm not in the front seat anymore. I'm in the back seat. And Kelsey is in the back seat. So Kelsey and Meg are in the back seat. Tory is now in the front passenger, where Megan was originally. And Jaquan was still the driver. So then what happens in the car? He's apologizing. He's asking us not to tell. Okay, so when you say us, who is he talking to? Tory is asking me and Kelsey not to tell. What is he saying exactly? Objection, asked and answered, overruled. Megan says, quote, I'll give y'all $1,000,000 if you don't say anything. I can't go to jail no more. I'm already on probation. Apparently, he's never been on probation, so I don't know why he would say that. So what's your reaction to that? Megan said, I don't even think I said anything back because in my head, I'm thinking, how can you be asking me not to tell on you? Like, why are you not worried about how I am? You just shot me. And how is Kelsey in the car at this point? Objection, vague, Your Honor. Why don't you clarify what you mean? Okay, she says, okay, what is Kelsey's demeanor in the car at this point? Meg says, Kelsey's shaken up. When you say shaken up, how can you tell? Because we were both crying. Is she or Tory now exchanging any words at all? No. As soon as we got back in the car, it wasn't long until the police came. How much time passed after the actual shooting to when the police stopped your car? She said, I don't know exactly how much time passed, but it felt like a minute, if that. How about Jaquan? What was he like in the car? What was his demeanor? He was quiet, Meg said. Do you remember about how many shots were fired? No, I don't remember. Next question. Now, you mentioned obviously at some point the police get involved and they stop the car. Is that right? Yes. And what happens when the police arrive and stop the car? She says, well, they ask us all to get out of the car. And right before the police asked you guys all to get out of the car, is Tory saying anything? Yeah, Meg said. He's telling us not to say anything. Okay, and when you got back in the car, did you see what happened to the gun? No. Did you ever see Kelsey with it? No. Did you ever see Kelsey ever handle the gun that night? No. Had you ever seen that gun before? No. Did you know Tory to have guns? She said, I did not know he had a pew-pew that night. All right. And did you have any injuries on you beside the ones on your feet? She said no. All right, we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But after the police come and they order you out, do you remember the order in which everybody gets out the car? She said she does not remember. Do you remember what happened when you were ordered out of the car? She said, yes, I had to have my hands in the air and they asked me to walk backwards. And y'all, it don't look like she's even wearing any clothes in this video. I mean, she says she's wearing a thong bikini, but it looks like no clothes. And then what happened? She said, I don't remember everything that was happening. I was so scared. When you were in the car, you were still bleeding? Yes. Did you try to keep it from getting worse? Were you trying to cover your leg in any way? She said, I didn't have anything. I was just in a bikini. Were you bleeding in the car everywhere? She said, yes. And you still got out of the car because the police told you? Were you still bleeding? Yes. I can mark this People's Exhibit 23. It's one disc, which appears to depict the victim exiting the vehicle. Sorry, no, this will be 23. This was previously marked, a disc marked for identification. Having seen that, so they play the video of her getting out of the car. Having seen that, what does it show? She said, me walking, bleeding in a bikini. When you were ordered out of the car, did the police order you to do anything? She said, I do not remember. I just put my hands up. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Were you handcuffed? Objection, vague as to time. After you got out of the car, I assume, were you handcuffed after you got out of the car? She said, I feel like they handcuffed me to the gurney. Okay, and now I'll mark this as People's Exhibit 24. Another CD. This appears to be a video of the victim seated on the ground. Okay, so this is Meg Thee Stallion on the ground. Another video, People's Exhibit 24. So they played the video showing that exhibit. Do you recognize what's on there? Yes, she says. Is that you on the ground in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen? She said, yes. There appears to be a lot of red stains on the ground right before you. What's that? She said, my blood. So after you were taken out of the car, what happened? She said, the police started asking me questions. Did you tell them you were shot? No. And this is another big one, y'all. Why not? Did you tell them you were shot? No. Okay, why? She said instead that she stepped on glass. Why did you say that? She said at this time we were at the height of police brutality. No, I'm going to stop you right there. There's never been a height and there will never be a low. It's always been brutal since day one. So it's not like, oh, all of a sudden in 2020, all of a sudden it was bad. No, it's been bad since forever. Since there's been cops, they've been brutal and racist on the whole. Some of them, shows up and does their jobs. Okay. But it's just, no. I mean, what we were at the height of the propaganda of it. And I'm not even saying it was propaganda to put it as an issue, because it is an issue. But the way that it was like everybody else we can't have graduations. We can't be with our dying grandparents. We can't be with, anything. You can't do anything. You can't even go to church. You can't do nothing because of this so-called virus going around. But you could have people flooding the streets for some reasons. It made no sense to me. Still to this day makes no sense to me. But anyway, I digress. It is a serious issue. Police brutality has been a serious issue since there's been police. Okay. It didn't just start in 2020. It didn't just start in 1960. It's been going on since they've had police. They've been brutal since they existed. It's not just started. It's been going on. It's still going on. So police are still brutal when she came out and told the truth. So why she wasn't scared then? All of a sudden police brutality is fixed, I guess. Okay. Interesting thing to say to excuse your lie. That's kind of what I'm trying to say. Imagine using like actual police brutality to support your lie. I mean, and I'm not even saying she's lying because I think it. I'm saying she's lying because she did not. She's saying, look, did you tell them you were shot? No. Now she's saying she was shot. So one of these things has to be a lie. She has lied about it. One of these is a lie. They cannot both be true. Why didn't you tell them? Oh, because all of a sudden in 2020, the police started being brutal. No, that makes no sense. And actually is offensive and repulsive to victims of police brutality, especially racialized police brutality. Argue with your mama. Don't argue with me. Anyway, I felt like if I said that, this man just shot me, and I know they came because they had to have heard gunshots. I don't know if they're going to shoot first and ask questions later. I don't want to, but then when she's in the hospital, she lied again. They didn't have guns there. She kept lying. She just kept lying. It's very weird. Very weird. I don't want to see anybody die. I don't want to die. I didn't feel safe. And look, I'm one of the people I do believe she did get shot. I do believe she did get shot. Maybe it was some debris. Maybe it was some something. Maybe somebody else pulled the trigger. Maybe it was an accident. I don't know. But I'm not one of these ones. There's casings. Somebody got shot. Something got shot. Maybe, maybe the casings didn't. I don't know. We have this other alternative theory where Kelsey actually fired the shots into the air and the bullet came back down and in this debris, which, I mean, who knows? That would be very, very lucky that it didn't land on somebody's head, being that close to a foot. I didn't feel safe. I don't feel safe in the car, which that makes sense. I probably wouldn't either if I'm her. I know I just got shot, but I don't feel safe with the police officers either. Fair. I wouldn't feel safe with the Hollywood police officers either. I mean, that's fair. That part's fair. That part's fair. Anyway, at some point, but not feeling safe with the police officers doesn't mean you get to lie, right? Like, oh, so I lied. So I'm just going to be here and telling y'all I lied to the police officers. Isn't that a crime? Isn't that a crime? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a legal scholar, especially in California. Okay, next question. At some point, they put you in an ambulance. Yes. Taken to a hospital. Yes. Cedars-Sinai. I've already said many times why I find this hospital to be sketch. I'm showing you Exhibit 25, another recording. It appears to be the victim in the ambulance. What happened here? She said, in that moment, I'm just realizing I'm really shot. I'd really just been shot. Okay, so when you're in the ambulance, do you feel at that moment you could tell you've really been shot? No. Why? Here we freaking go. In the Black community, in my community, okay, this is what they hit me with on the roof. This is what they hit me with on the roof. On the roof at the Diddy trial, when I was trying to tell them the judge can take into consideration prior conduct of Diddy, and they start screeching at me, screeching at me. No! He was found innocent! When I was like, okay, like, I'm really not interested in arguing with y'all. It's very clear you already have your mind made up, so really have no interest in arguing with y'all. You know what they said? They snatched the paper out of this guy's hand sitting next to me who was reading it to them. And they said, this isn't for you. This is only for our community. And told the guy that was reading off the paper, come over here with us in our community. It's like, ma'am, please. Wars were fought. People died. People died for us to use the same courthouse, for us to drink at the same water fountain, for us to be able to get married to each other. People died. And now we want my community this, your community that. What are we doing? Why are we doing that? Can we stop? Can we stop? I am part of the community. Want to know why? We all cousins. I've been trying to tell y'all, okay? Anybody's kid can look like anything in about 2 generations. I need to surprise y'all. Everybody who wants to be insular about have a race for a community, I'm going to tell y'all, you can have a lily white grandchild and it could be lily white. Now what you going to do? That's how genetics works. We just got to, come on, please. Is it too soon still? Can we? Please. Please. It just aggravates me, especially because, like, police brutality is a real thing. It's a real thing against every race. And I absolutely believe, know, and have seen the data. It's worse in some certain communities, particularly specifically racial, so-called, minorities. I don't know what the actual breakdown is. It's a minority. People of color, you want to say. You want to say definitely Black people, definitely Hispanic people. So that their police brutality is real. It's a real thing. It's real. But it looks like a stupid joke when people say stupid shit like this. It's actually insulting. Okay, so the first time you lied and didn't say that you were supposedly shot is because police brutality was at its height, which is like a verifiably false statement. Police brutality has always been at its height. It hasn't just got worse. If anything, maybe it might have got better. Y'all forgot what they used to do in 1968 and stuff? I mean, my God. So that's just a non-answer. Okay. So then, okay, what about the next reason she gives? Oh, she didn't feel safe with the police officers. Okay, great, fine. What about in the ambulance? What about when the police officers were out of sight, out of mind? Nobody was even talking to them. Oh, well, at that point, then all of a sudden, in my community, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to cooperate with police officers. This isn't true, okay? Not that I'm the ambassador of the black community, but neither is freaking Meg the Stallion, okay? In the whole entire all black people everywhere, every black person everywhere, it's not acceptable to cooperate with the police to try to figure out somebody that shot you. That's a false statement. She's making shit up. She's making shit up. It's not true. I personally know black people that cooperate with the police. Guess what? I'm gonna shock y'all. It's 2025. It's time for the truth. They got black police officers. Did you know that? Can you imagine a black police officer, the embarrassment to their community? It's stupid. It's dumb. And I'm tired of playing around with it. It's stupid and it's dumb. Police brutality is real. And people using it like this to justify lying, either to the police or in open court, because one of these has to be not true. And the story keeps changing. It's buzzword, buzzword, buzzword. It's to shock and scare the jury. Like, oh no, we better just forgive her for lying to the police in a shooting investigation. There was helicopters flying over. This is serious. Helicopters came out for this shit. It's too much. Zoe, I'm a former deputy sheriff and military. She is disgusting for lying on the law enforcement. Jasmine said, and the judge allowed that statement from her. Court said facts, though. It goes back to the theory of snitches get stitches. Well, here's the thing, okay? Baby girls, baby boys. When you sit your full of silicone ass on the stand and testify for the government as their witness, you snitching. So another way that this theory doesn't hold up. If snitches get stitches, why she's on the stand, post stitches, still snitching? Because here she is cooperating. She's cooperating now. Right. She's not even in that community. Let's be honest. And you know what? So be it. Tadaigo speaks, because I have the First Amendment right to free speech, and I'm sick and goddamn tired of living in a country where we can't say stuff that's just true. Okay. If this offends y'all in any way, suck my you-know-what and unsubscribe from my channel, because this is where I am. This is my channel. This is my right to free speech, and it's the truth. It's the truth. It's insulting and horrible and unforgivable for someone to be using buzzwords about serious issues that get people seriously killed and people die, children, fathers, mothers. Sean Reyes getting spit on by state troopers, spit in his face, spit in his mouth by these cops. Those cops showed up to help her. Those cops showed up to help her. Those cops didn't show up to shoot anybody. Some cops do. Some cops show up and shoot first and ask questions later. But she had time and time and time and opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to tell the truth. Once the police were off the scene, all this "I was scared somebody was going to get shot" is just not true. You think they're going to come pick him up from jail and shoot him in the cell? No, that's not going to happen. And if it was going to happen, then now it could still happen because you snitching on the stand. So still change the story. Weak foundation. Exactly. I mean, if y'all don't like it, unsubscribe. But first, let me know what's not true. First, let me know what's not true. Those cops were very respectful to her, which cannot be said about a lot of cops. I'm not out here giving the freaking commandeering awards, okay? I could give a shit about a cop, truly.
But like, come on, we got to be honest with each other. Sickening. Anyway, in the black communities, you know, snitches get stitches, which is insulting and not true. In certain parts of every community, that is absolutely the case. But let's not be like, okay, everybody black don't cooperate with the police. That's a racist stereotype, actually, for her to have said on the stand. And false. And false. Racist against black people. It's saying, okay, anytime you come across a black person, just assume they lie into the police. That's what Megan Thee Stallion is trying to say. And I am out of line for pointing that out? No. Sorry. Get off my channel if you don't like the truth. Bye. Is a racist stereotype. She's telling a whole jury, if you are black, you're going to lie to the police. Everybody black should be mad at that. You don't have to be. Don't take my advice. That's up to you. But like, what would you defend that? Okay, go ahead. I know it's not true. Anyway, she said, number 2, like I said, I just didn't want to see anybody die. Fine, that works for on the scene. I'll give her that. Fine, on the scene, that works. What about in the hospital? What about all the interviews she did after? It's like, you never wanted to say it? Wait until Desiree Perez was in the room with her. Okay. Like I said, I just didn't want to see anybody die. I didn't want anything to happen. And you know, the irony here is he got attacked so bad in prison a few months ago. He almost died. I mean, he was attacked so bad. And he wouldn't be in prison if it wasn't for her. Now, again, y'all, I do want to say, I wasn't there. Tory Lanez very well might have could have did this stuff. He may very well might have could have did it. But I don't really find that they proved it so far beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, we're going through here. I wasn't on the jury. They saw evidence I didn't see. All of that stuff. I'm not even trying to say hashtag free Tory, okay? I'm still got an open mind. But I'm seeing stuff that's just aggravating and I don't like. I'm seeing indications that he's not gotten a fair trial. I'm seeing indications that they're relying on these weird propaganda points, which are not true, which are actually anti-black racist stereotypes, spewing that onto a jury. And it actually doesn't make any sense. I just didn't want to see anybody die. I didn't want anything else to happen to these people, even though it wasn't safe in my mind. Girl, it don't sound like a safe place to be. I don't want to be in there. Her mind don't sound like a safe place to be, in my opinion. I didn't want to see anybody die. That's just obscene. It's obscene. Okay, now, when you got to the hospital, did you feel that you could tell them? Did you feel that you could tell them you got shot? No. Why? Same reason. Okay, because of George Floyd, the people at the hospital were going to kill her. I mean, the reasoning has been lost on me. On me, it's been lost. Man, got straight something. It's crazy. Why she's not catching charges for long? I mean, at some point, doctors actually meet with you. Is that right? Yes. Did you tell the doctors what happened? No, I wasn't saying anything. Okay. At that point, was it for the same reasons or were there other reasons involved, right? This is like a little bit of a coaching. What are the other reasons? Because, you know, probably people aren't going to buy that one. She said, well, I had already said I had slipped on glass. And so me going back, what are they going to care now? So no one's going to care if I lied. Who cares? I can lie. Who cares? When you come out and say, as a woman, okay, so first it was black, a black community, not only just her as a black person. No. The whole everybody black lies to police, according to Megan Thee Stallion. And also now it's women. So now she's going to speak for all women. Now this one I can say something about for sure because I'm one of them. I'm one of them. Okay. So as a woman, oh, this man did this to me. People have a hard time believing you anyway. Yeah, so just lie and make it harder to believe you and make it harder to believe me or other women who actually come forward one day if we got to say something that really happened. It's like, oh, remember that time Meg Thee Stallion said everybody black lies to police and women don't get believed? Remember that time she lied? Remember how look at these cases of women actually lying. That like so Megan Thee Stallion actually is a contributor, in my opinion, to why it is culturally people have a hard time believing you anyway. Because everybody wants to lie and change their story. Not everybody, obviously. obviously. And I do think there are some real and legitimate reasons why people don't say the true story at first. But I thought there was a George Floyd risk at the hospital where there's no police. The police gonna pull the guns out and shoot you in the well, who are they gonna really shoot at the hospital? In the hospital? Girl, that don't make sense. That don't make sense. That don't make sense. There was stuff with Cassie, for example. I didn't tell because I knew that he was friends with the police. There's justified reasons in my opinion. It's all my opinion. You don't like it, you can unsubscribe or you can stick around. I don't care. In my opinion, my channel. You can say what I want over here. This whole situation in the industry, like a big boys club. Now, this is true. She ain't wrong. I'm telling all y'all friends, and now everybody's about to hate me. While you were at the hospital, were you treated for your injuries? Yes. What injuries did you have? Bullet fragments in both of my feet, and she had to have surgery to get them removed. Okay, and could you tell us a little bit more about any residual issues you've had to deal with as far as treatment for your feet? Yes, I have to go to physical therapy. And y'all, there does appear to be something in her feet. Okay, something's in there. Maybe it is glass, but it's something in there. How often were you getting physical therapy? One point I did it every day, on and off. Did you get stitches in your feet? So you got stitches anyway. Was there a lot of pain afterward? Yeah, I couldn't walk for a while and I couldn't feel the side of my left foot. Did you have nerve damage? Oh, that sucks. She said, yep. Still have nerve damage. Can't really feel the left side of my foot. That's crazy. As part of what you do you have to be kind of active and dance? Yes. Has it affected you in any way, this injury? She said, yeah, the back of my feet are always sore, but I still just push through it. Okay, I'm showing you a photograph of what appears to be a close-up of the victim's feet. May this be marked as People's Exhibit 26. I'm showing you this photo, Megan. Do you recognize what this is? Yes. And what is it? My foot. Now that injury, it appears to be, there's an injury to the back of your foot. Is that right? Yes. The left foot. Now, do you have injuries to both feet? Yes. Injuries to your right feet what was that? One of the bullet fragments was right on the back of my Achilles. Ooh, ouch. So this photo, was this taken the night of the shooting? I don't remember. Was this how it looked the night of the shooting? She said it looked worse. I feel like, as everything's about her feelings. Did you ever get stitches in your feet? She said, after surgery, I woke up with stitches in my feet. They put in Exhibit 27. This appears to be another photograph of the victim's feet. Showing you Exhibit 27. Do you recognize this? Yep, that's my foot. Is that your left foot, right foot? She said left foot. And was this after surgery and stitches? Yes. How long did you have to keep the stitches in? Do you know? I don't remember. Okay. Sometime shortly after the Pew Pew incident, after you were released from the hospital, did you hear from Tory? Yes. He texted me. About how soon was that after the shooting? Do you remember? No. Okay, so now they're going to put into evidence the text message exhibit from Tory to Meg. First page right here. It appears to say Sunday, July 12th, 8:59 p.m. So that's like basically 9 o'clock at night. Does that sound about right as far as when you got this text message? Yes. Who's it from? Tory Lanez. And showing you 28B, was this also part of that same text message as well? Yes. And aside from that, did he ever try calling you or sending you other messages? Yep, he sent me other messages. And how did those messages arrive? Text message. What kind of things was he saying? That he was just apologizing. And he texted me from another number saying he was watching me on my YouTube and he could see the pain in my eyes. And he prayed that God gets me through this time. What was your reaction to this? She said, I was sick. What do you mean you were sick? She said, why are you bothering me? It just felt like, why are you being weird? Like, you shot me and now you're telling me you're watching me? Is this a convenient break time? The court is ready to go on break. We're going to take our noon break. Okay. And he reminds the jurors, okay, Megan, you can step down. We'll see you back at 1:30. Everyone else can exit now. See you all at 1:30. Okay, back in session. The parties are present. The jurors and alternates are also present. We're just waiting to get the witnesses back. It's going to be a minute or two. Resume the witness stand. You'd like to resume your examination. Thank you. Okay, so they're continuing the direct examination. from the prosecutors. Good afternoon, Megan. I feel like we're going a little fast this morning, so I'm going to try to slow it down a little bit, okay? Are you a private person? Megan said, yes, I am. Are you having a hard time fully opening up as you sit here on the stand today? She said, I'm having a really difficult time sitting up here and trying to comfortably tell my story because not only do I have to sit in a group of people who have been continuously spreading misinformation. Oh, I guess this is the bloggers in the court to make me look like a bad person, but I got to sit across from Tory, and it's really bad. And I like to present like I'm strong, but I'm really trying. I don't like to look weak. Why do you feel like you can't look weak up there? She said, because I want to come off as a strong woman. I don't want to give them the power that I feel like they've been taking from me for the past going on 3 years. Now, them, I think she's talking about Milagro or the bloggers. I don't know which one she has specific beef with, but she's like, they've been, right? Because what? Look, having to sit next to a group of people who have been continuously spreading misinformation. Maybe she's talking about the lawyers, but who is she sitting next to? I mean, I think she's talking about the bloggers. We're going to walk it back slowly, okay? If at any point you need a moment, let me know. I'm going to talk about the shooting again. Now, you mentioned earlier when you were walking away, you turned your head a little, you saw Tory shooting at you. Yes. Do you remember that? Yes. Did you hear anything? I heard the gunshots. How many? I don't remember how many. Just felt like they went on forever. So did it feel like more than one? Yes. Your Honor, if I could play People's Exhibit 12. Which one is People's Exhibit 12? That's a video of the shots fired. Oh my God. Is that from the neighbors? Oh my God, we got to see that video. Well, I probably won't watch it on screen because it's probably going to be, a violation or something. So, and I'm trying to follow the rules. Have no problems trying to do that. Okay. So Tory Lanez lawyer's like, Your Honor, objection, relevance. What the hell? They're showing video of what does it mean? Video of the shots fired. What does that mean? There's video of it? Just playing that recording for you, did that sound like the gunshots you heard that night? Yes. Have you ever been shot at before? I've never been shot at before in my life. Okay, when you were shot at, you said Tory was pointing the pew pew at you? He was pointing it in what direction? She said, at me. Did you watch him the entire time he shot at you, or was your head turned? She said, as soon as he started shooting, I put my head down. Okay, so did you say you turned over and looked toward him? Is that right? Yes, because he said dance B word and I looked. Okay, when you looked, what exactly did you see? I saw Tory pointing a pew pew at me. Okay, and the witness is indicating with her left hand she created a trigger finger and put it forward. Why did you look down after you were shot? She said, because I was scared. I was scared to move. That tracks. That makes sense. See, some stuff she says makes sense. That makes sense. If you get shot at, you put your head down, you're scared. That makes sense. That tracks. Did you see Tory firing the shots? Did you see him holding it? She said, I saw him holding it. And when did you hear the shots? Immediately after he said dance B word. And did you actually see him fire them? She said he had it in his hand. He told me to dance. And then I heard the shots. Okay. And when you looked, where were you looking? You said afterward you looked down. She said, I looked down at the ground. And you said you didn't move. I did not move. And at any point when you turned to the side and you saw Tory pointing the pew pew at you, did you ever see Kelsey? No. Okay. Did you ever see Kelsey? Megan says no. Okay. When the police stopped your car and you said there were a lot of officers, is that right? Yes. Do you remember how many? She said, no, I don't remember, but there were a lot. And there was helicopters. It was a lot of police cars, police screaming at us. And how did that make you feel? Terrified. She said, I was already shot. I'm scared I'm about to get shot again. This, maybe getting out of the car. I could actually buy this. She's about to get out of the car. That makes sense. But once she's already talking to them, when she thinks the cops are just going to pull, like, that don't make sense. But this makes sense. I'm scared to get out the car. That makes sense. Absolutely. I could see why she would be scared to get out of the car for many reasons. Okay, next question. When you were out of the car, did you see police with their pew pews out? Yes. How did you feel? Terrified. I feel like I wasn't protected where I just came from. And I'm not protected right now. Did they handcuff you when you got out of the car? Yes. And was that when you were still bleeding? She said, I was still bleeding and nobody cared. They cared because they took her to the hospital and they did surgery. So somebody cared. It made her feel like she didn't matter, even though they're doing this whole criminal case just for her as the victim. And when you were taken over and put in the ambulance, were you still cuffed? Yes. Did they cuff you to the bed that you were in? Yes. And the fact that you were cuffed to that bed, you were bleeding, how did it make you feel? Like I didn't matter. Nobody cares about what's happening to me right now. Okay, well, you said something about you felt like you couldn't tell the police everything, something about a boys' club. That wasn't the police. That was Hollywood. Do you remember that? Yes. What did you mean by that? She said, everybody knows at this point. I come forward. I said I was shot. I'm shot by Tory. It feels like every man with a position of power. Your Honor, objection. This is speculation. What is the relevance here? The judge, of course, overrules it and says the question can be asked because why? It goes to her state of mind. You can finish the answer. She said every man that is in a position of power in the music industry, even people who are not even rappers, never even cared about what my side of the story was. They immediately took the side of this man and have been giving me hell for the past going on 3 years. And has that still been going on? She said, yes. There's not a day that goes by where somebody is not calling me a liar or is not shaming me for being a grown woman and having sex. Well, it's probably more that you lied about it. I doubt it's that you're just having it. And it's probably because you were doing it for like 3 times, allegedly, according to the opening statements, with people. This poor girl, you done cheated on your so-called best friend. You done man snatched. This is the 3rd time's a charm, apparently, according to the opening statements. Could be true, could be not. I wasn't there. I don't know. This whole story has not been about the shooting. It's only about who is Tory having relations with. And I don't understand why that matters. Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you why it matters. Because you lied about it the first time. And now you're impeached. At the time this happened, you mentioned that you were just becoming super famous. Is that right? Yes. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you mean by that? She said, I just started coming into my own. I just did a song with Beyonce. Oh, what was that? What song was that? And now Beyonce got to see me getting shot. And how did that make you feel? She said, well, like I finally did something that I always wanted to achieve. And now it's getting overshadowed by me being associated with a pew pew event. Did you want this to define you and your career? She said, no, I never wanted to be associated with nothing negative as this. That's why I didn't want to say nothing in the first place. This would have never came out if Tory would have never went to the internet telling everybody his side of the story. So still, she's like, he should have not even said nothing. The objection is sustained as to the latter part. Okay, so this would have never came out if Tory would have never went to the internet. This actually ended up getting struck by the judge. So that's nice. Motion to strike. Nothing would have come out. Everything after that is stricken. Okay. Now, Tory, he was a rapper at this time. What was his status like? Like how famous was he, kind of thing? He was just Tory Lanez. Would you say that at the time of your career, it was bigger than his? Yes. Yes, it was. And did you feel at any point that you had a lot to lose because of what happened here? Yes. See, this makes sense. This makes a lot more sense than all of that George Floyd, all of a sudden police brutality took off in 2020. Did you feel you had a lot to lose? Maybe that could but explain why she was lying. She should have went with that one. She shouldn't have did that whole George Floyd crap. I mean, it's not crap. They were really brutalizing that man. I saw it. That was horrible. But that's what makes me so aggravated. It's like, this is not analogous to that. This situation is not analogous to that. They're doing a whole trial. The man's in prison. They definitely listened and believed her on the second round of story she told. The situation has only been worse for me, she said, but it has gained him a lot of popularity, which I'm sure they are incensed about. And this was years ago. He's only gained more and more and more popularity. Why do you think it's worse for you? She said, because when people talk about Megan Thee Stallion getting shot, all these headlines are Megan Thee Stallion on trial. I'm not on trial.
But for whatever reason, because I was shot, I've been turned into some type of villain and he's a victim. This has messed up my whole life. I do believe that. I bet her whole life was messed up over this. Objection, no question pending. Motion to strike. Okay, so that's all got struck too. All this gets struck. I know you told the police that you stepped on broken glass. About 4 days later, did you come forward and tell the police who shot you? Yes. So it took her 4 days. She said it to a detective. In those 4 days, what brought about the change of heart? She said, I had a change of heart because I saw online that he had tried to start getting ahead of the story and put on a bunch of different narratives about what happened. And how did that make you feel? She said, terrible, because I didn't want to say anything in the first place. So not only did I not say anything, but now you want to get ahead of it and make yourself look like you some type of victim? Okay, next question. Why did you not want to say anything in the first place? The judge said, okay, I think we've covered that, like sustains the objection. So finally, like moving on, why didn't you want to say anything in the first place? The judge should have let her answer it because I guarantee you would have been a different answer. So what was your plan when this first happened as far as what you would say? What was your plan? What was your plan when this first happened as far as what you would say? She said, I wasn't going to say anything. I didn't want it to go anywhere. I'm embarrassed. Why were you embarrassed? Well, probably because she was having relations with her best friend's man for the third time, if I had to guess. Maybe, I don't know. I wasn't there. Maybe she didn't do that. But she did say she was intimate with him. It's already been asked and answered, overruled. I'm embarrassed because I'm a grown woman hanging out with these people I don't have no business hanging out with. If I wouldn't have been at this party, meaning Kylie, these people, that's true. She's right. She should not have been at Kylie Jenner's house. That part I agree. Hanging out, I'm a grown woman hanging out with these people I don't have no business hanging out with. If I wouldn't have been at this party with these people in the first place, exactly, girl. Yes, exactly. This probably would have never happened to me. Why can't I see when somebody is clearly bad? And now I'm going to go hang out with them. Now look at how everybody view me. Okay, next question. When did you come forward about what happened to you? Oh, sorry, excuse me. When you did come forward about what happened to you, were you open about you being intimate with Tory? No. Why? Because it's disgusting at this point. Okay, so when you came forward, so first she changed her story. First it was stepped on broken glass. Then it was, okay, yes, Tory shot me. Then after that, it was Tory shot me, but we never hooked up before. Were you open or honest? Maybe honest should have been the word. Were you honest about you being intimate with Tory? No. Why? Because it's disgusting at this point. How could I share my body with someone who would shoot me? How could I share my body with someone that would shoot me and then come off and shame me for sharing my body with you or other people? Oh, girl, who else? She said, I'm embarrassed. Now, every other week, it's a story about how Thee Stallion is a hoe, or Megan is sleeping with this person, or I'm doing that. Oh, she could have never survived the Britney Spears treatment. My God, none of these people alive today. Nobody today could ever survive what Britney Spears has survived. Argue with your freaking mama. Huh. What Perez Hilton alone did to that woman ought to be studied and documented. And a crime. I mean, innocent until proven guilty. Nobody has alleged she's done any crimes. But I mean, my God. How do you feel about the fact you have come into court? You have to come into court and talked about it. Well, she already said this crap. I feel disgusted. I feel dirty. I feel like I don't matter. Girl, what do you mean? This whole entire trial is because you. This is the government trying to get justice for you. If you didn't matter, they wouldn't have prosecuted. My own people, my own partner is embarrassed. Now, who are these my own people? I don't know. What do you mean by that? I'm also wondering. Well, he have to see every day that some man is putting out in the news who I'm sleeping with or who I have slept with. And now he embarrassed of me. I can't even be happy. How is this case affected your personal relationships. She said, I feel like I can't even hold a conversation with people for a long time. I think that's probably true. It is very traumatic to go through a lawsuit, period. And I bet you it has been stressful, despite all my other criticisms, where stuff makes sense, I'll say it makes sense. I bet you she can't hold a conversation with people for a long time because she's probably lost in thought over this case. Now, fill in the blanks as to why that is. I don't want to talk to my friends. I don't want to talk to my man. I don't want anybody to ask me about this. I feel terrible thinking about it. I had started to feel like because I don't matter, I don't even want to be on this earth no more. I wish he would have just shot and unalived me. If I would have known I was going to go through this torture. How is your relationship with Kelsey? How has your relationship with Kelsey been after this? She said, I don't have a relationship with Kelsey no more. Okay, what happened between you and Kelsey? Kelsey was my best friend. Kelsey, no, I would never, ever do anything to hurt her, even after the pew pew. Motion to strike. The judge said, no, it remains, but let's go with a question and answer format. Okay, did something happen between you and Kelsey to kind of break up your friendship? Yes, Megan said. And what was it that happened? Well, Kelsey went and met up with Tory after he pew-pewed me. And I said, Kelsey, how could you go and meet up with this man who pew-pewed me? And you say, hit you. Okay, so I guess Kelsey said Tory had hit her, I guess. Why would you feel comfortable going and meeting up with this man? And they went and they turned the story around like that was her boyfriend. And I'm sleeping with him behind her back. Ooh, this is woo. So she didn't like this story. She don't like the story. They went and turned the story around. Like that was her boyfriend. Tory Lanez was her boyfriend. And I'm sleeping with him behind her back. And they know that's not what's going on. They never dated. Whoever does date, girl, in these worlds. I never dated anybody Kelsey dated in her whole life. And she never dated nobody I dated. But we ain't talking about dated. No, what's going on? Now, if Kelsey, when you felt that she was talking to Tory, did you and her exchange words? Yes. What were some of those words exchanged? About her meeting up with Tory? Yeah. Meg said, well, how could you meet up with this man? Why are you meeting him somewhere by yourself? He just shot your best friend. What are you doing? I'm betrayed. Where were you? Were you upset about it? Or why were you upset about it? Because he just shot me. Why are you meeting up with him? Who does that? Okay, next question. And have you talked to Kelsey since this whole thing happened? She said, the last time I talked to Kelsey, she was telling me, oh, Megan, what am I going to do for money? Your Honor, I'm gonna object. Hearsay. The judge says, okay, yeah, true, sustained. The question is, have you talked? When was the last time you talked to her? She said, the last time I talked to Kelsey was when she asked me what she was gonna do for money. So what was she because she was working as her assistant, I guess? Probably 2020, about 2 years ago, same year of the shooting. You haven't talked to her since then at all? No. Now, did you know Kelsey to ever have a pew-pew? No, said Meg. Would you have known if she had one? She said, yes. We didn't have any clothes on. Where was she going to keep a gun? Right. And she was staying with you at the time, wasn't she? Yes. And you would have known if you ever saw her handle a gun, right? Yes. Have you ever seen her handle one? No. And after the shooting, did you ever see her touch or handle one? No. Did you ever see her shoot you? No. Did Kelsey shoot you? No. Did Jaquan shoot you? No. Who shot you? Tory. Do you have any doubt as to who shot you? Megan said, no. Thank you. Nothing further. Okay, so now Tory's lawyer, okay, here we go, is going to come up here and do the cross-examination of Megan. Pete, aka Meg, the Stallion. Let me get to these. Thanks, Wop Year had me on the floor, cousin. From the song to the video, it is diabolical. And thank you for the $4.99 super chat. We have been here 3 hours, 39 minutes. Appreciate the super chats. Biker Batty 313, thank you for the $2. So Tori hopped over Kelsey to pow her. I mean, listen, thank you for $2 super chat. Y'all, I don't. Whose purse does it belong to? That's another great question, M. Good afternoon, Miss Pete. Good afternoon. Is it okay if I refer to you as Megan? She said, uh-huh. And I'm sorry, I gotta cross-examine you. I have to ask you some tough questions, Tori's lawyer says. And as a man, I know you're a woman. I don't want to offend you in any way. I'll do the best to ask you these questions. Is that okay? She's nodding. All right. So you were at Kylie Jenner's house, is that correct? Yes. And you were at Kylie Jenner's house with Kelsey, correct? Yes. And also your stylist, EJ, who drove you there, he was there too, correct? Yes. And this incident happened after you got there, right? Or after I left Kylie's house. Okay. So let me talk to you about a couple of things before we go into that incident. On the date of this incident, which is July 12th, 2020, correct? Yes. Okay. So July 12th, 2020, you were questioned and interviewed at the curb. We saw you seated at the curb. Do you remember when you were put on a gurney and taken in the ambulance? Yes. Do you remember that? You were questioned at the curb. You remember that? She said, okay, barely. Do you remember being questioned in the ambulance? No. Do you remember being questioned in the ambulance? The question and the answer to that was no. She does not remember being questioned in the ambulance. That is interesting, but it can happen. People can have like trauma response amnesia. Some people just forget stuff. Maybe she's lying, but it's happened before where people forget things. Okay, and you also said you were questioned a few days later. You made a statement a few days later, 4 days later, I think it was. Counsel referred to it. Do you remember that? She said, yeah. And that was with the detective on this case 4 days after the incident. Detective Stogner. Does that name ring a bell? Yes. And after you spoke with Detective Stogner, that was July 16th, correct? She said, I'm not sure. About 4 days later, a few days later, she said, okay. You agree with me? She said, yes. So a few days later, when you spoke to Detective Stogner, this was a telephone call, correct? She said, yes. And on that telephone call, did you also have your representatives on the phone? Who? Mr. Spiro on the phone. Okay, who was on the phone? Allegedly, Alexander Spiro, who's Jay-Z's and Rock Nation's attorney. You had your attorneys on the phone call, didn't you? She said, I'm not sure about that. Did you have a gentleman named Mr. Spiro on the phone? She said, I don't think he was on the phone on the first call. You sure about that? She said, no, I'm not sure. Did you have anyone from Rock Nation? Desiree. Desiree was on the phone? Meg said, probably. Who else was on the phone besides you, your representative, and the detective? Nobody. So Alex Spiro was not on the call. But there was a representative from Rock Nation, Desiree Perez. Okay, next question. So this is Tori's lawyer. After that, you had another interview with Detective Stogner on this case with this prosecutor, correct? Yes. You remember that? It seemed like he was in a hotel or somewhere? Yes. November 2020. So about 4 or 5 months later. Is that right? Yes. Then you also went on Gayle King, didn't you? Megan said, yes. And that was on CBS. Oh my God. Y'all have to read the Whitney Webb, One Label Under Blackmail. She talks about CBS and Paramount and how they're like basically like used to be and maybe are still used as like CIA, like mafia. Like y'all have to read that. Okay. Don't take my word for it. I don't want to try and, synthesize her work because it's very, 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 very detailed. It's called One Nation Under Blackmail by Whitney Webb. Okay. Look out for CBS. Okay. That was on CBS with Gayle King? Yes. And you went there with a purpose of telling the world what happened, didn't you? Yeah. That's why you went there. You're being truthful, correct? Yes. And you were being truthful when you spoke to Miss King about the incident from that day? Megan said, yeah. Okay, so when you spoke to Gayle King, did you say you were the one arguing that day and you were just done arguing and that's why you wanted to get out of the car? She said, Megan said, I said I was done arguing and I wanted to get out of the car. Okay. Next question. Did you say you were the one arguing though? She said, I felt like I said before I was arguing with Tory. Yes. I thought earlier you said you and Tory were done and it was Kelsey and Tory who were arguing. Which she is right. Like, she did change it up. She was like, me and Tory were arguing, but at some point she said I was done. So her story does line up with itself earlier. She said, I said me and Tory argued after he told me I need to stop lying to my friend. And then Kelsey and Tory started arguing. Okay. But then you got back in your car, correct? Yeah. And I just want to understand this. On Gayle King, you said you just didn't want to argue. That's why you left the car at the same time the shooting happened, right? Yes. And you also said when she asked you why you didn't tell the first day what happened, you said because you were scared of the police and you talked about what you told us here today, correct? Yes. Did you ever tell her about my client offering you money? The police. My client telling you he's on probation, supposedly, that please keep your mouth shut. Did you tell that to Gayle King that day? I don't remember, said Megan. Would it help refresh your memory if I played the recording back from that day? She said, sure. Okay, we'll get there. You also on CBS were asked a couple times if you had some type of sexual relationship with my client. Correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, is that a yes? Yes. And you lied, correct? She said, yes, I lied. You lied on national TV, correct? Yes. And you also lied to the prosecutors, correct? She said, yep. And you also lied to the detective, Detective Stogner, about this issue, about the relationship, didn't you? Yep. And you lied the first day. You lied 4 days later. You lied 4 months later. And when was Gayle King? When did you do that interview? I don't remember the date. Wasn't it 2022, just recently? Megan said, yeah. And you lied then also, correct? She said, about having an intimate relationship with Tory? Yes. And why Tory was invited? What your relationship was. How were you guys friends? How long were you friends? Gayle King goes into all of this. Isn't that right? Megan says, correct. And you made it sound like, well, he was just there. Did you tell Gayle King you invited my client there? Megan said, probably not. Okay, that's interesting. Did you tell Gayle that you invited my client to the Kylie Jenner party? She said, probably not. And today you told the jury that you texted my client to come there. She said, yes, I did. Did you text him or did you FaceTime him with Kylie Jenner? Oh, girl. Did you FaceTime him with Kylie Jenner? She said, probably both. Probably both. Do you remember FaceTiming him with Kylie and telling him to come there? She said, I probably did. Whoo. Okay, now let's talk about that. You got there at some point in the late evening hours? Yes. And what time did my client get there? Late at night. How many hours would you say you were already there when Tory Lanez got there? She said, I was there a while, maybe like 5 hours. Wow. That was 5 hours. How much had you been drinking? She said, I had drank a little bit during the beginning of the party. You said a little bit. How many shots do you think you took that day? Whoa, probably 6. When my client came there, you greeted my client at the door with Kylie Jenner. Oh, girl. You greeted my client at the door with Kylie Jenner. She said, I don't think that's how that happened. Okay, how did my client get inside the house then? She said, somebody had to let him in, but you weren't there. She said, to let Tory Lanez in? No. Where was Kelsey at the time that Tory Lanez arrived at the party? She said, I think Kelsey, I don't know where she was. Had she passed out drunk? Megan said, maybe. Did you tell the prosecutor that Kelsey was passed out drunk when you met with them and interviewed with them?
She said, I told her she was drunk. Okay. And today you were asked the same question. Where was Kelsey? And you said you didn't know where she was, correct? She said, I don't know the location of Kelsey's body at that time. But you knew she was drunk, passed out, right? Yes. And you had been drinking with her? Isn't that right? She said, I had been drinking, yes. And when my client walked to the door, so Tory Lanez walked up to the door, was one of the requirements for him to get inside the house that he had to take shots with you guys? To get inside the house, he had to take a shot. Uh-oh. This is starting to... Okay, I'll keep that to myself. She said, I don't remember. I don't know. Do you remember taking shots, multiple shots with Tory Lanez before he walked into the house? She said, no. Mm-mm. Would you say you were pretty drunk that day? She said, I was drinking earlier in the day, but I wasn't pretty drunk. Okay, so do you remember telling the prosecutor that you kept laughing and you don't know why you were laughing so much that day? I swear, y'all, I think everybody needed to be checked for getting roofied. I'm not blaming anybody in particular. Anybody could have, they could have got a bad batch of alcohol with some roofie in it. Who knows? But like, all of this stuff, like laughing and didn't know why she was laughing so much that day. Was it because you were intoxicated, ma'am? She said, I probably was laughing because I was drinking. Yeah. You told the jury that you were ready to go home. Do you remember that? Yes. And that my client wasn't ready to go home? Yes. What time was this approximately around? I don't remember. Okay, and my client was in the pool with Kylie Jenner at that time, wasn't she? Or wasn't he, Tory Lanez? Yes. And your testimony here is that you decided to leave because your hair or your wig was coming off. Isn't that right? You wanted to leave? She said yes. Is that true? Or was EJ the one who came and told you we need to leave because you were acting out? False. False? She says yes. Okay, so EJ did not come and tell you that you had to leave? EJ came and told me my wig was slipping. Did he tell EJ a boy? Okay. Did he tell you you have to leave? You're acting out? No. Okay. So at some point you did agree that you got to leave because you had been drinking. Your wig's coming off. Kelsey's passed out, just coming back. And EJ was there waiting with you. Isn't that right? Yes. And EJ had driven you there, right? Yes. And why didn't you just get in the car with EJ and Kelsey, the person who drove you there, and leave? Why didn't you leave at that point? If Tory didn't want to come and you were ready to leave, why didn't you just leave? She said EJ had already left. Wait, hold on. I thought you said earlier in the day EJ was there and EJ left with you guys. She said, no, EJ took us to the party, but he did leave without us. Okay, didn't you say EJ was at the party and EJ came and told you your wig was coming off and that we need to leave? She said, EJ came, told me my wig was coming off. And that was that. Okay, but EJ left at that time? She said, EJ left. I wasn't ready to go at that point. I was going to leave with Tory. Did you have an agreement that you were going to leave with Tory? No. Did you have an agreement with Tory that he was going to take you home? She said, well, it wouldn't have been unusual for me to go home with Tory because we would always party together. She said that the prosecutor, George, this is Tory's lawyer, said that was not my question. I didn't say, is it usual, unusual? Was there some kind of agreement that you were going to come home? You were going to come to the party. Tory told you come to the party and you were going to leave with him. Was there some kind of an agreement? She said, I don't believe so. Okay. So EJ all along waited there because he was going to take you back home. Isn't that right? EJ was waiting there all night, correct? She said he was with us all night. He wasn't waiting there all night. Okay. Did you have luggage with you that day? She said, I had a purse. Did you have luggage? She said, I don't recall having luggage. Did Kelsey have luggage? Said she could have. She could have had luggage. Where was the luggage in the purse? Where were all of these items and articles of clothing? It was in EJ's car, Megan said. Okay, so EJ was there when the luggage and purse were removed from EJ's vehicle into Tory's security. Right. EJ was still there. Yes. Okay, again, let me back up then. So you wanted to leave at some point. You were ready to leave.
right? Yes. And your luggage or your bag, it's in EJ's vehicle, right? Yes. And Tory doesn't want to leave at this time, correct? She said, at this point, I'm not sure if it was like, Tory, come on, let's go right now. I wasn't saying that yet. But you want to leave, right? And Tory doesn't want to leave? She said, yeah. When I want to leave, Tory doesn't want to leave. Okay, and at some point, you want to go with Tory, isn't that right? She said, yeah. But Tory doesn't want to leave? Right. And your luggage and your bag, they're in EJ's car? Yes. So why didn't you just get in EJ's car and leave? She said, because I did not want to leave yet. Okay, but at some point, you had to take your bags out of EJ's car to put it in Tory's car, isn't that right? She said, yeah, but it wasn't at the same time that I was ready to leave. Okay, Miss Pete, are you telling the jury that you went and took the bags out of EJ's car before and put it in Tory's car? Yes, she said. But Tory did not know that you were going to take him. You. He didn't know you were going to go with him. There was no agreement. She said, probably not. Okay, and did his security, Jaquan, know that you were going to leave with him? Probably not. So she just assumed. Did EJ put your bags in Tory's car? He helped me. So EJ was there. Yeah. When you were leaving and you wanted to leave, when you put the luggage in the car, yes. So why didn't you leave with EJ? Because I didn't want to leave with EJ. Okay. Now at this point, I could see somebody saying, asked and answered, objection. So Tory doesn't want to leave, but you don't want to leave with EJ. I didn't want to leave with EJ. Why not? Because I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave yet. So you're telling this jury that EJ left before you guys got in court in Tory's car? Yes. Have you said this before in any interview? No. This is the first time you are saying this, right? Wow. Got her. This is the first time you are saying. That's why he kept asking over and over. He's like, wait, just to be clear. You're telling this jury EJ left before you got into Tory's car, and this is the first time you're saying this. Yes. So let me ask you this. Tory says he doesn't want to take you. You insist, at the very minimum, his security take you and come back. Isn't that right? She said, yeah. Isn't that what happened? Didn't you get in the car with his security and Kelsey and leave Kylie's house the first time? She said, I don't recall that. So you're telling this jury you, Kelsey, and Quan did not leave that location and Tory stayed with Kylie Jenner? She said, I don't recall that. What do you mean you don't recall that? Do you remember coming back to Kylie's house? She said, no. So your testimony again here is the first time Tory got in the car with you guys and left. I remember Tory getting in the car with us and we left. So you didn't initially leave with Quan and Kelsey and then come back and then you had left your slides there. As you had left your slides. So she left her slides. She said, I don't remember that. Did you tell anybody that you came back the second time? No, not that I know of. Okay, fine. Moving on. Let's talk now about Tory gets in the car, right? Tory gets in the car. Tory sits in the back seat, right? Yes. And you're in the front passenger seat. Yes. Quan is driving. Kelsey is in the back behind you, right? Yeah. And just so we know, EJ's name is Eric Culberson. Yes. And before I go there, you said you remembered telling Tory's security you could take us, come back and pick up Tory, right? Yes. Isn't that what happened? You left and no. If he would have took me home, we would have never been in this position. Oh, so it's his fault? Objection, Your Honor, argumentative. The judge is like, yeah, truly. Like, what? No, you can't. That is a bit argumentative. Do you remember Kylie telling you it was time for you to leave? She got kicked out of Kylie's. Kylie was like, okay, go. I'm here with Tory. You remember Kylie telling you it was time for you to leave? No. Okay, so that didn't happen either. No. You get in the vehicle. You guys are all seated in your positions and an argument ensued, right? Yes. My client, Tory Lanez, is upset because you had him upset because he wasn't ready to leave and you wanted to leave. Isn't that what you said? She said, yeah. And then an argument ensued between you and my client, correct? Yes. And as you guys are arguing, does Kelsey back you up? Yes. Is this when my client tells Kelsey and you Do you know who you're backing up, Kelsey? He said, what? Quote, do you know who you're backing up? Who said that? Meg said. The lawyer goes, my client. He said that to me? No. To Kelsey. Kelsey is the one backing you up, right? Right? Yes. So do you remember Tory Lanez making a comment about, do you know who you're backing up? No, Meg said. This is the point where my client tells Kelsey he had a relationship with you? Yes. And when my client, that's Tory Lanez, basically says you're backing somebody who has backstabbed you and got in a relationship, and he says that about you, you remember that? So that's sustained. So that's questions not allowed to be asked. Okay, next question. Did my client make a comment about him having some kind of sexual relationship with you? Yes. From what you saw, did that make Kelsey upset? She said it made her confused. What did you say when Tory Lanez said that? Did you say, why would you say that? Yeah. Why would you say that about our relationship? No, I didn't say that. Did you hear Kelsey say, so she's like, she turned on me? This wasn't the first time she backdoored me, blah, 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 like she was upset? Do you remember Kelsey saying that to you? This isn't the first time. This isn't the first time she backdoored her. What was she talking about? Were you guys talking about they backdoored her and it wasn't the first time? I have no idea what she's talking about, Meg said. Did you ask her? No. Then why did you get upset that my client said that? Why did you say you were like, shut up? She said, because I didn't want her to know about the relationship with Tory. Okay, but when she got upset at you and said this isn't the first time you backdoored her, what did you say? Meg said, I don't remember. What do you mean I don't remember? You don't remember what the argument was about? She said, I don't remember what I said to Kelsey if I said anything back to Kelsey. Okay. So at this point now, Kelsey is upset because Kelsey, you said, likes my client, right? Has a crush? Yeah. Did she tell you she had a relationship with my client? No. When she said this isn't the first time you backdoored her, is that because she was in a relationship with somebody that you got with that person? No. The lawyer said, no. She said, no. How do you know that? She said, because I've never been with anybody Kelsey's been with. Okay, so why did she say that? And why would she say something like that? This isn't the first time you backdoored her, blah, blah, blah. She said, you would have to ask Kelsey. Okay, next question. When she said that to you in the car, you didn't think it was important for you to deny or say, Kelsey, what are you talking about? She said, I probably did say, what are you talking about? But I don't remember saying anything to her at that point. I was angry at Tory. What did she say when you said something to her? She said, I didn't say anything to her. There's no reason for me and her to be arguing. Okay, even though you said she was upset, she liked the person. She found out you cheated on the man she liked. Meg said, I cheated on the man she liked. You said that. You said that. Okay, objection sustained. Next question. Did she say that you backdoored the man that she was with? No, she didn't. Your Honor, may I approach the witness to show her a statement she made to this detective, Your Honor, to the detective? To refresh her recollection. Can you just look at this, Meg? Megan Thee Stallion, and if you can, read here and there. When you're ready, I'll ask you some questions. She said, this is not like word for word what was being said. So it's not a transcript. It's like notes from the investigation. He said, just read it to yourself. She read it. Did it help refresh your memory? She said, and Meg goes, no, because what she said is not in there. Ma'am, did it help refresh your recollection? She said, mm-hmm. Is that a yes? Yes. Does it talk about this conversation in the vehicle? She said, yes. Does it talk about how Kelsey got upset And you were telling Tory to stop because you didn't want Kelsey to know about your relationship? Yes. Does it talk about the fact that Kelsey got upset and said this wasn't the first time? Yes, it does. Does it talk about backdooring Kelsey, blah, blah, and she was upset? I said, Kelsey said this wasn't the first time she was backdoored. Okay. And at this point, even though Kelsey felt that this wasn't the first time she was backdoored, you and Kelsey were not arguing. The argument was between my client and Kelsey. Megan said, yeah. Okay. So even though you slept with the man that she felt that she liked, she was upset at my client and not you. Not allowed to answer. Sustained. Okay, next question. So your point here is that you were arguing, Kelsey and my client were arguing together, not you, correct? Right. So the first day, do you remember being interviewed with the police? Do I remember being interviewed? Yes. Did they ask you who you were arguing with? She said, no, I don't think they asked me that. I don't remember. They didn't. Okay, see, again, this is terrible investigating. They didn't ask who she was arguing with, trying to figure out who shot her. Are crazy. Would it help refresh your memory if I showed you a report? Yes. May I approach the witness? Yes. So he brings up the report. Did I show you a report that was taken on July 12th? She said, yes. And this was moments after the incident, right? While you're at the hospital, correct? She said, yes. And at the hospital, it says that you were in a verbal argument, Isn't that correct? Yes. That's what the paper says. Okay. And this is a police report that I showed you. She said, yeah, but that's not what I said. What does it say? Who were you in a verbal argument with? Hold on. What are you asking me? You were asking her what's in the report? No, I'm asking, did it help refresh your memory of what the report says, ma'am? She said, I saw what the report says. Okay. Does it say that you were in an argument with Miss Harris? Ooh, this ain't good. Does it say you were in an argument with Miss Harris? So like in the first police report, it says she was arguing with her. She said the paper said I was, but I didn't say I was. So she's like, I don't agree with this. I didn't say that. Oh, so the police report states that you were in an argument with Miss Harris. Kelsey Harris? Yes. Okay. So let me ask you this. Now, you testified here that the people who were arguing when it escalated was my client and Kelsey. Isn't that right? Yes. Okay. And to a point that it escalated, that you wanted to get out of the car, right? Yes. And that's the reason you asked to get out of the car the first time. She said, I was arguing with Tory too. Oh, you were arguing with Tory too? Yes. Okay. And what were you arguing with Tory about? She said, once he started getting disrespectful, I just started getting disrespectful back. Okay. Well, Tory's first comments to you about disrespectful is about you and him having a sexual relationship. She said, once Kelsey got into the argument, now we getting called out of our names. Okay. And so Kelsey and you do not argue about anything. It's just my client screaming, arguing with both of you guys. Right. So the police report originally said that she was arguing with Kelsey, but she's like, no, I didn't say that. Okay. So when you did Gail King, did you say to Gail, I was not arguing? The two people in the back seat were arguing. Do you remember that? She said, mm-hmm. So did you tell, when you got on CBS, did you say you were not arguing? You and Tory were not arguing and that it was just the two people in the back seat? She said, no, I said I was arguing with Tory. Did you? Yes. Okay. But when you left the car the first time, when you got out of the car, it was on Sunset, correct? Yes. And at that point, you said you were in a thong bathing suit, correct? Yes. You were just getting famous and you were on Sunset sitting at a bus stop, correct? She said, I didn't say I was sitting at a bus stop. I went back to the bus stop and I guess that's when he walks by. Okay. Did you sit at a bus stop? She said, I don't remember if I sat down. I remember the bus stop though. Okay. And do you remember Tory coming and sitting next to you at the bus stop and convincing you to get back in the car? No. Who convinced you to get back in the car? She said, everybody tried to convince me to get back in the car. Okay. Well, so the car stops, you get out, you start walking to the bus stop, right? She said, yes. Did somebody walk out of the car and come talk to you? She said, I don't remember that. Do you remember Tory getting out of the car and telling you to get back in the car? She said, no, I don't remember that. So when you say everybody was trying to convince you, how did everybody get out of the car? Did everybody get out of the car? No. So how were they convincing you? She said, I could hear people saying, Megan, get back in the car. What are you doing? But you don't remember Tory at any time getting out of the car? She said, no. Okay. Then you decide for some reason to get back in the car. She said, yes. And you got back in the car. You start driving. Let me stop. When you said you got into the car, you said you got to the bus stop. You said you didn't have your phone battery had died. Do you remember that? She said it was either dying or it had already died. Okay, but you didn't have your phone with you. Do you remember that? She said, I don't remember if it was in my hand or not. Do you remember telling the prosecutor that you called your manager and said, come pick me up? The manager. Who's the manager? Because he was the one that was going to know what to do. He would know what to do. Who is it? Did you call your manager? Did you tell him to come pick you up? She said, I don't think I actually called him. Okay, so when you told the prosecutor that you called your manager and you told him to come and pick you up, you were lying? I don't think I was being untruthful. Okay, so did you speak to your manager or no? She said, I don't remember if my phone had died, but I remember telling Kelsey to take them and telling them, stop. My question is, what you did at the bus stop? You told us that when you got to the bus stop, people convinced you to get back in the car, right? She nods. Correct? Yes. So now I'm asking you if you remember telling this prosecutor when you met with the detective that you stated, quote, I called my manager and I told him I don't want to be a part of this argument and come pick me up. Did you say that? She said, I don't remember that. Okay. If I could have 1 second, Your Honor. Miss Pete, would it help refresh your memory if I showed you your statement? She said, yes. Interview with you from November 20th. I don't know if we have the same transcripts. May I approach? Did this transcript help refresh your memory, that report? Yes. Do you remember being interviewed by Detective Stogner and this prosecutor? Megan said, yes. Did you tell them that you got out of the car and you called your manager and told him, come get me because I don't want to be in a car with these people when they're doing all this arguing? Do you remember that? Do you remember saying that? She said, I don't remember, but I feel like I would have called him. Ma'am, you spoke to this prosecutor. Are you telling us you didn't tell her that? Do you remember saying that or you just don't remember? She said, I just don't remember. Okay, fine. The court says next question. She don't remember. Just next question. Okay, well, when I showed you the report in the interview with this detective and this prosecutor, does it help refresh your memory? She said, you can show me something on a piece of paper, but that doesn't mean I'm going to remember it. Okay, so you don't recall telling her that you called her. You don't recall telling the prosecutor you called the manager. She said, I could have said that. And this is at what time again? 4 a.m.? She said, I don't know. This would be approximately 4:14 a.m. She said, if my phone was dead, how would I know the time? He said, well, do you know what time you got to Sunset and you got out of the car approximately? She said, no. What time did you leave Kylie's house? I don't know, she said. It was early morning hours, correct? She said it was early, yes. And the shooting, in this case, happened around 4:30, 4:20-ish, right around the same exact time as that Kohlberger. This is murder hours. Does that sound about right? Even though no one died. So you agree this would have happened about 20 or 30 minutes before the shooting? She said, I don't think it was that long. So maybe 4:15? She said, okay, maybe. So at 4 a.m., 4:15, you call your manager. You told him, come get me. I don't want to be in this argument anymore. These people are doing too much arguing. Is that what you said? She said, okay, I could have. Okay, so let's talk about where you get to the second stop. Do you remember that? Yes. And where did the car stop? Do you remember? Do you remember the street? No. Do you know where your house was in relation to the location? She said, the hill, it's like on top of the hill, Runyon Canyon, something. The house was on top of Runyon Canyon. I know that's where the house is. My question is where you stopped in relation to where your house. She said like a couple minutes away. Do you know where you were? She said I was on the side street. It was dark. Do you know which side of the side street you were on? She said no. So if you got out of the car and you said you didn't want to hear them doing any arguing, did you know how you would get to your house? She said, all I knew was I wanted to get out of the car and get away from them. Okay. And you said that you were going to put your GPS on to try and find out how to get to your house, right? What? You said earlier you need to put GPS on to get there. She said, I don't remember that. Okay, but how would you get to your house? Do you know how to get to your house? She said, well, I was going to figure it out. Okay, you were going to figure it out in a thong bikini at 4 o'clock in the morning in a street in a bathing suit. You were going to figure out how to get to your house. She said, yeah. And that's why you got out of the car. She said, I did not want to be in the car anymore because Kelsey and Tory are arguing. That's why. She said, yeah, and because he is disrespecting us. Okay, so you get out of the car, you're the front passenger, right? Which direction you start walking? She said to the front of the car. So you go to get in the front of the car. She said, I get out of the car, the passenger side, I start walking straight. Okay, Miss Pete, I'm going to, if I show you a diagram, Your Honor, which exhibit? I'm marking this defense B. Okay, defense exhibit B. What is it? A diagram of what? Aerial shot of the location. Okay. You remember this location, Nichols Canyon and Courtney Avenue? You remember this? She said in the daylight? No. Okay, but you know where the car would have stopped here? Can you say that again? Okay. Question. Would you know where the car would have stopped here on the street? She said the car was in the middle of the street. Okay. In the middle of the street? Yes. Okay. So when the car stops in the middle of the street, you get out. You start walking past the front hood of the car. Yes. So if the prosecution yesterday said you walked in the back toward the back of the car, that would be an incorrect statement. Ooh, got him. Oh, got him. The judge knows that was cooked. He had to sustain that shit. The prosecution said yesterday that Megan was going toward the back of the car. She's out here saying she was going to the front. So if the prosecution yesterday said you walked to the back toward the back of the car, would that be an incorrect statement? Objection. Calls for speculation. Shoo, they better be happy they did not get a fair judge. So you walked toward the front of the car? Yes. Did you ever tell the detective that you got out of the car? You were walking toward the rear, past the rear. You were walking toward the rear. Did you ever say that to Detective Stogner? No. So you were walking to the front of the car? Yes. So if the report says she was walking away to the rear of the car, that would be an incorrect statement? Yes. I was not walking to the rear. I was walking to the front of the car. So the prosecutor got it wrong in the opening statement. Okay, so now Tory is seated behind the driver. Yes. And you're getting out from the passenger's front door? Yes. And when you got out of the car, how long after you get out of the car did you hear dance B word? How long did it take for you to hear that? A couple of seconds, she says. A couple of seconds? And when you say a couple of seconds, is that 2 seconds, 8 seconds, 12 seconds? How many seconds would you say? How far had you got out of the car? How far had you walked? Not very far, she said. Had you got to the front of the car already? She said, I was already at the front of the car. So 1 or 2 seconds, a little bit past it, 2, 3 seconds, fair to say, maybe. And earlier you said Kelsey didn't have a pew-pew. You didn't have a pew-pew. You guys had no clothes on you, just a bathing suit. Isn't that correct? Yes. But who are those bags for? And was any of the bags open? That's what I want to know. You would agree with my client. You would agree with me that my client had no clothes on, no top on. He only had some swim trunks. You agree with me on that? She said, I don't know. You don't know what my client was wearing that day when he got in the car? She said, no. Was it because you were intoxicated? That why you don't remember? She said, no, because it was probably 2 years ago and I don't remember exactly what he had on. Okay. So you don't remember him being without a shirt? No. Do you know if he had swim trunks on? You remember that, right? She said, well, I saw the video earlier. Yeah. And when you saw the video earlier, did it look like he had a shirt on? No.
And he was seated when he came to the house. Did you see him when he arrived to Kylie's house where he was seated? Was he sitting in the back or the front? She said she don't know. So when you guys were leaving, he was in the back. Yes. And Kelsey was behind you? Yes. And the shooter that you claim was my client was in the back passenger right side. No, Megan said. He was in the back of Quan, who was the driver. Okay, so my client is behind Quan. Yes. Where was the shooter? Where was he shooting from? When you turned around and saw a gun. Where was he shooting from? She said, I saw him pull the gun. Where's he at? Where was he shooting? Shooting from the passenger side. Which side of the passenger side? The passenger side. She said, where I was. Okay, the rear side, the passenger side, where I was sitting on the passenger side. She said, where I was sitting, where I was sitting. So from the front seat. So my client was seated on the driver's side, correct? In the back. She said, yeah, at first. Did he ever get out of the car? You saying he got out of the car at the bus stop? No, I'm not talking about the bus stop. Now we're at the location of the shooting, right? She said, yeah, he got out of the car to pew pew at me. Did he get out where he was seated behind the driver? Did he get out from where he was sitting and walk to the back of the car? She said, I already had my back turned. So she had her back turned for the important parts. But then whenever it was time to like see who shot her, all of a sudden she miraculously saw it. But all the logistics, she didn't see none of that. Question, did he get out of the car? Did you see him get out of the car? Was he still inside the car? She said, I didn't see him do anything. My back was turned at that moment. All I know is when I saw him with the pew pew in his hand and he was shooting at me. Okay, but do you agree with me in order for him where he was seated to get to where he was, where you saw him shooting, he would have to walk over Kelsey? Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. Well, you didn't see how he got there, the court said. The witness said no. Okay, objection sustained. That would be speculation. No, you can't ask that question. You can't ask the question. In order for him to get to where you claim he would have had to walk over Kelsey, to leap over her from the back seat, in the back seat. Okay, ma'am, it took only a couple seconds. Correct? You said it took a couple seconds from the time you got out of the front door. When you got out of the front door, my client was still seated in the back seat. Yes. Okay, so you get out of the front passenger side. You start walking to the front of the car. Yes. Took a couple seconds to get a little past the front of the car, I think you said. Yes. And at this point, you said you heard somebody say dance B word and it made you turn around. Isn't that right? Yes. And can you tell us exactly when you turned around where my client was exactly in relation to the vehicle? She said on the passenger side of the car. Okay, was it the back passenger door, front passenger door? She said, I don't remember. Okay, you remember being asked this question before? She said, possibly. Do you remember saying that it was the back passenger door where you saw Tory Lanez? She said, I could have said that. Okay, so my question to you, in order for him to get into the back passenger door, he would either have to get out of the car and walk around the car to get there, right? No, Megan said. Why would he have to get all the way out of the car to do that? Okay, or he would have had to get over Kelsey, who was in the car, correct? Megan said he could have. Okay, but would you agree with me, Miss Pete? These are the two ways that Tory could have possibly got there, correct? She said, how would I know? Girl, it's very easy deductive reasoning question. There's like, unless he has some type of magical power, he can vaporize himself. There's really only two routes to getting to the passenger side of the car. If he was sitting in the back on the driver's side, he would have had to get out, walk around the front, walk around the back. So three ways: walk around the back, walk around the front, or climb over Kelsey. Or, alternatively, he didn't do it. He wasn't really there. He didn't shoot it. It couldn't happen in seconds. Maybe it could have. Hold on a minute. Just don't even play dumb with me. How would I know? That's not an answer. That's a question. I asked the questions here, is what he should have said.
Hold on a minute, Miss Pete. If he's seated behind the driver and you see him in the back passenger where Kelsey was seated, correct? You said that? You see him there by the door? She said, I saw him on the passenger side. Okay, so that's where Kelsey was sitting, right? The passenger side. You were in the front, Kelsey in the back, passenger, right? Yeah. So, in order for Tory Lanez to get to the passenger side, he would either have to get across, get over Kelsey from inside the car, or she had to move somehow, or he would have to get out of the car and walk behind the car or in front of the car somehow. You know, walk around the car to get there, correct? Those are two ways he would have got to the passenger side of the car if he was sitting on the driver's side. Do you agree with me? She said, I don't agree with you because I didn't see that. Okay, well, how else would he have gotten there, ma'am? She said, I don't know. I can't speak on something I didn't see. Okay, but you did see him. She said, shoot me, yes, with the gun. Ma'am, you talked a lot on cross-examination. I mean, on direct this morning and this afternoon, that you're a private person and you don't like to go on about your private life. Isn't that correct? She said, yeah, who I'm sleeping with. Okay, but do you remember posting stuff on your Instagram? And her response, I think, is a fair response. She said, I post a lot on my Instagram. And is your Instagram name Thee Stallion? She said, yes. And do you recall after this incident posting which direction you were walking, where you were facing, where you were at the time the shots were fired? She said, yeah, I was walking away from the car. And with your back turned, where? She said, with my back turned. Your back was turned, correct? Yes. Do you remember saying I got shot? I was walking away facing the back. Do you remember saying that? She said, probably. Okay, so you were facing the back of the car or the front of the car, ma'am. Oh, sorry. You were facing the back of the car or the front of the car, ma'am? She said the front of the car. So why would you say I was walking away facing the back? Facing the back meaning my back was turned. Okay, so your back was turned when you got shot. You were saying in your Instagram post, right? She said, yeah. So you didn't see who the shooter was? She said, yes, I did. Well, let me finish my question, ma'am. According to your Instagram, you said I was walking away facing the back. Is that correct? She said, is that what it says? May I approach, Your Honor? Your Honor, may I mark this next exhibit, Defense Exhibit C? It's an Instagram post. An Instagram post was marked. Ma'am, on this Instagram post, you're talking about facing the back, correct? Yes. So you had your back turned. Is this your Instagram, ma'am? Yes. And is this the photos on the left side where it shows that the doctor is doing some kind of procedure on your right foot? Yes. And on the right side of the thing you posted something on Instagram, right? Did I post this on Instagram? Yes. She said yes. And it says right here, I got hit back of my feet because when I got shot, I was walking away facing the back. Isn't that correct? She said, yeah. What did you mean by that? She said, I was walking away with my back turned. Okay, good. So how would you see how you got shot if you were walking away? If you were facing the back, you weren't facing the shooter. She said, because I had already turned and looked when he said dance, B-I-T-C-H. Okay, but did you say that in that post that you had turned around and saw it? Well, I wasn't being questioned by the police. I was being questioned by people on the internet. Again, giving a lot of credence to people on the internet. Okay, next question. When you were questioned by the police the first day, again, you didn't say why you were, what happened, correct? You said it was you stepped on some kind of glass. Isn't that right? Yes. And you told us, the jury here today, that you lied to the police because you were scared because George Floyd's case had just happened. Isn't that correct? Yes. Ma'am, isn't it true that you had the opportunity when you were in handcuffs, you weren't afraid that the police were going to shoot you at that point, were you? She said, I was still scared. Okay, fair, fine. I'll give her that one. But at some point I stopped giving. Okay. When you were in the ambulance, were you still scared? She said, yes. When you were in the hospital, you were still afraid that they might shoot you? Oh, that the police might shoot me? No. Okay. So in the hospital, why didn't you tell the police what happened when they asked you? Oh, because like I said earlier, snitching is frowned upon. Snitching is frowned upon in the now it used to be the black community, then it was the whatever my community, and now it's the hip hop community. Hip community. Snitching is frowned upon in the hip hop community. So the story has changed. And also at this point, I had already lied. I said I stepped on glass. I wanted to be done with this incident. All these make sense, but like this one makes even more sense than that whole George Floyd thing, which is why she probably did start supplementing that answer, because that thing don't make sense. This stuff makes sense. Now, should you lie to the police? Probably not. You probably shouldn't do that. Okay, now you keep talking about snitching is not permitted or whatever you just stated in the hip hop world. Do you remember doing an Instagram live? And you remember on your Instagram live talking about this? She was like, with my green hair. He's like, yeah, green or blue. Yeah. How long after the incident was that Instagram live? She's like, I'm not sure. Was it in 2020? She's like, I don't know, possibly. Okay, so it was only a few months after this incident, right? She said, yeah. And at this point, do you remember talking about that you're a South Sider? You remember talking like you're a real thug, bitch? You're a mother effer South Sider. Do you remember that? She said, no. Oh my God, this is crazy. So you don't remember telling your audience that the reason that this thug B word didn't tell the police was because it was not the police's business? No, I don't remember saying that, she said. Do you remember telling them on the Instagram live that the reason you didn't say anything is because everybody in the car was arguing and this N-word in the back seat? You remember saying that? One more time, what? That everybody in the car was arguing. She said, can you say the whole thing one more time? Excuse me, what? She's like, can you say the whole thing one more time? Everybody in the car is arguing. I'm in the front seat. This N-word in the back seat. Do you remember saying that? Do you remember saying that? Probably. Do you remember saying that the police came and you didn't tell them because you were scared? She said, well, I probably said that. Did you say that the reason you went to the hospital and didn't say anything to the people in the hospital is because the bitch police officer is being so rude to you and that's why you didn't tell them anything? The lady was being rude, yes. Trying to get to the bottom of the shooting that happened to Megan Thee Stallion. Trying to get to the bottom of what happened to Megan Pete. She is the sole victim in this case. Everyone's rushing around town to try and get to the bottom of what happened to her. But somehow still that's not good enough. Okay, good. Got it. And then did you say that when the doctor came, the reason you didn't tell the doctor is because you thought the doctor was the police officer? No, she said, I thought the doctor was going to tell the police. Okay, did you say he was going to tell the police or did you say he was the police? She said, me being angry in that Instagram live, I could have said a lot. Okay, so did you say that you saw my client pull the gun out? Where did my client pull the gun out from? She said, I just said I saw him shoot me. Okay, did you say you saw him pull the gun? She said, I said I saw him with it in his hand. Okay, now did you say you saw him pull it out? I don't remember saying I saw him pull it out. Would it help refresh your memory if I show your interview with the detective? So this is the interview with the detective. So not the Instagram live. But that doesn't say I saw him pull the gun from somewhere. Pulling it meaning he had it out. Ma'am, does it say I saw him pull his gun out? Yes. Is that what you said? That is a quote. Where did he pull it out from? She said, I didn't see where he pulled it out from. Okay, but you earlier showed us that where the shooting was, the left hand. Do you remember that? She said, I'm talking with my left hand. Are you right-handed or left? She said, I'm right-handed. Is my client left-handed or right-handed? She said, I don't know. No. Did you see him hold the gun with his left or right hand? She said, I saw him holding it. I don't remember which hand it was. Now, remember, y'all, the fact that his fingerprints are not on this gun and it wasn't disclosed to the defense, I think is reason for a mistrial. I think it's a Brady violation if it's true, if that's how it really happened. And this is why. All of this, did you see him hold it with his right hand? Did you see him holding with his left hand? It's already inconclusive. You can't conclude that his DNA is on the gun. His DNA is not on the magazine, and his fingerprints weren't on the gun. So it really calls into question her already impeached, a non-credible testimony. And I'm not saying it just because I'm picking on her. Once you admit on the stand to lying to several people throughout the investigation about basic facts, you have been impeached. You're not a credible witness anymore. And so now every single thing you say has to be compared up with some type of corroborating evidence, because you are not to be trusted. This is just how it works in court with everybody. It's impeachment. Megan, impeachment. I saw him holding it. I don't remember which hand it was in. Was he inside the car? Was he outside the car? He was outside the car, not with his feet on the ground. Okay, so then he was partially inside the car? Yes. Do you remember saying to Gail King and to Detective Stogner that he was inside the car with his hand extended out? He could have the top of his body out of the car, his legs on the inside of the car, I guess. I understand that. But do you remember saying that he was inside the car with his hand out? She said, what's the difference in what I'm saying and what you're saying? Ma'am, if you could please answer my question. She's like, I answered it. I do think that it's possible, bless her heart, there just is a frontal lobe, like IQ deficiency here. I truly do. And I'm not trying to be mean. God loves all God's children, but like, it's actually like coming across a little bit stupid sometimes, because it's a very straightforward question. Do you remember saying Tory Lanez was inside the car with his hand out? Do you remember saying it? Oh, he could have the top of his body out of the car. It could have happened that way. That's not my question. The question is, did you say that that is how it happened? What's the difference in what I'm saying and you saying? Okay, one is, did you say it and do you have a memory of saying it? One is this how it happened? Why? It makes a difference, because if you said something different in the past, it could be more impeachment, which makes her, the truly star witness, less credible even than she already has been proven to be. Ma'am, if you could answer the question, I answered it. Do you remember saying he was inside the car with his hand extended out? She said, maybe. Okay, well, if he's inside the car and his hand is extended out, how do you know it was Tory's hand and not someone else's hand? And watch Tory be left-handed. She said, I could see him. It's not just his hand coming out of the car. If he's partially in the car, where was Kelsey? Well, I guess she had to be in the car. So he's literally standing on top of Kelsey. She said, I don't see Kelsey. I see Tory. Okay, but Kelsey was seated there, right? You testified she was sitting in the back passenger seat. That's where Kelsey was seated. She said, well, in between that time, I didn't see what exchange they had going on. And she also said it was just seconds. 2 seconds, 3 maybe. So all this would have happened in seconds. And in between you talking about these 2-3 seconds, she said, well, I guess it could have been more than 2 or 3 seconds. Okay, but hold on. I think we've established that you opened the door and got out to the front of the vehicle, correct? Like the hood area, the front of the vehicle? She's like, well, a little bit past that. Okay, so how far would you say you walked from where I'm standing to, can you tell us how far you walked? She demonstrates from the truck to the desk here, maybe 8 feet. You walked about 8 feet. You get out of the car, you walk 8 feet. As you walk 8 feet, you turn around. You see my client with a pew-pew pointed at you. Yes. And is it part of his body? That's when he said dance B word. Okay. After he said dance B word, and as he's, part of his body is outside the car, part of his body is inside the car with his hand extended, and he shoots you. He shot. Yeah. Yeah, correct. So she's, he shoots, but not you. Let me ask you this. When you got out of the car, did you leave the front passenger door open or was it closed? She don't remember. Was the back passenger door open? She said, well, if he was shooting from the back passenger door, then I guess it had to be open. So the answer would be yes, the back passenger door was open. Yes. So as the passenger door is open, the only person you see is my client, whose body is the hand inside the car, but his hand is out. His head, his torso, his hand. I could see him clearly with the pew-pew. Okay, and everybody else, and she says, dance B word, and he shot me. Everybody else is not in my view. Nobody else has a gun, just your client. Okay, do you see anybody else, ma'am? No, just your client with a pew-pew. Okay, when you're looking at my client and you're saying he has a gun, where's Kelsey? Do you see her? No, I don't see Kelsey. Do you see what Quan is doing at this time? He's still in the driver's seat. At any point before the shooting, did you and Kelsey get into a fight? Did you and Kelsey get into a fight? And she says no. She is denying that they got into any type of altercation. Where did the acrylic nail come from? Why did the chain get snatched? Did you and Kelsey have a fist fight? No. Did you and Kelsey argue outside? Outside? Okay. Did you and Kelsey get into an argument outside of the car? No. Okay, this is a good break time. All right, we're going to take our 15 minutes. Da-da-da. Okay. Now they're at sidebar. I have an Instagram video that I transcribed. I have an audio recording. I want to play where she is admitting some facts that she has now changed her testimony. And I want to play that recording. It's a 3-minute recording. It's the entire video. Depending on how that goes, the entire actual video and the transcript. We can do that. Okay, Your Honor, before Tory's lawyer confronts the victim with the Instagram live video, we need to make sure she didn't actually deny she said something on the live video. So I need to confirm what exactly he intends to, if she didn't deny. I don't think there's a basis to impeach her. Tory Lanez's lawyer said, first of all, she said she didn't know. And one of the more important things she said is that people are snitching is not allowed, right? She's like, oh, I didn't tell the truth because snitching isn't allowed. She's directly talking and making these statements about that in this video. And she's talking about that she's a hood bitch and she's from this and that. Talks about being a gangster B-word, a South Sider, blah, blah, blah. There is numerous stuff she says in this. And furthermore, there's discrepancies in the comments. For example, what she said to the nurse and what she said she doesn't remember. The court said, I'm going to allow it. It's 3 minutes long. You can play anything else that proves further context. Okay, all right. So they go back on the record in the trial matter. The parties are all present. The 12 jurors are here. So they're back from their little 15-minute break. Megan, the Stallion, is still on the witness stand. Let me remind you, you're still under oath. And Tory Lanez's lawyer, if you would like to resume your cross-examination. Ma'am, before we took the stand after the lunch hour, did you have an opportunity to speak to the state, the prosecutors, about your testimony after the morning hour? Yes. And what did you discuss with them? She said, I felt like I was being guarded and wanted to open up. Is that something you suggested or is it something the state suggested? She said, no, it was me. Okay, it was you. All right. Now, let me ask you this. I want to show you what we marked as an exhibit. I think it's exhibit B. If I bring this to you, would you be able to tell us approximately where the vehicle stopped in the middle, where the vehicle stopped in the middle of the, where you went, which direction you walked to the driveway? She said, no, I don't even understand what I'm looking at. Okay, show this to the witness. Yes. If this is the street, I want you to show us where the car was parked and just make a square for the car. You said in the middle of the street. Okay, make a square. She's like the way this Google image is, I could try. Okay, sure. Do your best. Do the best you can do to show where the car was parked. I didn't even know what street it was because I don't know where I was. It was dark. I was just looking at the sunny image from a bird's eye view. I don't know. Do you have any way of knowing that, like, if this is the area where it happened? She said, I wouldn't even know whatever way it's facing. Okay. Can you tell us when you got out of the car, which direction you traveled after you're in front of, you said you were at the front of the vehicle by the hood area. In the front, you said you got shot there. Can you tell us which direction you traveled in the driveway? She said to the left. Okay. So they're putting on we don't have the diagram. So you know, drawing the diagram. Sure. She can draw a diagram. We can turn this around. She can draw where the car was. Okay, so for the record, she's drawn something on the back of the exhibit. So the vehicle, front of the vehicle. So could just make this the front of the vehicle. Okay, they're drawing. You walk from here to this direction. Where did you go? As soon as I went to the left, there was a driveway. You went to the left. You went to the driveway. Just a bear shot, being a little closer. This is all just stuff from this diagram. I can't really tell what it is because I'm not looking at it. I want to indicate what she pointed to. This is the vehicle, correct, in front of the vehicle. This is the X, is where you were seated. You got out of the front passenger seat. You walked to the front of the vehicle. 8 feet or so we've established, and then you were shot. You made this arrow where you started walking toward the driveway. Is that fair to say? She said, I just collapsed On the driveway. You collapsed in the driveway? Yes. And who approached you when you collapsed? Kelsey. And where was Quan at this time? I'm not sure. Did he ever get out of the car? I'm not sure. And what about my client, Tory Lanez? Did he get out of the car? Yes. And then he walked and he came over to you? Yes. And then he bumped into Kelsey. That's what I saw. And then they both were at me. When you say he bumped Kelsey, right, this is probably to explain why she got gunpowder residue on herself. I think that's why she keeps saying, oh, yes, I think I saw them bump each other. Because remember the prosecution's theory of the case is that's how the gunshot residue got on Kelsey. But then the defense's theory of the case is Kelsey shot the gun. Let me ask you this. You made a statement the first day, and then you called back 4 days later and had a very thorough interview with the detective and your attorneys. Isn't that correct? And previously she said it wasn't with the attorney. She said Alex wasn't on there. Did you at any point tell anybody that Kelsey and my client bumped into each other? She said, I didn't tell anybody anything. Okay, well, on that day, 4 days later, when you called them, you told them that my client was the shooter. Yeah. So I didn't tell anybody anything is not quite accurate. You told them on July 16th, which is a few days after the incident, that you were being truthful at that time, right? Yes, I was. And on July 16th, at any point did you tell that my client and Kelsey, quote, bumped into each other? No, I didn't want Kelsey to be involved at all because she wasn't the shooter. Okay, but telling Kelsey bumped in my client, you would agree with me it would have involved Kelsey, maybe, correct? Megan said, bringing her name up, yes, to me, that's involving her. Okay, but you brought up Kelsey in your report on July 16th anyway, isn't that correct? Well, yeah, but just to say she was with me. Okay, so when you were talking about when you were talking about the incident, a few days later, when you're on July 16th, you mentioned Kelsey's name numerous times, didn't you? Yes. In fact, you told that Kelsey was in the car. She came and helped you, right? You were telling the detective detailed play-by-play about what happened that day. Of what I saw, yeah. Okay, and did you tell the detective that you saw my client bump into Kelsey? Probably not. Okay, which one? Oh, God. Woo. Okay, when you went on Gayle King, and Gayle King had you go play by play from what happened, from the shooting to the time they came and gave you aid, they helped you out. When Kelsey came to your aid, where my client allegedly came to your aid, you don't remember saying anything about that on Gayle King? She said, I don't remember everything I said. Did you at any point on Gayle King say that my client and Kelsey bumped into each other ever? Probably not. This is a non-answer. This is not an answer. Did you tell the detective that my client was inside the vehicle at the time the shots were fired, that he was still actually inside the vehicle? She said, I told them that he was half inside, half outside. Okay, and when you say he was half inside, half outside, you're talking about his head, his torso area, his arm is extended, right? Yes. And he's shooting from that position from the back passenger window door area. She said, I already said I wasn't sure. Excuse me? She said, I already said I wasn't sure. I just knew he was on the passenger side. Okay, you've already established that, but you've made numerous statements on Gayle King and everywhere that he was actually on the back side, the back door, correct? She said, well, I would say that he was on the passenger side. Right, but did you say previously that he was on the back side? I could have. You could have? Do you have a recollection of where he was? She said, I just said he was coming from the passenger side. But did you tell them that he must have gone over Kelsey? Must have gone over Kelsey. Did you tell Detective Stogner that my client, Tory Lanez, must have gone over Kelsey? She said, I don't remember if I said that. Okay, would it help refresh your memory if I show you this statement? Did I show you your statement to Detective Stogner? Yes. Did you say that he had to get over her to even pew you? It says he must have gotten over her to shoot me. Oh, wow. This lawyer's actually very good, considering he did not have a lot of time to prepare. It says he must have gotten over her. That's your statement, isn't it? That's you saying that? She's like, I'm just trying to put it together. Okay, so when I asked you earlier, did he have to go over Kelsey? She said, I said he could have. If I could finish my question, please. I know we're having a hard time. We're speaking over each other. I asked you earlier that he would have to go over Kelsey to be in a position to be being half inside of the car and shoot at you. Didn't I ask you that? Yes. And you said you didn't know, correct? Right. So you agree with me. You admitted to Detective Stogner in 2020 that he would have had to go over Kelsey, that is where Kelsey was seated. Megan goes, okay. Right. But you agree with me? Yes. And that day, did you see my client with a gun? Yes. You saw prior to the shooting? No. When he was seated in the back seat at any point, did my client have any of his personal belongings in the back? She said, I don't know. What about the luggage? The luggage and the bags were yours and Kelsey's, isn't that right? She said it was the car he came in, so he could have had anything in his car. Okay, I understand that. That's not my question. She interrupts him. How would I know what was in his car? Do you know if you had luggage and a bag in the car in a Louis Vuitton? She said, I know I had a purse, yeah. What about a Louis Vuitton duffel bag? She said, I don't remember that. Would it help refresh your memory if I were to show you what was in the back of the car? She said, yes. Do you remember the suitcase, ma'am, that you had EJ put in the vehicle? Nope. Shh, the judge is not going to let this question. This is crazy. Do you remember the suitcase that you had EJ put in the back of the vehicle? Assumes facts, not in evidence. That's crazy. The judge won't let that question be asked. Does it refresh your recollection seeing this luggage, this suitcase? She said, no. He said, no, this doesn't belong to you or Kelsey? She said, it could belong to Kelsey. Okay, what about the Louis Vuitton bag right next to it? Do you see that? She said, a little bit. Okay, maybe this will be a little better. Do you see the Louis Vuitton bag right next to it in this picture? She said, still a little bit. Whose bag is that? I'm not sure. Was it yours? I'm not sure. You don't know which Louis Vuitton bag is yours? I don't believe it. Do you have a similar bag to this? She said, I can barely see the bag. Would it help if I bring it forward to you? I can't tell whether that's a backpack, if it's a bag, if it's a purse. I can only see the corner of the bag. Okay, so do you have a similar bag, a black Louis Vuitton bag that kind of looks similar to this? She said, I'm not sure. You're not sure if you have that bag? She said, I have a lot of bags. Okay, what about Kelsey? I'm not sure. Do you remember what bags were taken out of your vehicle when you told EJ to put it in Tory's vehicle? The judge again will not allow this question to be asked. This is freaking crazy. This is lunacy. Did you tell Tory to take the bag out of your vehicle? Kelsey, did you tell EJ to take the bags out of your vehicle, EJ's vehicle, and put it in the vehicle? Did you tell EJ to take bags out of your car and put into Tory's car? Yes. Do you know what bags that you asked him to remove from his vehicle and put in Tory's vehicle? She said it could have been Kelsey's bag and my bag. I don't know. Do you know which bags they were? I don't know what her bags look like. But did you tell EJ to pack your clothes that you had inside Miss Jenner's house? I don't remember that. On July 16th, when you were interviewed 4 days later with your attorney and your representatives, did you tell the officer, Detective Stogner, I think we've already agreed you're being truthful on that day, correct? Did you tell the officer you didn't know you were shot? That's why you didn't say anything? And you didn't want to spread false information? Did you say that? I'm not sure, she said. Okay, would it help refresh your memory if I show you the report? Yes, I said that. I said that initially. Initially, or just July 16th to the police? Okay, read it to yourself. What does it say after that? In the report, does it say that you stated on July 16th you did not know you had been shot? And you did not want to make any false allegations. Do you remember that? She said, I didn't want to cooperate with the police at the time. A crime. I don't know. Innocent until proven guilty. I'm not saying anybody committed a crime, but like obstructing an investigation, in my knowledge, is not legal behaviors. But I don't know. Innocent until proven guilty. I certainly wasn't there. I don't know if any of the stuff she's saying is even true. I didn't want to cooperate with the police. Ma'am, that wasn't my question. Did you were you cooperating with the police on July 16th, correct? She said, well, I had to tell them that I didn't tell the truth about the shooting. Yeah. Okay. So you're talking on July 16th. You stated you wasn't sure if you'd been shot. That's why you didn't tell or say anything. You didn't want to get anybody in trouble. Is that what you said? She said, probably. Okay. And that was on July 16th when you were already being truthful with the police. She said, well, I don't remember saying that. Okay. Look at the report. She said, I see the paper, but I still don't remember saying that. So this doesn't refresh your memory of saying that. No. All right. Now, you said you weren't going to say anything to anybody about this case. Only my client started posting stuff. And that's the only reason you came forward. Is that correct? Yes. So you came forward 4 days later? 4 days later, you had your attorneys talking to the police, right? She's like, well, I'm not exactly sure. Well, isn't July 16th 4 days later? She said, well, if that's what it says, then yes. And you had your representatives on that phone call, didn't you? She said, yeah, my manager, yes. And which manager is it? Is it Lou Taylor? No, they were calling it a he. And you recall your manager and you requesting for that interview not to be recorded? Oh, no. You don't recall that either? No. Are you aware that my client received a call from Rock Nation 2 days later? Oh, girl. We getting into the nitty gritty. Oh, God. The judge didn't let the question be asked. If I could furnish, we'll ask the question. Ma'am, were you on a call with Rock Nation? And when they called my client 2 days after this incident on July 14th, you say, do I recall or was I on a call? Do you recall being on a call with Tory and Rock Nation? Rock Nation. Do you recall representatives of Rock Nation being on a call with my client? No. Ma'am, as you sit here today, are you aware that Kelsey had gunshot residue on her hand? Oh, fuck. Holy shit. This is the most relevant question of the day. Of the fucking day, excuse my language. And the judge sustained it. Ma'am, as you sit here today, are you aware Kelsey had gunshot residue on her hand? Objection, calls for speculation. Objection, relevance. Okay, now you've been friends with with Kelsey for a very long time. Isn't that correct? Yes. I think you said you've been friends with her for like 13 years, since 2013, 14. And in those 9 years, you were such good friends, she became your personal assistant. Isn't that correct? And she handled everything for you, right? Well, no, not everything, but what she could. Okay. And since the day of this shooting, you haven't seen Kelsey? No. Since the day of the shooting, you haven't spoken with her other than through text. Isn't that right? Right. You haven't had a phone call with her. Isn't that right? No. I talked to her on the phone since then. So, you haven't had a phone call with her. Isn't that correct? She said, no, that's not correct. We have talked. When did you talk to her? It was when she called me and told me she met up with Tory. Let me ask you this. When you left LA after the shooting, did you tell your assistant you were leaving? I told her I was leaving. Yes. You did. Okay. That's a yes. Yes. Okay. And when did you tell her? I'm not sure. And when did you leave LA after the shooting? She said, as soon as I got out of the hospital, I left. This was the next day. Next day after what? I got out of the hospital? Yeah. July 13th. When I got out of the hospital, no, I was there for a few days. Okay. So when you left, did you see Kelsey? Did she come and visit you? Well, I knew she was outside the hospital, but I didn't see her and she couldn't come in. It was COVID. Only one person could come in at a time. Exactly. This is what I was saying earlier. And in those 2 days, she couldn't come in and see you. No. And she didn't come in and see you at any time in the 2 days. She said, I only wanted Ferris in the room with me. Okay, we got the manager's name, Ferris. I only wanted Ferris in the room with me. That's the manager. And in those 2 days, at any point after you got out and you were going to leave LA, did you see Kelsey before you left? She said, I did not. Did you talk with her before you left? Yes. All right. I want to play your Instagram live where you talk about why you lied. Are you making an exhibit? The court says, yes, Your Honor. I'll mark this as Exhibit D and the transcript as at D1. Is this a CD or what? The judge said. It's a hard drive, Your Honor. I'll draw out the CD. Okay, so marked. We'll have another audio clip and we'll have a transcript to follow along. Everyone has their copies. You can go ahead and play it. So they play Megan's Instagram live. If I hadn't already been on here for basically 5 hours, I would play it, but I'm just trying to get to the end of the transcript at this point today. Ma'am, this interview where you were talking about, do you know when you did this? No. And you said Tory was the one who started posting stuff. The publicist and the people were posting stuff. Yes. Do you have any evidence of what my client posted? She said, one more time. Do you have any evidence of what my client posted? Well, he got his people in the room right now. He got his people in the room right now. So who are these people? Is it Milagro? I am curious. Ma'am, that isn't my question. I'm asking you if you have anything that he posted. Wait, do you mean like, does she have it in her possession? Yeah. No, I don't have it in my possession. Okay. Have you turned over to the district attorney stuff that my client posted? She said every time a blog that's his friend posts something, I send it. Okay, but that's not him. And you've been sending them to the prosecutors? Yes. So your people don't have any of that stuff today. Oh, yeah, they do. Okay, so looks over to the prosecutors. Do you have stuff? Your Honor, can we have a sidebar? All right. We're at the sidebar. Okay, she just said that she's been turning over stuff that my client posted to the people. I haven't been turned over anything, Brady. So either she's lying or she's never turned it over. So either she's lying and she never turned it over, or she has turned it over and then the people would have it and I would like to see it. The court says, does your client have access to it? He said, what are you talking about? That would assume that my client did it. I'm saying he didn't do it. This is all public information, the prosecutor said. Okay, but if it is public information, then at least the prosecutor should be able to pull up something that Tory Lanez posted. She said, we haven't introduced anything that isn't public with respect to your client's tweets or anything like that. I think she's referring to public posts your client is posting, and that's accessible to everybody. The court said, well, that's what I understood. Yeah, Tory Lanez's lawyer said. She's saying my client posted stuff in the 4 or 5 days before she went public. She wasn't specific when she said he posted things or when it happened in that time. Yes, she was, Tory Lanez's lawyer said. She said she wasn't going to go to the police. She did because my client posted stuff. Then she went to the police 4 days later. The court said, oh, so what am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do? I want to know what discovery was turned over by her to the district attorney. I want what she turned over. She just said in open court, you turned over to the district attorney stuff that my client posted. Wait till he finds out he ain't got the fingerprint results from the gun, exonerating the fingerprints. This is exculpatory evidence. In my opinion, from my understanding of things, I don't know, but it seems pretty clear to me. What do you want me to do? The judge is saying. Well, I want to know what she turned over to them because that's Brady. I want to know what's been turned over. The prosecutor said, Mr. Tory Lanez's lawyer, the question to her was with regard to activity that occurred. She's indicating his client's people were posting things. His client's people. So this is Tory Lanez's people. So he is responsible for other people without any evidence, not a shred of evidence whatsoever. She was fine. She did not give specifics. She said anytime there is negative posts, she would send it to us. Those are all online and public. No, we're missing the point, Your Honor. The judge said, well, we're not using those posts in this case. They're not exculpatory. Completely disagree. I completely disagree with this judge. He said, it's stuff that you can get yourself. So what are you asking me to do? He said, I'm asking for what she said from July 12th to 16th that my client and his people posted. So the judge is like, this is evidence. This is all public evidence. You can get this stuff yourself. But Tory Lanez's lawyer is saying there is no stuff to get, Your Honor. She is lying. He did not post anything. So they have the burden of proof to prove that my client posted something. So, oh, she posted some stuff isn't going to cut it. Isn't going to cut it. She doesn't have it. So what do you want me to do? The court said. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Be a fucking judge? Hopefully. Hopefully you can do your job. That's what I'm hoping. I'm asking if the state has it. She said she sent it to them. Those 4 days. What was posted that made her that my client said stuff? I would also note that, counsel, I don't think it's very clear. She is confining the stuff she sent to us within those 4 days. She sent us links to online posts, but this is an Instagram Live. We don't know exactly how many days occurred. We don't have a date established. She's saying she sent every time she sees it. So you're suggesting there are things after this? Tory Lanez's lawyer said, no. I understand that after my point. She said my client posted stuff. The court looks finally to the prosecutor and said, do you have any of this stuff? The prosecutor said, I'm not even exactly sure what specific things we're talking about here. I know that certainly July 12th to 16th, we didn't receive anything. Nothing had been filed. So did she give you anything? Yeah, she gave me some links. It's not even her. It's her team saying he's talking about the case. There's an Instagram Live video. I referred to it in the motion. Tory Lanez's lawyer said, yeah, again, what we're missing, Your Honor, is her statement. I am trying to impeach her. She said the only reason she went to the police 4 days later is because my client had posted stuff, and my client did not post stuff. So I'm trying to figure out what is this stuff that they're using against him to put him in prison. The court, so you're asking Tory Lanez's lawyer in the middle of the drool coming out of the mouth of this judge. I want to know what stuff she turned over because my client didn't post anything. So if she doesn't have anything, she's lying. And that's impeachment. Hello. The court is saying, well, the people are saying she doesn't have any of that. Okay, so I'm going to ask, Tory Lanez's lawyer said, I'm going to ask to put that on the record. The court said, can we do that at the end of the day? She doesn't have it. This fucking fucker. God damn, this guy fucking sucks. Can we do that at the end of the day? Can we impeach the star witness at the end of the day instead of right now while she just did the lie? Can we do that? No, we cannot. He said no. The jury needs to know that. So I can argue there's nothing that was turned over from July 12th to 16th. For her to act like my client posted stuff for months, he was off Instagram. Oh, we can take that discussion up after she's done. The judge said after Tory Lanez's lawyer said after she's done. What the fuck? I don't even think that's necessarily the proper way to impeach her. Well, that's not up to you, buddy, Mrs. Ta. You should have been a defense lawyer if you wanted to talk about proper ways to impeach shit. I don't even think that's the proper way to impeach her. He didn't subpoena her. He could have asked if she sent anything to the prosecution from July 12th to 16th, and that was never even asked. The case had not been filed. Okay, the court said, well, let me ask her that, and you can take it from there. We'll make a record. He said, okay. All right, Miss Pete. So asking her back again. Asking her again. Do you remember? Did you send anything to any of the police or to the prosecutor between the time of the shooting and the time you first talked to the detective a few days later, that first 4 days? Did he post anything? Do you remember sending anything to them? She said, no, probably not. Okay. So was your answer, quote, probably not? She said, right. Yeah, that's my answer. Probably not. So earlier you testified the only reason you came forward is because my client had been posting stuff. And that's why. She said, yeah, and putting off alternatives. Yes. Okay, what does that mean? Do you have any of those? Do you have examples of any of that? No, I don't. So you don't know. She said, no, I don't have it now. Did you send it over to the people? That means the state, the prosecutors from these 4 days? No, not for these 4 days, no. Okay, so from July 12th, the day of the shooting, to 4 days later, when you interviewed with the police, when you started speaking to the police, did you send anything? Oh, look, Tory posted this. Oh, Tory posted this. No, she said probably not. So you weren't being truthful when you said my client had posted stuff. And that's the reason you went to the police. You weren't being truthful. Is that correct? I guess the question is, were you being truthful when you said that his client was posting things? No, she said he had people posting things. He had people posting things. Okay, ma'am, do you have any of those posts that my client or his quote people posted from that 4-day period when you spoke to the detective? Won't let it. God damn, fuck this judge. God damn, this guy sucks. This is crazy. This is like very material questions. Which posts made you stop following snitch code and all of a sudden you a snitch? Because he's on the internet posting stuff. Well, no, actually, no, he's not posting stuff. Just kidding. It was his people. Okay. Can you give me an example of one single post? Even one? No, the judge isn't letting that question be asked. Ma'am, we just listened to your Instagram live and you talk about not telling the stuff to the doctor because you thought the doctor was the police. Talking to the police, yes. Okay, but that's not what she said. Did you believe that the doctor was the police? What did you mean when you said that low IQ bullshit? I believe the doctor was talking to the police. And that's why you didn't tell them the truth? Right. And the reason you didn't tell the female officer at the hospital is because she was being a bitch to you, you said? I told you I didn't want to tell the officers because I didn't want to be a snitch. And I didn't want to tell anybody about the incident at all. I didn't have any intention of talking about the incident. Okay, till 3 days later, three and a half days later, she's talking, she's snitching. Okay, I understand. But on your Instagram live, you're saying the police officer is being a bitch to me and was rude to me. Yeah, she was rude to me. Okay. Can you tell us what she said that would make you believe she was a bitch? Yeah, her tone was just rude. They were handling us aggressively. Well, there was a shooting that happened. I mean, there was a shooting and there was a gun found. So I think it's pretty fair that people get handled aggressively. If there's a shootout in fucking middle of a suburban neighborhood at 4:00 in the morning, I think it's kind of fair in that one instance. It's a bit, aggressive handling. Who's the shooter? There's things to figure out. Then they left the scene. Ma'am, isn't it true you told the officer you did not want to say who the shooter was because you didn't know you had been shot? That's not what I said. I don't remember saying that, she said. Didn't I show you that post? Ma'am, did you see the shooter? Yes, I did. No further questions. Can I have a moment? Yes. Okay. Redirect by the prosecution. Hi, Megan. Hi. Now, I know you posted something on Instagram Live about this case. We're going to go into that in a little bit, but you told us earlier you were a private person. Isn't that right? Yes. And now you're sharing some of this stuff on social media. Why did you do that? She said, because I had to defend my name. And why did you feel like you had to defend yourself? So they're about to bring in all the online trolls and blame Tory Lanez for all of it. I knew it. I never read this transcript before, but I knew this is where this was going. Why did you feel like you needed to defend yourself? Because when I saw people making up things and putting out different stories that weren't true. Okay, but that's not the same thing as him threatening you or him snitching or him putting out a narrative saying I had never been shot at all, because that was the initial story. I was never shot. Yeah, because your fucking ass said you weren't. Maybe that had something to do with it. The official police reports, Thee Stallion on body cam. All of these times, all of these places, she's saying she didn't get shot. No, I wasn't shot. She even has a cornucopia of reasons why she lied and said she wasn't, allegedly lied and said allegedly she wasn't shot. So what the fuck are you talking about? Making up things and putting out different stories that weren't true. Maybe it's because your ass told a story that wasn't true. Could it be? Could it be? Put a 2 in the chat if it could be. Put a 2 in the chat if it could be. Thank you, Kaylee. Thank you, Kaylee, for the $1.99. Definitely watch her documentary when you can. Which one? Thanks so much, James Allen, for the very, very generous super chat. $50. BJ, thanks for doing this. Yeah, thank you so much for the super chat, because now I've been on here for 5 minutes, 14 seconds. I have read about 200 pages today out loud. But it does seem like an unfair trial, frankly. It doesn't seem fair to me. It doesn't seem like a fair trial to me. It seems unfair, truly. It doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem like this is a fair judge. It doesn't seem like it's a fair trial. It seems like just not fair, truly. Now, does that mean he didn't do it? No, but I don't feel like all the important evidence was heard or considered by the jury. I had to come out and say, yes, I was shot. I didn't just step on glass. I should have told the truth initially. Period. Bingo. The end. But you didn't, and you lied. I know that now. And I thought I was trying to protect people. I thought I was doing the right thing, but you weren't. One of the very first things you learn in life is don't lie. Every religion says don't lie, except, one I'm not allowed to talk about for some reason. This is like a foundational moral code for people. Don't lie, don't kill people, don't steal stuff, don't covet your neighbor's wife or whatever. Don't cheat. Don't cheat on your best friend with their boo. There's this like a basic fundamental morals. And I'm starting to wonder, like, are people so degenerate they forget the morals, or did they just never get taught? Did they never get taught? Because it's a very easy thing, right? Don't lie to the police when they're investigating a shooting. It's a very easy thing. It's very low level. It's very low hanging. So she thought lying was the right thing. And that will give you some insight into the degeneracy of the frontal lobe. It'll give you some insight into the utter annihilation of Western society, Eastern society. I mean, the whole thing's crumbling at this point. Because the right thing to do is lie to the police now, according to Megan Thee Stallion on the stand in 2022. I thought I was protecting myself, but in the long run, I was not. Okay. What was your emotion, your feeling about posting that? Again, this is the redirect. The prosecutors are on this. She said, I did not want to have to post that. I was angry. I even had to out and say that I was shot because I never wanted to say anything in the first place. Okay. But the officer in the Instagram live you referred to as being a bitch, I guess when she was talking and she was rude, you were bleeding, right? Yes. And was she one of the officers who also was at the scene when you were handcuffed and bleeding? Yes. And how did you feel about being at the hospital, having been handcuffed while bleeding and being questioned in that moment? She said, well, if you didn't care about me then in that moment, you don't care about me now. Okay. And when you were in the hospital, at some point you had surgery. Did you go under anesthesia? Yes. Had you ever been under anesthesia before? No. I was terrified because I never been asleep without my own will in my life. Okay. And when you woke up, how did you feel? Lonely. You felt lonely? Why did you feel lonely? She said, because I was by myself. Did you feel like after this happened, we talked about the personal relationships and how it affected those, but can we talk about whether or not your life has been affected professionally as well? Yeah. How so? Well, because Tory has come out and told so many different lies. Again, y'all, this is crazy because she is the one who has been impeached for lying many times on the stand. And she's like, oh, well, he's lying. I was like, but bitch, you've been lying and admitting it. Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. This is outside the scope of my cross-examination. Of course, the judge is going to allow it in because he hates Tory Lanez. It's clear to me. Or he's paid off. I don't know. Maybe it's a demon. I don't know. I truly don't know. But something's wrong with him. I don't think he's fit. I don't think he's fit to be on the bench. She said, Tory has come out and told so many lies about me not being shot. And again, like, it's literally, she is the originator of this lie. She is the originator of this lie. She's like, he's saying the same lie I said. Well, girl, I would think you'll be happy for that. Isn't that what you were trying to say? You weren't shot? This is crazy. This makes no sense to me at all whatsoever, because she's saying she didn't want to be a snitch. She didn't want to whatever. She didn't want to be a snitch. She didn't want to tell the truth about what happened. And that's why she lied. But then Tory Lanez started coming out and lying. And Tory Lanez people started coming out and lying. And that's why she eventually told the truth. So what was the lie that Tory Lanez people were saying? The same lie she said, that she wasn't shot. So you came out, said you wasn't shot. Then everybody else was like, that bitch wasn't even shot. Everybody's on the same page. But for some reason, the fact they're saying the same lie she said, now she got to tell the truth. It don't make no sense. It makes no sense. That's funny. That's even silly. Huh. Help. Help. Because Tory came out and told all these lies about me not being shot at all, to him not being the shooter, making this all about a SEX scandal. People don't even want to touch me. Like my peers, nobody wants to be associated with me. I feel like I'm a sick bird and got bird flu. And don't touch that one because we don't want to be associated with her and all her drama. And lies. I don't want to be associated with somebody that can lie so much to the police. Me personally, you'll never see me hanging out with this one because you can lie like that to the police. You can lie to anybody. I don't trust you. So when you say your peers, what do you mean? Other people in the industry? Okay, so you mentioned also something earlier about your partner. Yeah. And what happened there? No, Your Honor, absolutely not. I'm objecting. This is all outside the scope of my cross-examination. Okay, let me see counsel at sidebar. The court said to a large extent, her attitude about the case and so forth is relevant, but I don't know how far afield we're getting with her relationship. The prosecutor said, I don't expect to go too much further from this point. I think, again, what's really important is about making sure the lack of bias. Counsel spent a lot of time with her trying to impeach her credibility. This certainly goes directly to that. The court said, oh, yes, of course. Of course, I think it does. I just hear the cash register noises playing. But I don't want to get into all this discourse about who she's dating. The prosecutor said, oh, I'm not going to do that. I don't intend to do that. I do think it's important, just like how this case affected the relationship to the extent where there's been a fallout because she's decided to come forward. The court said, I think it's really only relevant insofar as it explains the various stories and various times. Then Tory Lanez's lawyer said, what? How it's affected her relationship with her partner? I didn't even know she had a partner. This is all just random stuff she's talking about. When did she even get with this guy if she started dating him? The court said, you want to get into all of that? Tory Lanez's lawyer said, hell no. This is all outside the scope of my cross-examination. This is just all. The court said, okay, well, they can reopen. I mean, let's limit this. Let's keep it clean. Specifics. Okay, all right. Okay, next question. All right, just briefly, you mentioned that you and your partner, that relationship was influenced by what happened here, you coming forward. Is that right? One more time. So the frontal lobe is glitching. She didn't hear it. You mentioned something earlier about your partner, how something happened between you and your partner because of you being involved in this case. She said, yeah. Okay, so just briefly, what do you mean? What happened? She said, ever since this whole story, this whole shooting has happened, I started to become depressed. That makes sense. So I'm not being the best version of myself I could be. So I feel like me being sad all the time started to affect the way I was having interactions with my partner. I guess this is boyfriend. You won't call him that. And in the media all the time, it's hard to have to see your girlfriend be accused of being shamed for having sex with you. Be accused of being shamed. No. It's hard to, I'm going to fix it for you. It's hard to see your girlfriend's body count be listed out in the news. That's what you should have said. All right, next question. Motion to strike. Everything after in the media is stricken. Okay, so ever since this whole story is depressing, in the media. Okay, everything here is struck. Okay. Showing you what has been previously marked in this case as People's 28A and 28B, just looking at it, you mentioned earlier that this is a text that Tory sent to you. Basically the day of the shooting, is that right? Yes. And what was he referring to? What was he referring to when he was apologizing to you? Your Honor, I object. This calls for speculation, and thankfully the judge agreed. Did anything else major happen between you and Tory beside the shooting before he sent this text? No. Your Honor, I'm going to object as vague. Major? Yeah, that's overruled. No, not at all. Okay. And when he is talking about because I genuinely just got too drunk in the apology, and nonetheless, shit should have never happened. Was there anything that happened on the night of the shooting besides the shooting that could have been referring to? Anything else between the two of you that he could have been apologizing for? Okay. No, she said. Okay, next question. Tory's lawyer asked you about some prior statements you made in this case. So just so we're clear, you made some statements to the officers at the scene, and then you made other statements, which were both lies, at the hospital July 12th. Does that sound right? Yes. And then 4 days later, you spoke with the detective Stogner July 16th over the phone. Is that right? Yes. And then in November of 2020, so the same year, you had a sit-down interview with Detective Stogner, and I was also present. Isn't that correct? Yes. And in that interview with Detective Stogner, the sit-down interview, do you remember being asked a couple times if you remember exactly where Tory was, if he was in the front or the rear passenger side when he pew-pewed you? Do you recall being asked that question? Yes. Do you remember saying, I remember he was on the passenger side? I can't really remember for sure. If he was in the objection, Your Honor, leading. Do you remember what your answer was? She said, I don't remember. Would looking at a transcript help refresh your recollection? I'm showing you. You're just going to read it yourself. Okay, starting here, bottom of the page. Okay, when you're ready, just turn it over and I'll have you read to the middle of the next page. She does that. Does that refresh your recollection? She said, yes. So I know you were asked a lot about there, but just so we're clear, in this interview you did with Detective Stogner back in 2020, do you recall telling him that you remember he was coming from the passenger side, but you couldn't say for sure if he was in the front of the back seat? Yes. And when you spoke to the officers, I think Tory's lawyer suggested you told the officers at the hospital that the argument was between you and Kelsey. Yes, this was a big one for me. That she had originally admitted that she had an argument with Kelsey in that first police report, but maybe she didn't. They're trying to clear that up now. You said you don't remember that, correct? No. So now, do you actually remember telling officers at the hospital the argument was between you and Tory? But Kelsey came in because she was on your side. Do you remember that? She said, I could have said that. Would looking at a transcript help refresh your recollection? Yes. I'm showing you the first page. If you could read just the highlighted portions to yourself when you're done, flip the page over. Okay. So now I'm going to show you a second portion. Again, the highlighted portion only is on this page, 5 of 6. Does this refresh your recollection? Yes. So does it actually refresh your recollection whether you were asked twice by officers that night about who the argument was between? I noticed that the prosecutor is tippy-toeing and not mentioning, did you say you weren't shot? You know, she's going in and said, but didn't you say it 2 different ways? You don't actually remember? You recall that? She said, well, I remember being asked, but I don't know how many times. Okay. Do you remember what your response was? Yeah, that I was arguing with Tory. And did you mention or do you remember what your response was with respect to Kelsey? Yeah, I said Kelsey was on my side. Okay, and then showing you the Instagram live video again, real quick. That Instagram live video, you said you were really upset. And this was in response to some things that happened online. Isn't that right? Yes. Okay. Was this Instagram live video released sometime around August 20th of 2020? Megan said, if that's what it says, I guess, yeah. Okay, so let me put it this way. You had come forward to the police 4 days afterward when you talked to Detective Stogner and you finally identified the defendant, Tory Lanez. Isn't that right? Huh? One more time. 4 days after the shooting, you talked to Detective Stogner. You came forward and identified Tory Lanez was the shooter. Isn't that right? Yes. But you didn't publicly disclose that he had done that to you, did you? No. Why didn't you publicly disclose at that point to the public, even though you had already talked to the detective? She said, because I was trying to handle it private by snitching. And why did you want to handle it in private at that point? She said, because taking it to the internet at this point, I didn't want it to be a big mess like how it is now. So she thought she could just accuse somebody of shooting her behind the scenes, somebody very famous, and she's very famous, self-admittedly at the peak of her fame, and this public record wasn't going to come out. She just thought she could sneak and snitch. Girl. And when you finally decided to publicly come out and ID him, was this really the first time you did? Yeah. And was it almost a month later before you finally decided to do it publicly? She said, yeah. So I'm going to show you a little bit more of the video. If you could tell us, we're going to, at some point, Your Honor, we'll have this later. We're going to have this marked as the exhibit. We just need a second to locate the portion that was left out. Okay. So then Tory's lawyer's like, no, we need a sidebar. I have no idea what the people are doing. I played a portion that I wanted to play. They, without a transcript, are just playing the video. I don't even know what they're doing. Your Honor, the prosecutor says, this is the rule of completeness. We're playing the entire video to give jurors context as to what portion Tory's lawyer introduced. He said the rule of completeness doesn't say they can put anything on and put anything in without a transcript. I don't understand what they're doing. The court said, how much of this are you going to play? She said, actually, not much longer. Your Honor, they can't play the audio without a transcript because of the court rules. It's your rules. Hello. Huh. If that's the case, then we should just play the whole recording, Tory Lanez's lawyer said. The court said, we do need a transcript. That means it's going to get played again. She said, I have a transcript that I could provide. He said, yeah, but you already questioned her about whatever it is without playing this. I guess we'll deal with that later. The prosecutor said, I think the court can see there's a lot of discussion on there giving context. It makes sense just to play it and show it. The court said, yeah, and you need a transcript. Can I jump in and suggest, the more senior prosecutor jumps in. Can I jump in and suggest that it is a rule of court and not required, but the evidence code and the local rules would suggest to prepare a transcript as an aid for the jury so they'll have it? The court said, we can't play it. Here's what I'm suggesting. If you're going to play it, you don't need her up there to play it. Finish with her. And if it is admissible, I don't see anything in here that's worse or different than other portions. Tory's lawyer said, I understand. I just don't know what they're doing playing that recording. I played what I think is relevant to the rule of completeness. They're talking about playing portions. The court said, can we just finish with this witness? How much more do you have? She's like, I don't have much more. Okay, we'll deal with the other issue later. All right, but next question. Prosecutor to Meg. Is it fair to say you were upset in that video? Yes. And you were upset because of a lot of accusations that were being lodged against you that are not true, including lies that you said. That is the craziest part about this whole shit to me, is that she's like, the reason that I decided to snitch, even though I didn't want to snitch, is because they were saying I wasn't shot, which is the same lie she was saying. Everybody's story was adding up. Anyway, if I could just have a moment, Your Honor. Okay, we talked a lot. I think you even mentioned you got a lot of heat and a lot of accusations, and that was what prompted you to do this. You've still been getting them up to today, right? She said, yes. Every day I see something new. Oh, God. God forbid people publicly comment on a public case. God forbid. Megan, shoot. I got shot in head. Oh, bitch twerk too much. Okay, who gives a shit? What does the bitch twerk too much have to do with the shooting? Stop. Okay, this part is bad. He should have killed her, unalived her, but like, does that show that he said that? Yeah, the judge struck this. Something new. Every day I see something new. All of this is struck. Struck. You can't say stuff like this. It has nothing to do with him. Every day is the only answer, right? Have you still been getting them up to today? Yes, every day. The end. What are some of the things you were seeing, and how did that affect how you felt coming forward? Objection. What in the hell? Relevance, Your Honor? Overruled, so he's going to let it come in. Megan should have been pew pew and unalived. I would have pew pew that B word too. That B word lying. Hoes always do S like this. Who cares? She effed everybody. She should have been shot. Again, Rock Nation could have posted these comments for all we damn know. Who knows who posted this stuff? Your Honor, this is the prosecutor. I have in my hand what appears to be what I'm going to mark as people's 29, 30, 31. They appear to be separate Instagram posts and tweets. The court said, okay, 29, 30, 31. Your Honor, can I ask for a sidebar again? Again, this is Tory's lawyer. Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is why I thought you guys had shown each other the exhibits and gone through all of this. This was turned over. The court said, who posted this? There's foundational issues here, Your Honor, Tory's lawyer says. You can't bring up these posts. The court said, well, the issue is I'm guessing she's seeing these accusations against her. Yeah, this is not relevant, Your Honor. 352, Your Honor, they can't sit here and talk about posts all day about my client. These aren't even his posts. The court said, yeah, but these are things that she has seen, and this affects her attitude. So objection is overruled. Let's just get through this without a fair trial. Can we please just get through this without worrying about constitutional rights and silly little afterthoughts like that? This guy's hungry. He's ready to go home and eat dinner. Can we just be done with this? Who cares about a right? Who cares about a civil right? Again, showing you what's been marked. See that right there? Have you seen this before? Yes. And what is this? A page dedicated to hating me. Well, welcome to the fucking club, bitch. I got 4 super chats today, all day in 6 hours, and I got pages dedicated to hating me. All right. So when you're singing Classy Bougie Savage at the presidential Democratic presidential campaign run, I think that you're an artist for the company that gets to pick who gets to do the Super Bowl. I think it's like pretty much to be expected there's going to be pages dedicated to hating you. And what was the message that you had seen? Megan needs to be pew pew and unalived. And that's messed up. Nobody needs to be saying that. I hope the FBI investigates people saying that. But that don't say Tory said that. How did that affect you? How did it make you feel? She said terrible. Showing you people's 30. Have you seen this before? She said, I've seen a lot like it. Okay, is this one of the ones you've seen as well? Yeah. Have you seen this post before? No, I haven't seen this one. Well, these messages you're seeing, how often are you seeing them? Every day. How often have you been seeing them in the last 2 to 3 years? She said, I see these tweets and Instagram posts every day since I've come out and said I've been pew-pewed. Had you ever had moments where you ever regretted coming forward? Yes. Why? She said, because if I would have known that coming out and speaking my truth, not the truth, but her truth, there's a difference. My truth is not the same thing as the truth. Okay. Speaking my truth would come with people agreeing with me being pew-pewed. I would have known. I would have started to lose my confidence, lose my friends, lose myself. I didn't ask for this. I didn't want to come out about this in the first place. I started to feel like, damn, maybe I should be unalive. I got to watch Tory drop music videos, chopping up horse legs, and people laughing at it like that's okay. All right, let's get to the next question, the judge said. Okay, thank you. No further questions. Okay, so this is Tory's lawyer again. He said, ma'am, would you agree with that my client receives similar texts every day? Megan said, I don't know. So you see his Instagram posts and the Twitters that he receives similar tweets and posts every day? No, she said, no, he does not. No. Ma'am, you testified earlier. Remember when you said you were sitting at the bus stop and you said you were an up-and-coming artist? Do you remember that? Yes. You agree with me now you're no longer an up-and-coming artist? You're like one of the top artists? You would agree with that? Yeah. So this hasn't actually really hindered your career. Isn't that right? It's actually helped your career. Isn't that correct? Me being shot helped my career. He said, well, you said that you're an up-and-coming artist, but since then, you haven't been able to do what you do. You've been depressed. You've been out there receiving awards and being a top artist. Because I got shot? He said, well, no, not because you got shot, but maybe like in spite of. So because of what? He said, it really hasn't affected your career. That's what I'm saying. It has. He said, oh, it has. Okay. So counsel, the lawyer, showed you text messages earlier. Do you remember any of those? Yeah. And said that besides the shooting, was there any other incident that happened between you and Tory? Do you remember her asking that? Yeah.
And you agree with me that in the car, the argument started because my client stated to you and Kelsey that he had slept with you, and Kelsey got upset. The argument started because, so she has now impeached herself yet again, because she earlier said the argument started because she made Tory Lanez leave the party and he didn't want to. But now saying my client, you agree with me that in the car, the argument started because Tory Lanez stated to you and Kelsey that he slept with you, and Kelsey got upset. Would you agree? So now she's agreeing that that's what the argument started for, which is not what she said earlier. And that's the reason you kept this relationship between my client and you out of this case. Isn't that correct? One more time. This girl's wheels are spinning. You kept the relationship, your sexual relationship, out of this case because you didn't want anybody to know what the real reason of the fight was. Isn't that right? She said, I kept the sexual relation out of it because it has nothing to do with the shooting. Well, that's a lie. We know that's not true. We know that's not true. But it had everything to do with the fight. Wouldn't you agree with me? She said, well, it had nothing to do with the shooting. Ma'am, can I please finish? You agree with me that the reason you got out of the car before the shooting is that you were done arguing. She said, why would you do this? I was shot. That you were out of the car. You were done arguing. Everything to do with the sexual relationship you had with my client. She said, ask me one more time. You stepped out of the car. You said you were done arguing. The argument was about the sexual relationship you had with my client. She said, no. The argument started because Tory brought up the sexual relationship. Yeah, but that's not how it ended. Okay, so god damn. This bitch can't keep her story straight even on the stand. Okay, well, I'm just focused on how it started, ma'am. Okay. And until you got out of the car, seconds later, you were shot. The entire time you're driving and arguing was about your sexual relationship. No. Okay. Was it about my client and Kylie Jenner? Where's Corey Gamble? We need Corey Gamble to testify. Where is it? It was about my client and Kylie Jenner. What about your client and Kylie Jenner? Being in the house and being in the pool? So what are you asking? You were upset. Was I upset about what? Kylie Jenner? No. That my client was in the pool with Kylie Jenner and you wanted to leave. And that's why, no, I never said I was upset about that. No. Let me finish. My God, goddamn. Okay. That's why you wanted my client to take you and not EJ, correct? Because what? Because you did not want him staying in the pool with Kylie Jenner. I think this is true. I do. I'm convinced, in my opinion. Incorrect. Okay, so Megan is saying no. Okay, and that's why you kept your relationship out of this case until when was the first time you talked about my client having a sexual relationship with my client? When I told it to the DA. Okay, when was that? I'm not sure. And when you say you told the DA, did you tell the DA or did the DA contact you asking you after Gayle King whether you were being truthful at that Gayle King interview? She said, when she asked me, I told her. Okay, but she had asked you many times before that. Isn't that correct? Yeah. And you didn't tell her. You kept it out. You hadn't actually told anybody because you didn't want anybody to know what the argument was about. She said the argument wasn't just about that. Okay, but that's how the argument started. Correct? God, this lawyer's good because she wasn't actually admitting to this earlier. And the lawyer, the state, just asked you on redirect about whether you remember that she showed you a transcript when you met with the detective and her and said you didn't remember how you were seated. Do you remember when she was asking you that? Yeah. That same transcript is the transcript I showed you where you told the police that my client would have had to walk over Kelsey. Isn't that true? She said, yeah, but it wasn't at the same part. Okay, but wasn't it the same day, the same interview? It wasn't the same part. I didn't ask you, stupid ass, if it was the same part. It was the same interview from the same date. Yes? Okay, yeah, but I also told her I could have stated that, and she asked to refresh my memory, and I said, okay. I understand all that, but what I'm trying to establish, that on the same day that you later told the police that he was in the back seat, he would have had to crawl over Kelsey. He interrupts her. I could have, yes, it wasn't a small truck. Motion to strike, Your Honor. There was no question.
Okay. So the question that the lawyers earlier asked you about who the fight was initially with, do you remember that? You stated that the fight was between you and Tory Lanez, the argument. You remember that? You said that earlier. Yes. Were you interviewed not only at the hospital, you were interviewed again on the curb. Isn't that right? Yes. So before you got to the hospital, you were interviewed. Isn't that right? I don't really remember. I don't really remember, she said. Okay. Do you remember being questioned on the curb where you said, yes, I got out of the car, I stepped on glass? Do you remember when they were asking you these questions? Yes. There was an argument, and that's why you got out of the car? Yes. Do you remember saying you were arguing with Miss Harris? No. You never said that. She said, I don't remember saying it. Did you ever get into a fist fight with Kelsey Harris? No. So how'd them claw marks get on her leg? That's what I want to know. Did you get into a pushing match with Miss Harris? No. Pulling of hair? No. Pulling of a necklace? Chain snatching? No. Any fight where her nail may have come off? No. And this, well, you testified today that you may have seen my client bump into Kelsey. Did you say that to the police the first day you were interviewed? No. Did you tell that to the police the next time you were interviewed, 4 days later, July 16th, when speaking with your attorney? When you were telling him everything, you were being truthful? She said, no, I didn't tell him that. I did not tell him about the bumping into Kelsey thing. Okay, so you are now telling us that it was my client who bumped. Let me withdraw that. Did you say that to Gail King, the thing about bumping into Kelsey? No. You already asked me that. So this is the first time you're telling us that my client bumped into you, correct? She said, this is the first time I'm saying it here. Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor. All right. May the witness be excused. Could I just have a moment? Just one question. So this is the recross or the redirect. During your interview with Detective Stogner, back in November 2020, did you also bring up the fact that you remember seeing Kelsey bump into Tory? I don't remember that. Would looking at a transcript help refresh your recollection? Maybe. All right. If I could have a moment, Your Honor. Okay. I'm showing you page 9 at the bottom. I need you to read that yourself and then the top of page 10. Okay. Does that refresh your recollection? She said, yeah, I said that. Okay. So you recall actually telling that interview that you remember seeing Kelsey and Tory bumping at some point? She said, yeah. Okay. Now I remember saying that. Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't remember that interview. I don't remember saying that, but I know I said that. So I remember saying that. I didn't know that. I don't remember that interview. I don't remember saying that, but I know I said that. Okay, there's a lot of different answers in one word. I remember saying that, and then the end, I don't remember saying that. So what's the answer? Nothing further. Okay, so the prosecutor's not going to try and get a straight answer. Okay, so then we're doing the recross. So this is Tory's lawyer. Last few couple questions. Did you see them fighting at any point? Kelsey and Tory. She said, I saw them bump. I was out of it. Bump. What do you mean bump? Meaning they walked past each other? She said, I wasn't really looking. I don't really know, but I was just told to say, but I mean, I wasn't really looking, but that's what it says in the paper. Okay. And who was in the interviews? Apparently Desiree was in there. So that's something people have been talking about on the Twitter streets. She said, I'm not asking if you was looking and what says in the paper. I'm asking you, when you say bump, what are you talking about? Did you see them push each other? She said, I really didn't understand what was happening. Okay, listen, this is the last question. Your testimony here is my client shot you because you made a comment about the type of artist he is, correct? Oh, I don't know why he shot me, but he did shoot me. Okay, but Kelsey and you got into an argument because you were with my client. And she says, this isn't the first time you went behind my back. She was upset. Isn't that right? That's not the reason you're not talking to her. She said, no, that's not the reason I'm not talking to her. Okay, no further questions. All right, may the witness be excused? Yes. Thank you for your testimony. You are excused. That's it. That is it. I don't know what's happening anymore in this world. Me neither. Rando from Iowa. Shout out to DD for becoming a new member. Thanks so much. Anything but the norm for the $4.99 super sticker. Thanks so much to DD for the 10-pound super chat. From freeing Britney to freeing Tory. Well, I'm not full free Tory yet, but I do have some very serious concerns about this judge. I will definitely say some stuff's going on. I have some concerns about Megan's testimony for sure. And Corey didn't even end up testifying. You lying. They said he was going to. You're going to hear from Corey Gamble. You're going to hear from Corey Gamble. That's what they said. Thank you for the 199-pound Kaylee. And thank you, Kaylee. Everybody shout out to Kaylee for sending me these. And if you are watching this in the back, in the not live or whatever, I have been on here for 5 hours, 49 minutes. I would appreciate if y'all could make any donation at all possible to the legal fund. I am in a bit of a push right now where I need to pay some very serious and very significant legal bills. So if you found this to be helpful, please donate to the legal fund. It is linked in the comments down below. And there wasn't like really that much people in here throughout the live today. So I'm gonna have to decide if I'm gonna keep doing this live, because it's just kind of like I got to do a little balancing act on what's worth my time and stuff. So, yeah, Zaju said that is always what I've been saying. The argument was always about her sleeping with Tory. That's what it seems most obvious to me. Kelsey and her were arguing. She hid that part because she would hide Kelsey's motive. Yeah, I could see that. Shout out to 2 Frames Media doing the Lord's work. BJ, you are appreciated. Thank you so much. Shout out to Big Peach. First the fuck of all, whoever court is, you must have missed the memo. This my channel. I don't work for you. Okay, first the fuck of all. Explain. I don't work for you. I don't explain shit to you. I said what I motherfucking said. I said I haven't made my mind up yet. And that is what I'm allowed to say. What we're not going to motherfucking do, what we're not going to do, is after I've been slaving away all day for free, doing this, spreading the word, being unbiased, is tell me I got to explain something. It's low IQ behaviors. Thank you for the engagement, Court. You're hid from channel because you clearly are possessed with demons. Bye. Now you can't even talk over here. How stupid do you feel? Been in my chat all day talking. Trying to get your little point across. And now you can't even talk in here no more. So get off my motherfucking comment section then. What a weirdo. What we not going to do? I told y'all in the beginning when I started covering this case, and I'm going to say it again because apparently it needs to be repeated. First of all, I do not work for you. Second of all, I will come to the conclusion I want to come to. One thing I will say I do not like about the people some people, not the people, because a lot of y'all, like I'm going to say 90%, 95% are just fine. You're like normal people who have rational minds. But there's like a really aggressive like contingency of like 5%. That's like a cult. And it's like, unless you're like 10 toes down free Tory, you get attacked. Something's wrong with y'all too. Something's actually wrong with y'all. I've been very clear. This is my 3rd, 5th day, literally not even an exaggeration. 5th day looking at the case. Okay. So give me a minute. Bye. Can't even comment. I know you typing. I know your fingers hurt typing, but you hid. Thanks so much, Mrs. Dr. Mind Games, for the $19.99 super chat. Thanks so much, Mr. Lord. Thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Shout out to Mr. Lord. He's been here since the Diddy days. Thanks, BJ. That was great. It's aggravating, like, please. Thank you, Alexis. Thank you, Zoe. Literally totally unbiased, and we appreciate you. And doesn't it feel better too? Like, I know a lot of y'all are 10 toes down free Tory, and that's fine. Y'all are obviously totally welcome here. And I get my information, a lot of it from y'all. I appreciate and respect that y'all have been out here trying to spread awareness. So it's not even like, oh, I'm mad at a free Tory. No, I'm just personally not acquainted enough with this case. I would look stupid.
I would be being stupid and foolish to explain. Okay, here's your explanation, stupid. It's foolish to make decisions on incomplete information. That's the reason. That's the explanation. Y'all want me to act a fool because y'all are fools. I'm not doing it. No, hell no. Doesn't it feel better to know somebody that came in full on, like, all right, let's see what's going on here. Little by little is kind of saying, whoa, something's wrong. Whoa. If I would have came in like, I haven't even read nothing but Free Tory, that's stupid. That gets us nowhere. Doesn't it feel better to have somebody be like, whoa, each little thing. I know it does, because y'all are in here being like, this is what we've been trying to say. So it's just low IQ behaviors. It's just low IQ behaviors. Bye. Yeah, they probably are bots. Stupid. Been in my chat all day. Thank you, Zoe. Shout out to the mods who've been in the chat all day. I know they had to have been dealing with crap. Thank you, San. Two Frames Media said it's the information that's constantly omitted via mainstream media that gives you and your channel its credibility. It's like I am just trying to read like every word of these transcripts. Been here since the Britney days. Shout out to Mr. Lord. Shout out to y'all who have been here since the Britney days. That's been a long time. See, this is what I don't want to do though, Tia. I have looked at the website, but when I'm looking at the website and it's very useful. I like it. I'm not saying anything, negative, but from what I can see, the website is a little biased from a certain perspective, which is totally allowed. And I get it. Somebody that really, really knows the case well has the position to be totally, one way or the other and made their mind up. Everybody has the ability, the right to make their mind up what they think happened in this case. But for me, I feel as though with an incomplete understanding of the story, if I just go straight to this 36-hour, which I've been on, I was on it today. I was showing y'all stuff on it. I have been on it. But for me, and the way that I like to do my investigations, that I don't like to leave a stone unturned. I like to know what was actually fully said. And that's why I'm going through. And again, thank you so much to Kaylee, because without her sending me this stuff, I wouldn't be able to know. We do got, yeah, exactly. So that's one thing y'all could do. Y'all could all skip to the website. It's a crash course if you want to save time. But for me, saving time is not as important as getting to the truth. So, if y'all don't want to hear the transcripts being read out loud, I mean, that's fair. Let me know. But I'm going to probably be reading them and all of the, because it's just like, I'm getting all this information. People lie too. Like people be in my comments lying. So I got to know for certain myself to look at the stuff myself. It just makes me feel more comfortable. But, it probably would save you time if y'all went to the 36 hour later thing. We got to go piece by piece to be completely unbiased. Right. We would not want anyone to be in jail based on lies. But I don't know, Tory Lanez and I wasn't there. Thank you for almost 6 hours of excellent reading. Exactly. I don't know when I wasn't there. Transcripts are key. Transcripts first. I agree. You definitely need to read it all to pick up on everything. I love that you're reading the transcripts. Actually, can't wait until you read through Kelsey's testimony. I am Virgo, Sun, Pisces, Moon, Aries rising. And now everyone in the chat is about to say, oh, that makes sense. Oh, that makes sense. Virgo, Sun, Pisces, Moon, Aries rising. Cassie admitted to embarrassing parts 2. Agree, Alexis. Audio 1 first. I don't know who was more entertaining, Megan or Kelsey. Both testimony was a fool. Kelsey's is going to make you rage. Oh God, is it tomorrow? Or like the next day? What's the next day? December 14th. I'm triggered all over again. Megan stresses me out. I can appreciate the perspective. I think the website is geared toward the 140 character or less online investigators. And that's fair. It takes us all truly. Kelsey's audio will give you a little break. Yes, I think it's the next day. Okay, girl. Should we do it tomorrow? Put 2 in the chat. We should do it tomorrow. Thank you, Alexis. I think I might have already told you thank you for the $5 super chat, but shout out to you. Thank you so much for that. Okay, it's her statement in September. Before the trial. Okay. Yeah. Or Virgo right there. Close attention to detail. Yep. And of course you got that fire. Yep. That is that Aries rising. Thank you so much, Flor de Joy, for the $1.99 super chat. You are appreciated. $10 to the legal fund too. And you see how they were that idiot bot that was in my chat was trying to make me feel some type of like guilt or shame for asking people to help me with my legal fund. Like, I'm out here fighting for all of our rights. Hello. Anything said as a precedent on my free speech, that affects yours too, stupid. So thank you for the donation to the legal fund, even though you blocked. EJ is the only testimony that's more on the truthful side. Oh, interesting. Biker Batty said 2. I don't even remember what I said 2 for. Was it to read tomorrow? Maybe it'll be earlier tomorrow because it's like 7:30 where I live now. I think the transcripts is the best way, T what Tia said. But I see what you're saying. It's easier like for people in the chat too, so y'all know instead of having to wait. TB said too. Shout out to TB modding in the chat. I'm gonna probably go a little bit earlier tomorrow so I can be done earlier. And shout out and thank you too so much, Florida Joy, for the $10 to the legal fund. Look into what Tory's dad said about Rock Nation and into Tory not signing with Rock Nation. Yes, I do need to look into that. That is another thing to look into. Okay, so leave it in the comments. Should I do the next day of transcripts tomorrow? If I do, it's going to be a little earlier, probably be before noon. I'll probably get started like early, like maybe like the Diddy live hours, like maybe 9:30 or 10. I had to do some recording for BJ Investigates this morning. I did a Bonnie Blue. Y'all saw she made a documentary, the Bonnie Blue documentary. Or somebody made it. Okay, so y'all are saying tomorrow. AT Lanes. read tomorrow. Okay, but it would be earlier. It will be like 10:30 or something, like between 9 and 11. Yeah, shadow banning and censoring is alive and well. I mean, yeah, that's why y'all gotta be in here, cousins in the chats. I'm here whenever you come out. Love your content, even on the other subjects. Oh, thank you. Thanks, BJ, for all your work. Yes, please. I added to your legal fund. Thank you. Thanks so much, Biker Batty. I really appreciate it. I really need all the help I can get on the legal fund right now. I am literally trusting the Lord and the cousins for these legal fund, for this legal fees. Thank you for all you do. Your transcript reading is unbiased, perspective, or top tier. Thank you so much, Giovanni. This live stream actually just appeared from my homepage when I tried to click on it. No. Will you be online for Tory's appellate oral arguments next Monday? I don't know if I'll be alive like during them because I don't think you're allowed to what's the word? Like live rebroadcast it. But I haven't decided yet is the short answer. But I would I mean if it's like live streaming I'm allowed to, hell yeah. But if it's like a live call that I could zoom into and I can actually like be present for the hearing on a call in, I probably won't be live because I don't think usually you're allowed to broadcast. But then I would maybe go live like after it. I am definitely following the case. And that's why I'm doing these transcripts because I want to be caught up. By the time it's a week from today. So I'm hoping to be mostly caught up by the time. That's why I did a 6-hour long one today. By the time that comes around, so I can kind of know a little bit like what was all said and things like that. Yes, it is. RSVP'd. I got my notifications on for you. I'll shout out to you. Appreciate the live readings. Okay, you cannot rebroadcast. So probably what I would do is I will go and be like present for it and call in and take notes and follow all the rules. I don't break court rules, okay? Because I don't want to be banned from no court. I want to be in trouble. I like to follow rules. I don't like to be in trouble. Also, if you can get in trouble, I'm getting in trouble. Anybody like that? Put a 5 in the chat. If you can get in trouble for something, you getting in trouble. I mean, this is my whole life since first grade. Like I remember going first grade field trip and I'm walking, I'm kind of like not paying attention and I end up walking right through some wet cement. I get in trouble for it, of course. We go to the state capitol on the same field trip. I'm just simply leaning over and looking off the side. It was no danger at all whatsoever. And the teacher's like, get away. I got to write up. I had to move my color button down to red. If you can get in trouble for something, I'm getting in trouble. So I gotta be straight. Look, people, they got a few of y'all in here. There's a few. If you get in trouble, you get in trouble. It's like I gotta walk the straight and narrow, And it's the right thing to do. It's also the right thing to do. All right. Well, I will see y'all tomorrow morning. I'm probably going to read the next day transcript. We'll see how that goes. I'll do that for a couple more days, see how it goes. And we'll see. I mean, it is a lot of work to be live this long. I know y'all see I have taken very few sips of water. Actually had a large Coke from McDonald's and very few sips, and I have not gone to the bathroom, and it's kind of hard to do it. But it is fun. I do like it. I actually really developed a appreciation and enjoyment on these kind of marathon live streams during the Diddy trial, but it is tiring. 7.5 hours. Not quite. No, not 7.5, Lindsay. It's 6 hours, 4 minutes is what my thing shows. Your Reed's narration is clutch. I've been asleep somewhere in the cover. I would have been asleep somewhere in the cover letter when you're funny. The problem with troubleshooting is troubleshoots back. There it is. Okay, so I'll see y'all tomorrow. Yeah, y'all been cooking. Send me a plate. We got to have our meetup at Fixin's. Okay. I put the letter F in my search bar the other day, and Fixin's auto showed up, and I was hungry all over again. Yes, and shout out to Kaylee. Thanks so much. What's the name of that restaurant? Wasn't it Fixin's? All right, I'm going to eat lunch and dinner, I guess, now. That's all I really had for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. I wasn't there. Tory Lanez was found guilty. Okay, so he has to overcome that now, unfortunately, for him. So I don't know anything. Maybe one day I'll have my mind made up, but I don't today. And if you don't like that, get off my channel. I'm just kidding. If you don't like that, can I please just have an independent thought? If you don't like that, examine why that is. Please. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. Love you, mean it. Okay, bye.